Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to another day of streaming. Today I will be doing some Torchlight 3 on the test server. It's a preview of version 1.0, so for those of you who kind of wanted to see what 1.0 looks like and you haven't gotten the game, you're debating whether to get it or not, maybe this stream could help you, especially if you're watching a replay. You could even skip through. I will start by creating some heroes. I played with sharpshooter and actually need to level up one of each hero, and thankfully there's cheat NPCs on the test server to help me level them up to certain level. And to gear them up, I will be doing certain tests, I will be testing certain things. Probably let's go with Realm Master now. Later I can move on to Disc Mage and Forged. I need those leveled up for a video I'm making, and I decided instead of leveling those up without streaming, might as well stream myself leveling up and chat with some of you. Let's see. I want some color on my heroes. I want to show every hero being white, so I'm gonna take some different approaches. All right, let's. What would this one be? I'm wondering what type of Realm Master I wanna try. Let's go for... should I go Blood Drinker with a train? Why not? I've never done Blood Drinker with a train. Or should I go Bane Train? maybe let's call it like that. So I will be changing heroes. I'm not gonna be spending too much time on a single hero. So if you wanna see a specific relic and class combination, you've got the perfect opportunity to tell me, hey, I wanna see this hero with this relic, could you show me that? If you ask me, I can probably, whatever I'm doing, I can wrap it up quickly and try and do my best to show you whatever you wanted to see. So today I'm giving everyone the opportunity, especially people who don't own the game themselves, to just tell me what things they want me to show them while streaming. I'm also gonna quickly take a minute to go on the Discord channel and post so people know I'm streaming. But yeah, I really need all heroes leveled up to whatever, to just have something to record some specific footage with them. Okay, just a moment. Okay, almost done writing the message, just need to add a link. In the meantime, what's happening here? Alright, we're gonna talk to Kennick. Let me go grab that link quickly. Share, copy, and there we go. Now people on the Discord know I'm streaming. Although I made a typo, let me quickly fix it. There we go. So yeah, today everyone feel free to suggest if you want to see specific class, subclass, if you want me to play in certain way, ask me. I can show you certain things while doing the testing. I have to level up my heroes anyway, so might as well just get a bunch leveled up and then record some footage with those and use that. If anyone wants to play together as well, we could do that too. Although I'm not gonna stick around on the same hero for too long, so probably it's not gonna be that good of an idea if you want to stick on the same hero every time. Eventually, after the game launches, I would move on to testing multiplayer builds. By multiplayer builds, I mean trying to get 4 people, me and 3 other people, and testing which builds go together the best. But for that I'm gonna need some assistance eventually after launch. I'm gonna need other people to assist with the testing to see what build goes well with what other build. Although there's some obvious choices. In general, when doing multiplayer, people would probably want to be stacking multiple auras. Multiple things like Localized Storm, Miasma, Heartseekers, Snowstorm and all of that. All those things that give you 25% damage buff. In multiplayer, I'm assuming everyone would want to be stacking those buffs. So everyone on the team would have one. Even if it's just one pointer, it's most likely gonna be better than not using it. Okay, let's go talk to the cheat NPC and get ourselves leveled up, geared up. Later on I want to get an entropy build with Unholy Bolt and the Burn and the Flaming Destroyer on the Dusk Mage, and I want Molten Reach. Or was it Ebon? Yeah, I want Molten Reach for that Dusk Mage build, which later I will try to get. If I don't get the Molten Reach right away, it's fine, I can get it off stream later on. I'm not gonna spend too much time. For this guy, I don't really care what the NPC gives me. I'm just gonna spend a few minutes on the cheat NPC, leveling up, doing stuff to get items. But I'm not gonna spend too much, just a few minutes. If I need certain items later, I will get them off stream. Okay, there is a way I like to do it. I like to position myself here, maybe a little bit here. We've got some items. By the way, you can now get +1, 2 and +3 to a certain skill level. Not only that, but you can also get plus skill levels on weapons. Look at this bad boy. +3 mortar car, +3 blasting charge, +3 ghost train. See, this is some amazing change. Of course, you probably wouldn't use them on weapons at level 60 because, well, I mean, you can still squeeze 1 +3 or +2 to a certain skill on a weapon, but ideally you would want flat damage, crit damage, things like that on a weapon. But on helmets, being able to get +3 to a certain skill and being able to get it twice, this opens up. Look at this. This weapon gives me it gives me 8 skill points just from that weapon. Of course it's a weapon, so it's a little bit of an overkill to go for skill points on a weapon. But yeah, let's get we've got 1, 2, 3 pieces of the set. Can I get the chest piece? before I move on. But yeah, this is a great change, especially while leveling up. While leveling up, some of the times I wouldn't have certain skill points, and it would let me get a head start on a certain build by getting some extra skill points. Not getting the chest piece or the doom pipe or the shotgun or shield. But I've not tried a blood drinker train build. I've tried blood drinker slammer, which is a more obvious choice. But it's interesting to me to see how that would go, how it would play out. This is a slammer item, but I might as well... Oh, there we go, I've got the chest. Okay, so we're good to go now. I'm not gonna try and min-max it, it's just pointless spending too much time here right now. I'd rather test as many builds as I can today and show you guys as much of that as possible. Let's go to my fort quickly. And yeah. And I also agree the +% damage probably should be a little bit more common when it comes to armors and boots and stuff like that. Although it kind of is more common on boots, not as common on leg and what's its name, and chest armor. But I'd prefer plus flat damage instead of percent damage. .com is censored, yeah. It's censored because there's constantly bots coming on my Twitch, spamming things like etc etc .com, etc etc .c space o space m and things like that. I mean, they sometimes even use com with a different o, different language letter o. So I decided to just censor certain things. I mean, people understand what's there. I definitely understood what you mean by saying star mon. even follow and follower kind of is censored, but that's the only way I can deal with bots. Because if I don't censor it, it shows up on the screen, and if someone is watching a replay of the video, they would see the link, and I don't want those bot links showing up there. If I didn't keep recordings, it's easy. I can just delete it and then be done with it once the message is deleted. Okay, actually, why am I deleting items? I forgot I need essences maybe. So actually, instead of essences, I'm gonna feed my tree. Or maybe no, I'm not gonna feed my tree. I'm gonna save and that for a recording. I wanna record myself feeding the tree and it getting leveled up. So I'm gonna do that later. Now, which weapon would I use? I'm gonna quickly get all those weapons here. I'm gonna equip this and this. And until I find a better armor, I'm gonna use this one, but later I'm probably gonna switch it for something else. Should I go for a basic attack build? It's gonna be fun if I go for a basic attack build, maybe. +2 hammer spin. Yeah, actually, let's get that Stormblade disenchanted. Let's get this one disenchanted just to get some materials. Oh, Sneku Stick, definitely a disenchant. This one I can probably keep because I don't have another good shield. I might keep this for now. Actually, no, let's just do it. Mortar Blasting Charge, this is tempting. Shocking Crowns. And look at that, did you notice 74% bonus damage to basic attacks? So they're increasing the number of damage you can get to basic attacks. They're probably keeping the limit of attack speed to 50%. Actually, I'm gonna test it sometime. I might as well test it today. I will test how much attack speed I can get in a moment. I think it's time to do certain things like that. So let's go and change my skills. I'm going for the most important things first. Build train. Should I go for the cooldown? Should I get the crit chance? Or just get certain things from here first? If I go for basic attack, I'm gonna get this. Oh, new icon for drain. I'm loving it. I'm gonna get living barrier, obviously. Probably gonna get drain as well, but we'll see. For now, I'm not gonna be getting drain, even though it's called drain ductor. Actually, let's get it. 1 point only for now. Or maybe 3 points. Fuck it, let's max drain. I've got skill points. I didn't realize I have that many skill points left. Eventually I'm gonna probably get Bloodletter and Rupture. So let's fix my skills. This one will be here, this one will be here, this one probably will be here. This one, let's keep it basic attack. This one will be that one, this one will be this one. And here we're missing flamethrower car, shotgun car, and what are we missing? That thing. I'm not gonna use blasting, I'm not gonna use not blasting charge, I'm not gonna use lantern flash. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 skills. And let's do some Fazier. Where did I put him? Oh yeah, it's here.
Step right up, contestant.
And if I try uppercut and fracking, I can do it. I can do it next. That's a good suggestion. I need to record some forged footage for my video. So that's actually a very, very good suggestion. To try next. And it would look cool. I'm going for builds that might look good on a specific video that I'm making. I want builds that kind of show the uniqueness of the class. So for the sharpshooter I went for something with arrows, and I went with the infectious shooter, so I can show this that it looks visually very fun and that it's shooting and teleporting all the time. So I recorded myself doing some stuff like that yesterday. For this guy I wanted a train build, just to show the train part of it for that video, because it's like 2 seconds. It's like 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds per hero. For that one section, and then later on there's gonna be like 10-15 seconds of combat. So when I have to be very picky about what I'm selecting, I really wanted something that definitely screams Realm Master, something that definitely screams Duskmage, something that screams Sharpshooter. And I wanted to show every relic, so I'm gonna have to make one hero twice. I'm probably gonna do the Forged twice, because the Forged is a clear difference between melee and ranged, and I wanted to maybe show that one. We'll see. And instead of leveling up my heroes offline, I decided to do that leveling up while streaming and talking with some of you, maybe checking things together. But yeah, when I have to select 2.5 seconds, actually I could probably even show you the unfinished version. I'm wondering if I can show that without my PC crashing. I'm gonna try and show you the unfinished version without my PC crashing after this map. But yeah, I'm very bad at the sound design, and I spent probably, after streaming yesterday, I spent 3.5 hours or 4 hours just trying to select sounds that might fit into the video. I'm not good at sound when it comes to videos, when it comes to the editing. So I hope I didn't select sounds that would make the whole video look bad versus not picking any sound. Wait, what happened with my train? Oh, and I forgot to put stuff in my legendarium. Let's use Stormblade. Let's use Frenzy Blade. Stoneblade and Frenzy Blade. Gerardros, welcome back to my channel. Nice to see you again. How have you been, by the way? So basic attack train built with the Blood Drinker. This is something super weird, and I think it would look very nice on screen. Although for those 2 seconds I'm gonna avoid including footage with the Blood Drinker, but later on I could. Do you see all the spinning blades that are constantly spinning around me? That's from the basic attack stuff. How do I see the game before the launch? Well, before the game launches, I think the only thing that might be insufficient is the end game. I personally love a lot of the things in the game. I only have certain problems with certain disbalances, and these balances can be fixed. And I have problems with the end game in the way it works. I'm not saying it's bad end game, I'm saying it's not my kind of end game. I like rifting, but I don't like how they've done the Fazier's dungeon in this game. It could be better. It could be better, and as long as we tell them what we don't like and what we think should happen, maybe they can consider this. I'd much rather see them add new types of endgame after launch because endgame is the bread and butter of games like this nowadays. 20 years ago, without endgame, you could have gotten away easily because people didn't care much about it. People just wanted to go through Act 1, 2, 3 and just keep farming some of the bosses of the acts without having endgame. And it worked fine. That was perfectly fine back in the day. But nowadays people expect endgame, and they expect a variety of endgame modes, not just a single one. But there's been many games that launched with much less than this game has to offer. I've said it already in multiple videos and streams, but yeah, as long as they keep adding new endgame types, I'm fine, and I will have a lot of fun in this game. Especially with some of the recent changes, the game feels so much better. See, this basic attack build feels fun. This basic attack build feels super fun to play right now. What else should I equip? Should I put Wide World's Cave Breaker, or should I... Actually, I don't need Cave Breaker because I'm not using something that would go along well with it. Let's see, I'm using this, which is not much damage. Bloodseeker's Flying Picks. What if I were to equip this one? 27.3 attack speed. As I said, I want to test the attack speed limit, and we're gonna do just that now. Let's test if they change the limit of the attack speed. Right now my attack speed is 27. With the Frenzy Blade I get another up to 50%. My attack speed right now is 60%. Okay, so they changed the attack speed limit to go to 60 instead of 50%. It's still not enough. But at least they increased the attack speed damage, the attack damage, I mean the basic attack damage. So yeah, they're not increasing the attack speed by too much for balancing probably, because maces can be super quick. But hey, at least they gave us a little bit of an increase. 10% increase on the cap of the attack speed is not bad. Okay, I want the synergy, so I'm gonna use a sword and I'm gonna use a shield. And I need the scroll of Wivebound. Which reminds me, I can probably collect the scroll of Wivebound somewhere here. This looks fun! I really didn't expect these builds to be this fun. Seems like a very nice build. In fact, if you wanna take it up a notch, you can remove one of the damage skills. Maybe remove Shotgun Car and then add Shield Car. And that would be a lot of survivability for everyone. I'm gonna need to get socketed items. I have very bad poison resistance right now. Okay, It's definitely weak on the damage side of things, but that's because my gear sucks. If I had better gear, my trains would be doing more damage. I would be doing more damage even with the basic attacks. So blue socketed and wife bound items would be a huge boost to the build. I'm open to suggestions. If you want any builds to be tested by me, let me know. There was a mention about servo-driven uppercut and fracking strike. I will test that, and I also wanted to test what's its name. I also wanted to test this thing, the recently updated Furnace Blast. I want to see how the recently updated Furnace Blast plays. Okay, so should I do any changes to my setup? Oh, look at that damage. That's some lead damage right there. Should we keep it for memes? Some very lead damage there. Which reminds me, I've got some things here. Okay. But yeah, I'm loving this addition where we get plus certain number to skill levels from weapons. I need some wife bound scrolls though. I'm probably gonna do another 1 or 2 maps on this hero. And then change to another one. Actually, let's put this there. Let's put this there for memes. See, what if I remove my shield? I'm gonna lose the chance to swow, and if I lose the chance to swow, I'm losing a lot of damage, even though this 66.2% bonus damage to basic attacks. Just think of the possibilities. On a weapon, you can get something like 70+% bonus damage to basic attacks. You can get another 70-ish on an offhand. You can get bonus damage to basic attacks on things like gauntlets, I think, as well. So that's a lot of stuff. And look at this duration for Wood Seekers. Duration to Wood Seekers, that's an amazing addition as an affix. You can kind of keep that aura for a long time.
So decisive.
Let's do this one. So yeah, I'm gonna do another 1 or 2, let's say 2 more maps. 2 more maps, and then I'm switching to test this uppercut fracking forged. Eventually I wanna do Unholy Pyromancer or Unholy Flames, whatever you wanna call it, a build with Unholy Bolt and the Flaming Destroyer and Entropy with the Molten Reach. Although I'm probably not gonna get the Molten Reach knowing my luck. But off stream I can try and get it. Oh, and I said I could show you something. Let me quickly load my Adobe Premiere. Hopefully my PC doesn't crash. So you can kind of get an idea about what I'm trying to make. Just a moment, I'm gonna have to add it. Wait. Is it working? Let's see. I don't think it's capturing the right window. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try again, just a moment. Let's do window capture. Window capture should be fine. Because it's not exported yet. ADB. So it's kind of 16 by 9, so you're not gonna see well. Unless I can do this. I can try and do this. And do this. And I can try and show you. It's not finished, it's still work in progress. Basically, this is, I'm not sure if you're gonna hear the sound. Let me quickly make sure you're gonna hear the sound. Okay, maybe you're gonna hear the sounds. The sounds are probably not final, but they're just placeholders. And it's gonna be stuttering because it's not rendered. I paused it, but yeah. I'm gonna just do it like this so you can see what's happening. Basically, step 1, pick your class, Desk Mage, Forged, and this footage in the bottom is what I need to record. That's why I'm leveling the heroes now. And then subclass. And then the pets. For the pets, this is the sequence. The sound is missing for the pets because I've muted it most likely. I'm not sure which one it was. Okay, let's play it again. Since it's not rendered, it's stuttering. And here is where I'm gonna put some fight footage, and then there's this one needs to be changed. So this is why I need certain classes. I need some weird, nice looking ideas, and today the weirder the idea, the better it will be. Basically, I just need footage here. I need footage in this place for each class, and I've already got my footage for the sharpshooter recorded. But yeah, this is what I'm working on right now. Alright, back to the game. And yeah, I'm gonna be testing different heroes, different builds to see what fits better there. But yeah, sound and picking sounds from sound libraries is not my thing. But if I left it without sound, I hope I didn't make a bad decision by deciding to add sound and not leaving it soundless. And I think this build really fits there. It's a train build, so it shows the train nature of the Realm Master. It would look nice visually, and it's also a basic attack build. And Realm Master with Train really has a good synergy with the basic attack. And I'm probably gonna play it with a hammer. And actually I'm playing like this when I record the footage. Yesterday I recorded the full run playing like this. But I found a bug. When you're playing with this mode where the HUD is hidden. You cannot pick up your quest rewards and you cannot pick up shrines. So you can click on the shrine but nothing's happening when you're playing like this. Without the HUD. And I'm gonna try and show you. In a moment, once I find the shrine or once my quest is finished. Let's try and find the shrine so I can show you what I mean. It's a weird bug, but somehow picking up chests. Even this chest I cannot open it. You can see this thing here right next to me. See this thing here? I'm clicking on it. I wish I could show you. Let me try and let you hear my clicking. So I'm clicking and you see where the cursor is? It's not opening, but if I remove this and I click, it opens it. Oh, and now it showed me the level 47 level up from earlier. So it was holding it on a queue. So this is a bug I found yesterday. I'm sure not many people would play without a HUD. I mean, who plays without a HUD? Who plays without the HUD? But maybe someone might want to do the challenge and do a run without the HUD. And Quaus, welcome back. Torchlight 3 with the 1.0 update right now doesn't feel bad, and there's some very nice things about it. Especially skill point wise. You're gonna see up to +3 to a certain skill level on an item. And you can get 7 skill points from a single item. I had an item with +3 to one skill, +3 to another skill, and then +2 to a third skill. So just look at things like this one. Weapons get +1, 2, 3 skill levels. Sorry about that, I muted myself to remove my hoodie because it became a little warm here. So yeah, this one is a weapon with this helmet is +3 to a certain skill. And that's with one affix. If I got another one instead of the electric defense, and this lets you be very strong early in the game. Very early in the game you can get extra skill points. Later on when you're level 60 you don't need the skill points as much, because you've got 70 skill points and at level 60 you're fine. But while leveling up it could really be of great help to have those extra skill points. This is one of the changes. Other changes, things like duration to the aura skills. I think that's a great change, duration to aura skills. Like Miasma, Bloodseeker, Snowstorm, things like that. Alright, there we go. So yeah, let's do this map, let's do another map on this build, and then I'm gonna be changing to test this servo-driven uppercut fracking strike setup, or in fact I could try something else. Instead of venting with fracking strike, I could try venting with furnace blast. It could work very well on a servo-driven build. Because you're up close and personal, and the furnace blast also is close and personal in regards to how it attacks the enemies, and it's very unstandard as a build. But I'd rather make two forged builds today, one with the melee and one with the ranged part of things, and keep them separate and use footage from both in that video I showed you. Come on, train. Why is my train so slow? Where is my train invisible? Oh, look at it, it's stuck here. Okay, trains as usual, buggy. There hasn't been a single version of the game where the trains didn't have some sort of bug with them. There's always something wrong with them. I'm not sure why. Okay, I got it unstuck. It's either gonna be the legendarium item abilities not working for things like shotgun or shield and doom pipe, or it's gonna be the train itself getting glitchy and buggy. That's why I like slammer builds more than train builds, because they're reliable. They may not be as strong and as meta compared to a train bane build, but slammer builds are just reliable. They don't glitch out as much. Well, they were reliable. They weren't that reliable with the previous patch when the charge skills got fucked up. So back then it was kind of the whole class was unreliable back then. But charges seem to be fixed. They closed the ticket I had about charging skills, about spike drive, hammer spin, busting charge, pound, luminous run, shadow step, revolt, and all other charge skills in the game that were glitched. It seems like they fixed it. I haven't tested enough to confirm whether they're really fixed, but today probably I'm gonna test enough. Why is the game not giving me wife bound scrolls? Okay. Wait, did this have chance to slow? No. Okay, we're gonna do one more run before switching heroes. Come on, I want a wife bound scroll. Oh, I forgot to put something here. See, bonus levels 5. This with 1 point, boom, straight to level 6. Okay, so we've got better cooldowns now. 1 point tier 2 bonus. Pretty fun. Okay, let's get some stuff here. Just need to get some base here. Barely have any powder, so let's get all that powder here. Okay, Morphe's here. One more run and then we're switching to Forged. So let's just do this boss fight. Let's do Kronk. See, 3 skill levels with Pound. For a Slammer build this would have been great. Is my mic switched? Oh, it's switched on, never mind. For a moment I thought my mic might be switched off. Alright. My damage is very bad though. My weapon's not wife bound, my weapon is one-handed and my weapon is not socketed. And I'm fighting a level 48 enemy with 46 weapon. It's still okay though, I'm still killing him bit by bit. It could be much better if I just do this. But then I'm not gonna be able to swow and lose some DPS because of not swowing the enemy. Having all those spinning blades around me. And look at the duration of this Blood Seekers. It's amazingly long. With just 30% extra duration, the Blood Seeker just doesn't seem to end. And it just somehow ended after I teleported. It stopped using Blood Seekers and it stopped consuming my energy. Okay, time to go to Forged. Open to suggestions. If anyone wants to see a certain build after I do 2, 3, 4 maps on the Forged, let me know. I wanna do a Dusk Mage with Flaming Destroyer and Unholy Bolt and stuff like that. This is for later. So today we'll be testing, experimenting and just having fun with certain things. I can't use dots. What would I pick for a build with fracking strike? And this and this are out of the question because I've already made characters with those. So it's either Cold Heart, Bane, or Flaming Destroyer. So let's see between Bane and Cold Heart, which one do I pick? Bane or Cold Heart? Let's go Bane. Maybe. Because Poison Nova. Or maybe let's do this. Let's do Cold Heart. With the Bane I wanna show a summoner build later for the footage that's gonna get recorded. It's gonna be tough picking 1, 2, 3 seconds of footage to put here, 1, 2, 3 seconds of footage to put there. Zero Ken said Code Heart Power Driver says hi, hi to both of you, and yeah, Code Heart is nice. I loved leveling up my spin to win. Let's try the KO, the KO fracking strike setup here, and with that forged.
What are you doing, rookie? Don't just stand there.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself to drink some tea for a second. Alright, ready. Some family members came from Canada and brought some maple syrup, authentic maple syrup. It goes very well with tea. If you've never tried, instead of sugar or whatever else you might put in your tea, maple syrup definitely goes well with it. So while they're visiting here, the maple syrup's almost gone, but it's not like they don't sell maple syrup in my country. They do sell it, but super overpriced, and due to the import fees, I guess, it being kind of far, Canada and all. But yeah, if you've never tried that combo, it's a nice combo. Oh, I forgot that I've got rapid strike, rapid fire. Okay, let's just get rid of everything, sell it when we get to the town, and then see how things go. Sheepstakes, would you recommend to your viewers to buy this before launch? Is it an online game? Can you play with friends? Quan Guild PvP? No PvP, but PvP maybe, just maybe, can come as a mod. If someone from the community for the offline mode can make a multiplayer version that allows people to PvP, maybe. The developers have said before that they tested PvP. During the alpha phase and beta phase they tested PvP, and balancing this game for PvP would require a certain person to have a full-time job, rebalancing, reworking things. This game is definitely not balanced for PvP. You can do millions of damage, but you only have 60, 70, 100,000 HP. Meaning you're gonna get one shot all the time. You're gonna be one-shotting each other a lot. Even with 90% damage reduction, if someone hits for 1-2 million, that's still gonna be 100-200,000 damage, and that's gonna be one shot. So PvP will not be fun unless someone that's not the devs as a mod decides to make it. And now to answer your other questions, you can play with up to 3 other people. They can be your friends or they can be strangers. It doesn't matter, but you can invite people. So if you press P, you can see your Steam friends, and you can see nearby players. Nearby players refers to people that are in the same region. For example, I'm from Europe, so if you are from Europe and go into the game and go into this town, you're probably gonna be in the same seat. By seat, I mean I'm gonna press Ctrl and D, and I'm gonna share my notepad so you can see what I'm referring to. Each time you vote into a zone, you vote into a seat of this zone. So I can be in Travel Point for Europe West, you can be in Travel Point for Australia or for America, and we're not gonna be able to see each other. But if we're both in the same seat, we're gonna see each other, and we're gonna see nearby players here in that screen. So even if you don't know the person, you can invite him. The party limit is 4 people, you and another 3, and this is what I refer to seat. See, I'm in online mode, area seat, imperial outpost, and this is the number of seat. So you can see some other information. This is debug information, and it says region Europe West, and my ping at the time was 80. Let's try my ping now. 78. Alright, probably because I'm streaming. Okay, so this is some information. Let me remove this from the screen. So yeah, you can co-op with others, up to 3 people, and you 4 people total. There is offline mode, and for the offline mode they will enable modding. Modding will be very useful. Okay, boom, level 46. Now I'm gonna try and get certain items. I'm gonna try and get certain items. So let's see. This is a cheat NPC only available on the test server. You cannot get this NPC outside of the test server. And this NPC keeps giving you items. It levels you up to 46, and if you keep clicking on it, it gives you items. I'm gonna just do it for a bit. Just for a little bit to get some gear. It randomly gives you items, and then you can put items in the pet inventory to keep them, to make sure you don't lose those items. Like this one. See, servo blade. I needed this for the build. The servo blade. Perfect. Okay, we need one more Mountain King item. Ideally, helmet and chest would be the things we get, so we can get the set bonus. We got 2 times the Mountain King's hatch. Anything good dropped? Go-on, Cyclone mode damage. That's not for the build I want to play right now, unfortunately. Okay, let's keep a few more minutes here. Let's not say a few more minutes, just a minute. I've got the most important item, the servo blade. I did get that one. Oh shit. I just lost something. Mr. Toasty, might as well keep that one as in the... So this is only available on the test server, and the test server right now, everyone can play on the test server if you've got access to the early access. So if you got the game during its early access, you can go inside. And whether I recommend buying the game, I don't want to say I recommend it, and I don't want to say I don't recommend it, because it's different for every person. I really love it, and I personally would buy it. If I didn't own the game, I would buy it right now. And why would I buy it now instead of after launch? I can save 10 bucks. $10 or €10. The price will go up. After the 13th of October, the price goes up. And if you buy it now, you can play early access, and on the 6th of October is the final wipe. So if you go on the 6th of October after the final wipe, all of your progress will be saved. On the 6th of October is the stress test. So anyone who wants to help stress test the game can log in on the 6th of October after the maintenance, after the patch. Early access gets 1 week head start. So that's one reason why people might want to buy it now instead of on launch. Even if you don't play right now and play after 2 days on the 6th, that's still good reason, because the price goes by $10. So right now it's $29.99. It's gonna go to $39.99, I think, something like that. And there are no auction houses. There is no trading at all. And Thomas is asking, what will you play first on release? On release, I'm gonna play Sharpshooter with Electrode. Infectious. If you look at my build, Electrified Sharpshooter, this is the one I'm gonna play. I'm probably gonna test it with Onslaught. I wanna test Onslaught, how they've changed it. They said they didn't touch it, but they added items that can give you % damage to Onslaught. I wanna see how good can be Onslaught as an electrified proc monster build. Can Onslaught proc Thunderstorm often enough to make it worth using? On paper, what they're saying on paper, you can make Onslaught stronger. It might seem good, but my belief is that if I test it, I'm gonna get disappointed, and it's still gonna be a worthless skill, because the enemies can get away from it easily, and you really need to combine it with Shasta. And even when I used to combine it with Shasta before, it didn't seem to do much damage at all. It didn't seem to hit the enemies the way I want it to. It didn't feel like Rain of Arrows kind of skill in the way they do. But I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt for now and test it on launch and see how it feels. The problem is the game is launching on the 13th, and they're giving the stress test on the 6th, and the early access starts on the 6th. If you want to play, but I can't play on the 6th because on the 6th is Baldur's Gate 3's launch. So that 1 week from the 6th until the 13th, I will be playing and streaming Baldur's Gate 3 early access. And once I'm done with my first Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, it could be a day, it could be 2 days, it could be 3 days. Actually, it can never be 1 day because they said there's 30-something hours of story. Excluding side quests in that one act, and it's only act 1 in the Baldur's Gate 3 early access. So it's probably gonna take me 3 or 4 days to finish it. 3 or 4 days of streaming. But it's still not bad. When I'm done with that, I can do some Torchlight, but for now I've got some time until the 6th to do some Torchlight, and on the 6th I will log in. I will log in for the stress test, but just for a while, and I'm probably not gonna stream that. Okay, I'm trying to get 3 items of the set. I've got gauntlets, I've got shoulders, and I've got hatch, but I really need helmet or chest. I just need them, the helmet or the chest. Come on, game, don't make me... See, it keeps giving me the same thing over and over again. Just one of them, come on, just one. Alright, fuck it, I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother too much. I'm gonna try and get that later. Let's go to my fort. RNG is not my friend. I already wasted a lot of time trying to get certain items. I got the most important, the servo-driven item. And I also got the hatch. I didn't get the Mountain King wheel, and that could be a problem for a fracking strike build, but at least I've got the heat builder, so it's not that bad. So servo blade, do I want to wear it? Maybe I can wear it first, but eventually I'm gonna have to get rid of it. That's not bad. Okay, so let's start by picking this one and picking this one and this one. Now I'm gonna equip this, and I'm gonna equip this, and this, and this. So for cannon, I've got 2 choices. Relic energy generation or chance to freeze. Actually, the chance to freeze only applies to cannon attacks, and I'm not gonna do cannon attacks. So it doesn't matter which one I equip, really doesn't matter. I'm gonna get the one with relic energy generation because it actually works on non-cannon builds. So I'm gonna equip this, and see this blade, I'm gonna do like that. Put it in the legendarium. Maybe like this. And maybe we are good to go. Rapid strike or servo driven. I need points into both of them, so I'm gonna keep the one with more damage for now. So rapid strike, boom, 1 point and 1, 2. Now let's get servo driven maxed out. This damage reduction, I really need it, but I also need points in here. They increased the duration of ice shield. Although it says ice barrier duration, it should say ice shield duration. Or this needs to be renamed to ice barrier instead of ice shield. But yeah, let's see. The duration is now 5 seconds with the 50%. So it was increased from 3 seconds to 4, and with the 50%, no, doesn't make sense. It should have gone to 6. Maybe it's still not increased, but they did say that the duration was increased of the skill. Not sure how it was before the 50%. Before it used to be 3 seconds, and with the 50% I used to get it to 4.5 or something like that. In any case, it did get an increase. How much of an increase, I'm not really sure. And I could probably get Frost Blast just as a spender. We'll see if I'm gonna use it. That's just temporary there. And Sean Caution, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. I hope you enjoy your stay. Where should I spend some points? I'm actually gonna probably save some points. Probably gonna save some points for now. And decide later where to spawn them. And for leveling up the story is not necessary, but you need the story to do endgame. You cannot do this endgame here, the Fazir's dungeon, without completing the story. So power leveling outs, it can be done with maps in Mapworks or in the Fazir dungeon. Someone can take you to some higher level, but it's not real power leveling because you get a little bit more XP if the enemies are 4 or more levels higher than you. So if you're fighting enemies that are 4 levels higher than you, or 40 levels higher than you, you're gonna get the exact same experience from them. So if you're fighting level 60 on a level 10, or if you're fighting level 15 on a level 10, you're gonna get the same XP. It's still faster if someone goes with you in your maps and just obliterates stuff. If a level 60 goes with you in a level 10 map, he's not gonna probably have much of a challenge. he's still gonna have a challenge because his gear from level 60 is getting scaled down to level 12 or 11 on a level 10 map. So they're still gonna have some challenge, but still, he's gonna have, and that person's gonna have all legendary gear most likely, or a proper synergized gear. So it makes sense for them to not have that much resistance and to be stronger, to feel stronger in there. And that's probably better if a high level is going with you in your level maps, or if a high level is going through the story with you and giving you waypoint teleports, so you can quickly grab all the waypoints, and just rushing you through the story probably would be the faster way to boost someone. But you can level up without doing a single quest. It's doable. It's doable, but you're not gonna be able to do the Fazir dungeon right now. The Fazir dungeon unlocks after completing Act 3. If you haven't completed Act 3 on a hero, it's not gonna allow you access to it. Well, I'm kind of out of options. I don't have good items to pick. Maybe I can pick this. Maybe I can pick a Quicksilver. For now, it's better than zero stuff, so... now what I need to do is assign skills to slots. Maybe here we want servo driven. Snowstorm. Actually no, this is for cold front, snowstorm. I can put this there. What am I missing? Fracking strike. I'm not gonna use basic attack. And I think that's it.
Your pet is fleeing.
Oh no. I'm gonna do it differently. I realized I'm used to certain skills. Oh, it has a cooldown. Well, if it has a cooldown, then I need to remove the servo blade. I forgot that this has a cooldown. Okay. Change of plans. For now, actually, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna test it the way it is, without the servo blade. I wanna test how the skill feels without the servo blade, and eventually later test the servo blade. So just put this for now. This one. So this one should be like that. This one should be like this. Here I should have my can't remember how I used to play certain things. This one probably used to be, oh yeah, this is here, and this is here. That should do the trick. And I'm not using that one thing. Yeah, kind of disappointing. I'm not sure if it's because my weapon is bad. Oh, I need to enable the damage numbers. I forgot. I disabled the damage numbers because I was recording some footage yesterday without the HUD enabled. I want to be able to see the damage numbers so I can kind of tell whether it's good or not. I know what damage numbers to expect. Super underpowered versus poison enemies with Plague Bearer. They seem to have buffed up the damage of Plague Bearer. It didn't. It used to do a lot of damage, then they nerfed it, and now it seems like they buffed it again. Either this or my hero is just plain weak. Let's see. Poison defense 1%? Really? Why? Why is my poison defense 1%? Because I should get poison defense. Oh, that's. Never mind, never mind. My poison defense is 25.5%. This one is just the bonus. 25%, pretty bad. But yeah, bad gear right now. Bad gear. Still not a fan of servo-driven uppercut. I know, there's something about this skill that feels wrong. It's probably that it's a single target skill and not an AoE. With the servo blade it probably feels good. And I'm gonna try that now. I'm gonna try a build with the servo blade. Let's try it. %200% increased hit cost. Okay, I have to pay attention to the increased hit cost. No, servo blade and servo-driven uppercut. It still feels like the skill I wouldn't recommend using. Some people might like it. I definitely don't enjoy playing with that skill. Especially with Fracking Strike as a Venter. Fracking Strike as a Venter is good for builds where you're just spamming Fracking Strike, where you're using the Mountain King wheel. If I had the Mountain King wheel, probably I could do it. Servo-driven uppercut and spamming Fracking Strike, and that could be a build on its own. Spamming Fracking Strike, and whenever you're ready, using a servo-driven uppercut. How much is the cost? 36 hit cost with that thing. But then again, you're not gonna have enough hit to use the item, to use the skill with the item. If you're using the Mountain King's wheel, you're not gonna be able to keep up your hit for the servo blade. But I like the skill with the servo blade more than without it. As a main damage dealing source, I'd much rather play with something else, like Cyclone Mode or Rapid Strike. And just have this on a cooldown seems to be the better option. But I like the changes they've done to it. Still doesn't feel like my kind of skill. I'm having problems managing my hit when I'm using that skill. I just have to vent too often. Decide to get that one. Come on, come on. What modifier? Berserker Bond. Okay. Definitely, I definitely can't say I'm enjoying playing with this skill. I'm just. There's too many things to use at the same time. When I try to use this, and then I have to pay attention to this, and then at the same time I have to keep using my skills. It's just too many skills to juggle. Having servo-driven blade in the rotation. Probably the point that it costs 36 hit is the biggest problem for me, having to manage this thing in my rotation. This is my one big problem, the big hit cost for a skill with the cooldown. But again, there's ways to get it to work, I just don't have the items. I don't have the items, and that's why it's not that great for me. It's not bad though, it's not bad. I'm still gonna record some footage of me using this, because it's gonna look cool. Visually it's gonna look cool for that video. So I'm gonna definitely get some footage out of this. I really like the change to the duration of Ice Shield though. And I think the change that they added, I think for Ice Shield they changed it from, was it 25% Ice Shield bonus, or was it, I think that was the change. And Gary, why did you say you're late, by the way? I'm not sure what I know, what you are referring to by being late. You're saying you played Torchlight 2 and really hoping for Torchlight 3. Yeah, Torchlight 3 will definitely have some people who wanna play it. I can tell you the majority of not MMO, the majority of ARPG hack and slash games won't play Torchlight 3, but there will be a certain niche of people who would love it. People like me and people like other members of the Struck Club who have been playing with me and who have shared their experiences with me. It's not gonna have a big player base, but it's gonna have a decent player base. I just hope people give it some time and believe in the game, because the developers really care about it. And yeah, maybe right now it may only have one end game mode, but eventually, if they put their efforts into creating different end game modes, and if they give us a different new end game mode 3, 4, 5 months after launch, and then another one, another 3, 4, 5 months after that. When the game has 3 different types of endgame, I think it will be a very, very good place. Right now, it could feel a little whacking, but for a game that's just launching, it feels good enough. I mean, how many games do you know that launched with more than 1 or 2 types of endgame? How many games had this much polish when it came to fixing certain bugs and glitches and having things be smooth? This one's gonna be difficult. I can't wait for the game to launch. I may not play much in the early access week between the 6th and the 13th due to clashes with the Baldur's Gate 3 launch. But after the 13th, I will be spending some time, probably for the whole week, of just Torchlight 3. But yeah, I'm not a fan when I have to use too many skills. When I have to use too many skills in my skill bar, it becomes too much for me to handle and juggle. So you can see I'm struggling to rotate this build when I add it. I'm normally a fan of having one main damage dealing skill, one venting skill, and the rest being support skills under the form of relic skills and things like sonic pulse and power projection and ramming robot. So having this and this together, it feels kind of difficult for me to play that build. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm playing on ridiculous right now, so with my current shitty items, it's normal for me to be struggling. In fact, I'm gonna do a change. I'm gonna change my gear a little. Toxic dart? Not poison dart? Since when do they refer to it as toxic dart? That's a typo. That's a bug. All right, I'm gonna screenshot it. Just give me a second to. Maybe let me just write it down. I just don't want to forget about this. They might wanna fix this, so you might wanna watch me report this bug if you want to. Okay, let me quickly check the affix. The affix was Duration for Toxic Dart. I'm gonna print screen this. Okay. What's the build number? The build number is 98373. 98373. 373. Alright, I'm ready with the report. It's probably not an important thing, but I'd rather help. Every little bit helps before the launch. I mean, we're playing on the test realm to help them with things like this to get ironed out, to get those bugs squashed. It's not an important bug. Most people would not get confused seeing Toxic Dart and Poison Dart. They would probably realize it's referring to Poison Dart. I'm not sure how it is in other languages with the translations, but I mean, it's not something super serious. Okay, right now I'm gonna change my weapon, and I'm gonna lose 3 skill levels to Rapid Strike, which immediately loses me the 20% brawl skills damage. And how am I doing with the Respectacles? Respectacles, I've got 7. I'm going to remove this because I'm not using it. Anything with bonus skill levels that I can remove? Bonus skill levels. Okay, let's do another map. Do I have a scroll of Wivebound? I really need a scroll of Wivebound. Oh, one more thing. I forgot to put some things. I'm gonna keep the Defender. I'm gonna keep this and this and this for now. I've got enough crit chance. I've got enough crit chance from this. Mega Blaster. See, this still refers to weapon damage instead of cannon damage. This is what I was talking about with Michael in one of the Mayhem Mondays, that they need to change how things like that work. They really need to change those. To use, instead of weapon damage on cannons that refer to a skill that does cannon damage, to refer to cannon damage. So see the Mega Blaster as well, perfect example of something like this. So relic generation. It doesn't matter which one I use. This one gives me plus 3 levels of Ice Shield. Very tempted to switch to it, but for now I need damage. If you guys have any other builds you wanna see, any combinations of class and subclass, shoot them at me. I've got time today, several hours of streaming, and today it's gonna be all about testing things, and anything you wanna see in action, let me know. I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna be doing 3 or 4 maps per hero. I do 3-4 maps on one hero, I exit, I create another hero with different combination relic, and I would let you pick the skills I'm using if you want to. I've got certain things I want to try myself, but I don't mind in between those to use certain builds that you wanna see yourself. So if you wanna see the Dusk Mage on a certain build, if you wanna see the Realm Master, the Sharpshooter, the Forged on a certain build with a certain relic, I've got some extra slots, character slots left. Even if I run out of character slots, I can just create single player characters. So we've got room. We've definitely got room. I've got 11 character slots right now. Soon it's gonna be 12 on the live server when I unlock another one from contracts. And then I've got another 10 character slots on the offline, so we can test a lot of things today. And one of the biggest bugs I found, I'm not sure if all of you were here watching me earlier. When you press F10, this happens. You hide the HUD, and when you hide the HUD, you can't click on items. See, not this one. On items like this, I'm clicking on it. It can't load it. So I'm gonna report this bug later as well. I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only person that has bothered playing with hidden HUD. I can try and make a challenge for my viewers to use those creator points to redeem those creator points on Twitch to make me play with hidden HUD for the duration of a full map. After launch, I can probably add certain things like that to be redeemable for the next map I play. I'm gonna think of different things to add. Actually, I'm gonna order my web camera today. I've already ordered my microphone and my USB interface, and I've already received my microphone arm. It's here. I'm ordering my camera today, and I'm not gonna use my camera until I get my green screen and my lights. Because if I use the web camera without lights, it's gonna look super dark. Super dark. I have to buy the proper white bulbs with the proper warmth or proper coldness of the light. So it's gonna take a while, but hopefully next month everything should be here. The only thing that won't be here probably would be my microphone and microphone interface, because I told them to not deliver the microphone until the interface is ready. And they had stock of the mic, and they had stock of the Behringer mic I wanted to use, but they didn't have stock of the Behringer interface, the 802. I ordered myself a Zenix 802. And they're saying that they're out of stock across all Europe of that one. But I can stream with without my new mic, with my headset mic. It sounds okay. It's actually, I'm really surprised the current headset I'm using for a headset mic. I think it sounds pretty decent. Of course, it's nowhere near a dynamic or a proper other mic, condensed mic, but still, it's still not bad for a headset mic. Although I do think audio is more important than video. As a streamer, I think many of you might be watching me from a tablet or on the PC in the background while doing something else, or on a second monitor, and mostly listening. So I really wanted to get those microphone things delivered before the camera and the other stuff. But I'm gonna think, the main point why I started talking about this is I was talking about creator points on Twitch and things I wanna do with those creator points. Right now I'm pretty limited in regards to ideas what I can do with creator points outside of certain things like making my game more difficult and things like that. And with the camera in store, with the camera in place, I would be able to do certain things on cam with it, such as for example, my pet normally sleeps behind me. You would be able to see my pet in the background when he's sleeping in his place on his tree. So there could be some pet related stuff, there could be some stuff. Don't expect me to do some dubbing, anything but dubbing, but I'm gonna be open to suggestions when my setup's ready. But yeah, I'm starting to get used to this build. I think it was all about having more damage. Now, I think I got a Wifebound Scroll, so let's put that into the mix and see how it will feel with that scroll. Oh no, that's a Respectacle, not a Wifebound Scroll. What's happening? Suddenly the game is not dropping Wifebound Scrolls. I'm not sure what, but they might have done something to the drop rates of those scrolls. I used to get shit tons of scrolls. I used to get so many scrolls that I didn't need. I ended up selling them to the NPC. Maybe they felt like those 5-bound scrolls should be something special and nerf the drop rates. Thomas is saying, do you know what time on the 6th is the last wipe and we can play the game? I would say if you're from United Kingdom, you can probably expect 7, 8 or 9 in the evening. See, normally they do patches around 10, 11, 12 AM Pacific time. But they're saying that it could be around noon Pacific time. So noon Pacific time, let's say 12 Pacific time should be in the UK. What would that be? 8? Is it 8? I think it's 8 maybe. I think it's 8-hour difference. Because normally when their streams, when their Fun Day streams start, the Fun Day streams start at 7 UK time, which is 11 Pacific. So I think you can expect this around 8 or 9 in the evening UK time on the 6th. Germany time 1 hour ahead. So just add whatever whatever your time difference is, add it to the UK time, because I don't know who's from where. But yeah, I don't have an exact time, but they did mention that it could be noonish, and that they normally do it around 10, 11 AM with the patching. But since it's gonna involve a maybe longer maintenance with the wiping and everything, keep that in mind. Come on game, drop me a scroll of Wifebound. I really need that scroll. So yeah, even if we don't know the exact time, it's pretty safe bet to say around the time I just said is where you can expect it. You work too early and you think you're not gonna play much on 6th. Well, you can always play on the next day. I mean, the stress test will be for 24 hours. So the stress test, they know that there's people from different countries, different time zones. So if you want to help them with the stress testing, you're gonna have 24 hours of stress test. From the 6th until the 7th. So I think until 11 AM on the 7th Pacific time. So if it starts at 11 or 12, you're gonna have 24 or 23 hours to stress test it. Which is decent amount of time. I mean, this game already did a lot of stress testing on day 1 of alpha. And yet knowing that it's gonna be a launch, not day 1 of alpha, day 1 of early access. On day 1 of early access, they had some problems with the servers not handling all the connections and all of it, and they did a lot of changes to the netcode in the first 2 weeks of early access. And I'm not expecting huge vote. I'm not expecting huge changes and a huge vote. But there's definitely some things to be expected, and most likely there's gonna be a few thousand, 2,500 people, maybe 3,000 people is a realistic expectation. But again, the thing is, with early access, many people kind of tested the game, and many of those people probably won't be returning to the game. But I know there's a lot of people on PC, and I'm only talking PC Steam numbers. I'm not talking console and Switch and stuff, because they're getting the game on the 13th. PlayStation and Xbox, and for Switch we don't know an exact date. My guess is Switch is getting the game probably 2-3 weeks later than everyone. Let's say around the end of the month is probably a reasonable expected time for the Switch, because they're saying soon, and soon could be any time within 1-2 weeks from now until a month, but I don't think they're gonna make Switch wait for more than a month after the 13th. But yeah, I'm assuming 2,000-3,000 people on Steam is realistic expectations, judging by the numbers we had on day 1 of early access. I know there's a lot of people who didn't want to play early access because they don't like wipes and they don't like losing progress. So there's gonna be a bunch of people like that who are joining nowadays. Oh wow, I don't have any potions left. Shit, I'm gonna die. Yet again, my biggest problem in the game, the potion system. It's just bad. It's a bad system. Having potions as drops. I'd much rather have the potion on a cooldown, even if the cooldown is longer. I'd much rather have a system where I don't have to get potions as drops or buy them from the shop, but just have different types of potions as a skill, potion skill, that I can just switch between one type and the other based on the content I'm doing, and just have a fixed cooldown. They increase the cooldown on the potion, which I understand. Increasing the cooldown on the potion is not bad. It wasn't a big increase from 5 seconds to 6 seconds, and you can still decrease it with affixes. But I still think the potions shouldn't be an item you find as a drop and keep in a consumable inventory. That way they can increase the consumable inventory. If they remove the potions from the game as a consumable item, they can add another row of items. So you can see here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. We can have the same 1, 2, 3, 4 rows of consumables, and the potion can just be a skill. You can press S and you can click here and get the same interface as you do with other skills, but with potions, and just unlock the potions as you complete quests in the different acts. That way they can implement more than just 3 types of potions. And it could be super nice. I think it could be a super nice system if they make it like that. To give us various types, maybe 2 potion types for each act. You start with the basic potion in Act 1, then you unlock another potion in Act 1 that maybe heals less, but maybe gives you burning resistance, or maybe cures burning if you're burning right now. Things like that for the game would be pretty nice. I wouldn't mind something like that. Alright, should I do one more map? The boss fight? And then test a different build. And then each act unlocking 2 potions would be, from quests would be nice. From Act 2 and Act 3 to get 2 more potions each. And in fact they could even add something into the contract system. They could add some potions there as well as a one-shot unlock. There's many ways how this game can be improved. The developers would be looking for quality of life suggestions from us after launch. So on Note, everyone can send suggestions. And I wouldn't say there's best relics for each class, because each class has different builds. You can play Bane with a summoner build on 3 out of 4 classes. And for a summoner build, Bane is the best. But not every class is just a summoner. The mage is not just a summoner. It can be holy build, it can be unholy build, it can be a hybrid, and it's suggested to have one of each. With the mage, you can be focusing on skills with long cooldowns, or you can be focusing on casting speed and spamming skills with reduced mana cost. So I won't say there's a best relic for every class. Every relic can be good with the right items. So it's not about best relic for every class, it's about the best items for the relic and class you've picked. So if you're using certain skills with certain relic, they synergize well. Obviously, Spirit Well, the Train skills, the Ancestral skills, the Goblins, Shasta, all of those summons are good with the Bane. If you want to play with the Electrode and you're stacking Thunder Strikes, you're gonna want something that does a lot of hits per second, fast hits per second, rapid strike, rapid fire, cyclone mode. The trains could also do that. Things like targeted strikes, very good for Electrode. Things like what's its name? Unholy Bolt, Holy Bolt, Absolver. What else? Entropy. And those are good for Electrode. If you're going for Thunder Strikes build, but if you're not going for Thunder Strike build and you're going for something else where you're focusing on other things, such as Conjure Electrode. Actually, Conjure Electrode is very nice for basic attack builds too. Very nice for basic attack builds as well. I mean, there's different ways to play a class. You can play it with skill tree number 1. In this case ranged, or you can play it with skill tree number 2 as the centerpiece, or you can play it with the relic as the centerpiece and the others just being there for support. Like if you put a lot of points into Energizer and then you level up this one, you get 10% and another 25% relic energy charge rate. And you can find items with relic energy charge rate, and you can just spam Frost Blast or spam Ice Golem. And focus on that if you want, or you can do a basic attack build with this passive. So again, it's not about best relic for each class, but trying to find the best synergies for the skills you want to use. Every skill has some sort of nice synergy with certain items. So if you look at the Legendarium and you check the class specific skills, you're gonna see certain items are meant to be used with certain skills. Mega Blaster with Rapid Fire, Servo Blade with the Servo Uppercut. Rapid Fire also goes well with the Extra Repeater. Then you have Ice Golem synergy with Arc Power Threats, Poison Dart synergy, Rapid Strike synergy. Then you've got synergy with Frost Blast, casting Sonic Pulse automatically, which is pretty decent. That means you can get rid of Sonic Pulse from your skill bar and put another skill there. This one is good with Fracking Strike, and it's also good with what's its name, Furnace Blast. So you're casting Furnace Blast or Fracking Strike, and then you get 50 hit back with the set bonus, or 25 hit without the set bonus. This obvious synergy with Coal Launch, obvious synergy with Ramming Robot. So you obviously have some synergies that you might want to use with your skills. And you try to you have to kind of try and find that synergy and combine things. You have to combine things. But I really love Electrode. It's one of my favorite relics for my favorite types of builds, the proc monster builds, where I'm stacking
You can't cast that spell here. Look.
fast hits per second. I just love builds like that, and the Electrode is one of the best for that. Flaming Destroyer is also good for proc monster builds, because it also has some decent procs. But I still think Electrode is the best for proc monster builds. Builds that are using skills that do a lot of hits per second. Hopefully this kind of clears out something. So let's do another map. Let's do that boss fight. And then try another build. I can try that Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage. Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage with Unholy Bolt and Entropy. I can try that build. But if I use Unholy Bolt, how am I gonna get my light skill bar up? Maybe I can use Holy Fury. Holy Fury for the light bar, maybe. Unholy Bolt for the dark bar, and Entropy is just a cooldown. This is very bad. Both choices are terrible. I think Bro is a little bit more risky. Chances of me dying on Bro are much higher in between the phases where she's shooting arrows. It's hard to figure out where to stay, where the safe zone is. Alright, let's see here. See, this boss is a very nasty counter to melee builds. I'm trying to play it as a ranged, mid-ranged build, and I'm just not that type of build. I'm a melee build. And this boss is... it can melt you. If you're not careful, it can kill you within a very short time. Alright, I have to wait. I have to wait for this one. Once he's down, he's gonna do the grenades. Let's wait for him to throw the 3 grenades. Come on, throw the grenades. Save fire in the hole. Okay, now I can go in DPS. Alright, let's try and repeat. Alright, let's wait now again. Let's do this. Cold Front's ready, so I can use Cold Front once he's down. Okay, and he's down. He's not doing the grenades, pretty weird. Okay, there they are. He's standing, look at that, he's just standing in the AoE fields. I can go close. Okay.
You can't do that.
Where is he? No, no. Almost died there. kind of overdid it with the standing too close to him. Almost died. Alright, got it. Okay, next I'm switching to Dusk Mage. I want a specific build because it would look good visually in that video. I want that Molten Reach item. This will be in the one item I really want on the Dusk Mage would be the Molten Reach. To make Entropy shoot twice the projectiles. Three skill levels to Furnace Blast. Alright, let's switch. I'm gonna switch my heroes and I'm gonna quickly take a break to take a leak because all that tea makes me wanna pee. So yeah, let me just quickly create the hero and then do like a minute AFK or so. But yeah, after this hero, after I do those first 3 maps of the Fazir dungeon, I'm open to suggestions what the next one will be. If you have some ideas, share them. Should we make him look like the Joker? This face, he kind of looks like the Joker in the hair right now, in the face. Definitely Joker-like face. Okay, what should I call him? Should I try a basic attack build? Oh, I should try the basic attack Flaming Destroyer build later on one hero. Okay, I think I'm ready with that. Oh wait, let me check the bonuses. So gear work 20% on ridiculous. That's actually pretty nice. I'm glad they returned that bonus. It definitely looks nice when you're changing the difficulty and you're seeing things, but I need more transparency. There are still things that they're not telling people when they select difficulty, and that's the fame drops. You get 3 times more fame drops on ridiculous compared to the lowest difficulty, which is practice. And people don't know that. And if people don't know that, they might say, alright, ridiculous doesn't seem like something I really want. It doesn't seem like it's really rewarding. But the fame drops means 3 times more legendaries. 3 times more fame equates to 3 times more legendary items. Okay, so give me a minute or two. Just need to go take a piss and put on a hoodie because it's getting a little bit cold here. So if you're on Twitch, I can start an ad break. If you're on YouTube, you're gonna have to watch this screen. So be right back in a moment. I'm gonna feed my pet as well. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So now this here. So let's level this one up with the cheat NPC. Let's gear it up. I just really care about one item. I only care about one item, and that's gonna be the Molten Reach. Because I just need it. If I can get it now, I'm gonna get it out off stream later. But I do want it for that video that I showed earlier that I'm working on. They slightly nerfed Dark Spears, but it's still fine. We don't use Dark Spears for damage, only in the first few levels. After the first few levels, Dark Spears becomes a skill that I mostly use for crowd control. And to proc stuff, each hit can proc. I can try and... I'm gonna be making this build a proc monster, the fire proc monster build. That's why entropy would be crucial. It's gonna be different than my pyromancer build because, well, it's gonna be using unholy bolt instead of the holy bolt plus arc of light or absolver. And it's gonna be using probably holy fury or radiant blast. I could actually use radiant blast to build my light skill, the light skills bar. I could maybe even use consecration for a change. Oh, and the best thing is the mana cost of damnation at tier 3 is removed, which is great because damnation with no mana cost is amazing for one reason, and that reason is not only are you not using mana, but you're also winning mana. And yes, it's 8 seconds duration, and when you max it out you get more duration, and the enemies do less damage when they're in damnation. And also every enemy affected by damnation, every second when you hit it, that's 5% mana. So that's 5% mana per second for 10 or 12 seconds or whatever the duration is when it's maxed out.
Thanks for your help, recruit.
Which is definitely a great combo. So maybe I can make a build like that now.
No matter. Answers can wait. The wounded need help, and the dead need peace. I need you to take the fallen soldiers' swords to heal.
Should I go defender or crit chance?
Hurry back once you're finished. We're just getting started.
Alright, let's go to the cheat NPC. By the way, what's that thing? Why is my hand glowing? Is it the focus item? The musty old mushroom? Must be. Oh, I'm loving this. And now this one is with fire, okay. Okay, cheat NPC, off we go. I'm gonna sell my current items. Actually, so happy that on the test server they're allowing us to use the cheat NPC. It really helps when testing things.
Potions for you? Potions for your little friend? See you next time. Oh yes, potions. I've got those. Oh, I'll be seeing you soon.
Let's go level up now. The naked desk mage.
You have leveled up the quest.
Not bad, but not what I need. Okay, so I do this now. So I can just click and the NPC is right underneath my cursor. Alright, Molten Reach. Did we get a Molten Reach? Let's check. Arc of Light, Vitality Extractor. Well, as long as it keeps giving me different items and not repeating the same one over and over again, we're probably gonna get it. Oh, celestial item, 1. Can we get 2 more celestial items? Oh, arc powered shoulders, perfect. And this I really like on proc monster builds. Token of Invigoration, I also like that one. Poison. Poison. Block crit chance. Pet damage crit chance. Trying to make room. So we got King Snaggletooth as well. Let's keep trying. Come on, give me that item. I know you wanna give me that item, game. Okay, second celestial item, perfect. Oh, and the cuirass, nice. So we're just missing the helmet now. Oh, the gauntlets would be nice as well, but even if we don't get them, it's fine. Cave Breaker 1, Cave Breaker 2. Let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. Cool down. Okay. Let's get rid of this one. Actually, I'm gonna keep both of them. I don't know which one I'm gonna need. It seems to give me the legendary items mostly in that second, in the pet page. So maybe going to the fort and leaving some items there would be a better option, and returning for some more gambling. I'm actually gonna do that now.
You can't do that here.
I wish I could send the pet to leave items in the storage, in the shared stash. Would save me some loading screen time. I really want that item because visually this build would look so cool. So cool with the entropy and with all the fireballs that entropy is triggering. Okay, so mage number 3, let's say. Anything else worth keeping? I think we're good.
You can't cast that here.
Let's go back. Hopefully I don't need to stay too long. I don't want to stay too long. If it doesn't drop the item in a few more tries, I'm just gonna leave it be and try and get that item later. You can still roll for items in this cheat NPC even at level 60. You're just gonna be getting level 46 items at level 60. But you can still do it. You can still talk to him and roll for gear. Let's see, what did he give me? And this NPC, don't get confused if you're new to the game. This is only available on the test servers to help people test things. We got 2 very important items. Oh, Ebon Grasp, but no Molten Reach. I got every single other good item for other builds, just not the Molten Reach. Well, we're getting some progress done. Actually, Arc Powered Pants is also something great. We got the mask, we got the gauntlets, and it's additional bolts fired on shock gauntlets, and I was thinking of stacking shock bolts on this build as well. Well, we got the full celestial set. I'm gonna have to delete some stuff. I probably shouldn't have deleted this. It would have been a very good synergy item for basic attack builds with this relic. Let me check something. Shadow step. Yeah, I don't need this one. Cloak of Flames duration, pretty amazing. Okay, let's keep trying. Come on, game. Few more tries. Once my inventory there is full with legendary stuff, I'm stopping. With useful legendary stuff. Crit damage gearwork, perfect. Crit damage defense gearwork. I don't need the HP one. Actually, I can use this. Duration for consecration or shock bolts. This is 14 evasion. 14 evasion is a what? And the cap is 40. So that's like almost half of the cap from a single item. Oh. Look at this, 9 skill points on a single item. But all the damage is missing. All the damage is missing, and I'm not sure how reliable and good that would be. But in the early levels, something like that would be amazing. Alright, let's keep it. So you can get up to 9 skill points on a single item. That is an amazing change. Oh, we got Arc of Light as well. No, I mean Brilliant Herald. I'm gonna get rid of this. No, actually, let's keep it. A bit more. The game obviously doesn't want to give me that one item. Basic attacks built on a mage might be fun. With the Digitus being a mid-ranged basic attack. Come on. Well, I'm gonna give up. It obviously doesn't want to give me the one item I want. It gave me almost every single Dusk Mage specific item, just not the one I want. What are the odds? What are the odds of getting... I think I got from 11 items. I'm gonna count them. From all Disc Mage only items, how many did I get? So, Disc Mage only items. Let's see. Arc of Light we've got. Brilliant Herald we've got. We've got this, we've got this, we've got this, and this, and this, and this. So from 16 items, I only didn't get the Blast Butt, and the Moat and Reach, and the Power Conduit, and Soul Flask. Alright, it's more than one. I didn't get like 5 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 16. 5 out of 16 items. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items I couldn't get. And I really only cared about one of those items. Alright, let's first equip items. I wanna see which one's better. This one is crit damage and gear work. This one is crit damage and gear work. 30.8, 8.1, 30.2, 6.8, 1700, 3.6, 1700, It's a tough call, but let's use this one. It's got a little bit more defense. Boots. Crit damage 37. Crit damage 33. Anti-evasion. Duration for Cloak of Flames. I'm gonna go for those. Shoulders. Relic energy cost versus relic energy cost and block chance. This one's more defense and electric defense. I mean, do I really need this block chance? Block chance could go well because the Flaming Destroyer has a lot of evasion. Actually gonna take I'm gonna take them both and switch between them. Soul Flask would have been also a nice one. So gauntlets, I will keep the consecration ones. Actually no, fuck it, I have a lot of evasion. I'm gonna keep those ones here. The tactic skill. I'm gonna keep this one. Invigoration. And I think we are good to go now. Let's start equipping stuff. Probably gonna use this for now. This is actually a very good synergy. It gives me levels to energy spike on the energy spike synergy item. What am I missing? Maybe an offhand and arc powered shoulder. And yeah, we're almost ready. I know it's a little bit boring what I'm doing right now, setting the build up. But it's only once per hero that you do this. Let's go here and put some items in there.
Your pet has returned.
So should I get arc powered pants in my legendarium and wear the other one for now until I get a good one? I'm gonna do it. I'm wearing arc powered shoulders, right? Yes. So all I need to do now is maybe White Vault Cave Breaker. See how that works. Now, as I said, I want entropy maxed out. And I want Unholy Bolt maxed out this time. I want the mana regeneration here. Should I try maxing out Damnation? Now this is the question. I normally use Dark Spears. I'm probably not gonna use it this time on my skill bar. I need Energy Spike not to use it, just... oh. Put more points than I needed to. I need the Harmonic Form duration, that's all I need there. And now the question is Holy Fury or Radiant Blast. For my light skill build up. This one's probably better. I'm gonna have 1 point in each. White skills damage, now relic time. I'm not gonna use the pure this time around. So now, escape mechanic spacebar. Here probably Nimble Flames. Or maybe let's have Radiant Blast here, let's have Holy Fury here. What am I missing? I'm not gonna use this. And I'm not gonna use this. So that's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm not using Dark Spears, but I'm gonna get it for the cooldown reduction later. This one for now is not a cooldown skill, which means I can probably... This one is already a cooldown skill, okay. I'm not gonna use this skill, so I'm gonna keep it just for the extra points, because it gave me extra skill points, and eventually get rid of it. One more skill point and I can get rid of this item. Let's do it. Let's go extreme close-up this time. But yeah, the one item I wanted I couldn't get. And this cheater NPC is actually a very good representation of how bad the RNG can be sometimes. It is just a drop generator, a wood generator, that's what it is. Right, I'm gonna have to figure out the best rotation for this build. Actually, it's been very long time since I've played an unholy build. I mean unholy boat build. So it's not bad to for change play an unholy boat build. I'm not seeing the fireballs often, so I probably need chance to burn. I need some sort of chance to burn. I'm wondering if things like the White Bolt Cave Breaker proc can trigger chance to burn. I know that the White Bolt Cave Breaker cannot trigger other procs, such as the Firestorm, but it should be able to trigger chance to burn, because it's still doing a hit, so on hit things should be triggered by it. And there we go, the chance to burn from this, and we immediately start getting all the procs falling into place. So this is still a proc monster build, just not as good of a proc monster build you can get on an electrode. And entropy, of course, is one of the best thing for such builds on the Dusk Mage. It just has so many hits per second, and with the Molten Reach it's twice the hits per second. Wait, did I just see right and consume 2 White Spear charges for a single cast? So they still haven't fixed. Why did they archive my ticket if this is not completely fixed? Maybe it's fixed on a version that's not this one. Because the other day I saw a notification on my email that my ticket about charge skills being broken has been closed. But I think I just saw, not now but earlier, White Spear consuming 2 charges instead of 1. I'm gonna have to keep paying attention to it now. I'm gonna wait for it to recharge all 2 charges and test it. Let's see it now. Cast 1, cast 2. One can get a lot of evasion from this setup. From any setup with the Flaming Destroyer, you get a lot of evasion. Alright, let's try and burst it. So with this build, entropy would be on an 8-second cooldown. 7.2 if you have the cooldown reduction from Dark Spear tier 2. Of course, Dark Spears tier 2 I don't have right now, and of course I don't have the Molten Reach to make entropy an 8 skill cooldown, 8-second cooldown skill. So right now if I want to I can spam entropy, but ideally with that build when it's ready you would want to spam Unholy Bolt. You would probably want to use Radiant Blast, and whenever you need to fill up the bar and the light bar you can use Holy Fury for beaming one-on-one. I still think spamming Unholy Bolt even on one-on-one seems to do more damage than Holy Fury, but Holy Fury is not maxed out and my Unholy Bolt is maxed out, so it makes sense for the damage to be different. Similar to my Pyromancer, yet it could feel different. First of all, I'm not using the Flaming Pillar here. Look at that, I can slow this guy. I'm slowing him with 50% movement speed, but it's as if it's never affecting him. He's super quick. I kept telling them that those enemies are super fast and overpowered fast. I mean, yeah, it's easy to kite them with certain classes, but imagine getting swarmed up with 5 or 6 of those. On a melee build, and you just kind of need to go away, otherwise you're getting wrecked. You have to kite them. And on Ridiculous, every enemy gets, what is it, 50% movement speed bonus or something like that. Some enemies, like the drones, the soldiers in the Hivit, and those brutes, are too fast movement speed. Attack speed wise they're fine. But the movement speed, I mean, there's no running away from those enemies. And they hit hard, so you actually want to avoid enemies. It makes no sense for an enemy that hits super hard to be super quick. Tanky, bulky enemy. Normally tanky, bulky enemies are slow and you can dodge them. You can kite them. See, like this shaman can do a lot of damage with its attack, with the big projectile. So does the lightning shaman with its shock bolt. It can do a lot of damage, but you can see it and you can move away from it. Maybe a little bit harder to move away from the shock bolt from the shock shaman, but the fireball from the fire shaman, it's traveling slow, so you can avoid it. Alright, I'm not seeing the bug anymore. I might have seen incorrectly earlier, but I've tried multiple times to replicate Light Spear consuming more than one charge, and I don't think it's happening. Maybe I mispressed the button twice earlier, and but I don't remember hearing the sound twice, and I don't remember seeing the spear twice then.
That spell can't be cast.
You are wounded.
Taking a lot of damage from somewhere. See those fire hazards, another thing that's kind of still overpowered. Spiders, whether it's automaton spiders or regular spiders, with poison and fire and lightning hazards, those hazards, this one, those are super overpowered if you stand on top of them. And sometimes you might get 2-3 same at the same time hitting you and making a hazard underneath you. And you may not even have time to react. Of course, you can try and prevent that from happening by constantly moving. But the game doesn't allow you to constantly move because you need to stand in one place to cast skills. You have to cast, move. But see, most skills on the Dusk Mage are channeled. This is channeled skill. This is kind of, you have to cast it and then move away, but you can channel it if you have enough mana. This is channeled. This one is probably one of the few skills that you still stop. You still have to stop. You can't move and cast the skill like while you're moving. See, he still stops moving to cast it. The only thing I can cast while moving is Shadow Step, but even with that skill, he stops for a second to do the animation. Not second, but for a split part of the second. Let's see about this one. Again, stops. This one I can cast while moving. This one, the Nimble Flames, I think I can cast it while moving. But not when it's on this skill point, on this skill bar place. I wish the game had more skills we can cast while moving. See, this one would have been perfect for a skill to cast while moving, because it's a charged skill.
You can't use that skill.
And then all that movement speed change wouldn't be bad. Right now they're saying that the reasoning behind increasing movement speed of the enemies on certain difficulties to counter kiting builds. But you're countering kiting builds already by making you stop to cast a spell. Because if you're moving, you're not doing damage. So that's good enough of a counter for kiting builds, because you can't do damage while moving. It would make sense to give the enemies extra 50% movement speed on Ridiculous to counter kiting builds if I could cast all my skills while moving. Again, certain things that the developers do make sense on paper, but when you try them in-game, when you play those, it feels kind of underpowered, underwhelming, and it feels like not a fun mechanic. Especially that extra movement speed to the enemies on Ridiculous. Oh, did it just happen again? Light Spear consuming 2 charges? Or did I cast it twice? And now it's not letting me cast it? Okay, it let me cast it. Maybe it was still in cooldown or something. But yeah, when it comes to testing stuff and getting the real data rather than the on-paper data, I've done a lot of testing and I'm gonna keep doing a lot of testing to the things I haven't tested yet.
You can't use that skill.
But Unholy Bolt definitely feels great now with the way they changed its damage. Before it felt a little bit underwhelming. I only wish one thing for Unholy Bolt, that every projectile would do the damage separately. But at least it does a lot of damage, so even if every projectile doesn't do the damage over here, it's fair enough. I wanna try it with this thing, with the what's it called, soul flask. I wanna try it with the soul flask. The thing is, it says increase the number of Unholy Bolt projectiles to 5. And I think I'm already at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I'm at 6. So how does this work? I think it works in such a way where it changes it from 3 to 5. And then with the tier 2 bonus, I get 7. But why am I at 6 now? If it's 3 plus 2... Oh, tier 1 is 1 more bolt. Okay. 1 more bolt to each cast. So I'm at 6. So you can get... You can probably get 8 bolts. 8 total bolts, I think, is what you can get. Okay, I can change my weapon now. And that's how I think it works. It says it changes the number to 5 instead of it gives extra. I think they need to reward it. I think they need to reward so fast that it gives you extra 2 bolts on cast when you have that item equipped or in the legendarium. Because it could be confusing, because right now I already have more than 5 bolts, and if I equip the item and it brings me back to 5 from 6, it just makes no sense. But I think the way it works is just it gives you 2 extra bolts from 3 to 5 if you don't have the tier 1 and tier 3 bonuses, but they definitely need to reward it. In fact, let's go report this as a suggestion. It's gonna be nice if they do this little change of the rewarding. It's not gonna take them much, it probably takes like a minute to just change the description. 1.0 for early access people comes on Tuesday. Tuesday around noon Pacific, and welcome back Zericus. So let's quickly report this. Let me quickly check the description and then I'm gonna go and report it on Note. As a suggestion to change it, because it just worded in a very confusing way. Um, So what does the skill say? Adds 2 more boats to each cast. I think that's pretty reasonable. Okay, the build number 98373. To avoid confusion, I think many people might get confused by this. Because I think if you have the tier 1 bonus, if you have the tier 1 bonus of the skill, you're already at 4 projectiles. And if you have this item, you're gonna end up with 6, not 5. And someone might say, oh, this is gonna make it 5. No, it's only gonna give me 1 extra projectile, is it worth it? But it's gonna give you 2. At least that's how I think it works. Last I tested it, I think I could get it to do 8 projectiles, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, Zedicus, there's a lot to be excited about this game launching. The clock is ticking. I'm not gonna be playing the game on launch. I'm actually gonna play it on the real launch on the 13th, because well, there's Baldur's Gate 3 crashing. The Baldur's Gate 3 early access starts on the 6th, unless they postpone it again. But I'm hoping they don't change the launch date on either of the games. I'm just gonna start in the regular launch date for Torchlight 3 on the 13th, and on the week of the 6th I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3 for my first playthrough, which probably would take me 3 or 4 days to complete Act 1 and every single side quest of Act 1. Okay, we're ready to go for the next map. Oh wait, I forgot something. I need blue weapons. Oh, and when did I run out of potions? Should I go buy potions? I'm gonna die if I don't. Yeah, by the way, if anyone wants me to test a specific hero and relic as a combination, tell me. Tell me, today I'm all about checking out certain weird combos. If you want a certain build tested, for example, let's say you don't have the game yet, and you want to check a certain build if it works, if it's nice, and you want me to test it for you before you buy the game, I can do that. Backseat gaming is encouraged today. You want me to play this hero with this relic, with that skill and that skill, that you're wondering if it's a good one, or you're wondering how to build those ones. I can try and make a build and give you some hints how to build such a combination. I'm gonna be doing 2, 3, 4 maps on each hero, depending on what I get. They apparently debuffed Angered Ancestors, so let's see how much of a debuff they're talking about. How much damage Angered Ancestors does with its AoE now. And Medi MSS says, what are your thoughts about the game? Do you think it's as good as Torchlight 2? Well, this is completely personal opinion, but I think it's better than Torchlight 2 if you don't count the mods. But many people think exactly the opposite. Many people like the skill system in Torchlight 2 more. I like the skill system in this game more than the one in Torchlight 2. I think Torchlight 3 has much more freedom in the skill system. I really like the relic subclass system as well. And there's things that I never liked in Torchlight 2, such as the enchanting system felt too much RNG. It was, will it work, will it not work, am I gonna fail? Whereas in this game the enchanting system is just you getting an affix from a set of recipes and then just keep re-rolling until you get the one you want. But I still think the current enchanting system needs some changes. And maybe not the enchanting system itself, but a system that allows us to change the affixes that I call them middle affixes. I'm not sure if there's an official term. Built-in, innate affixes, the affixes that an item comes with that are not on the socket. So whatever you call them, I call them middle affixes. Because an item comes with an affix at the top, which is damage, defense, etc. based on the item. In this case it's physical damage. And then in the middle you have another 1, 2, 3 or 4 affixes. In this case with this weapon it's chance to burn, crit chance, skill level to shadow step. So those are what I'm referring to middle affixes. I think we need a system that lets us change those. Similar to how Chronicon is doing it, how Diablo 3 is doing it, and how other games are doing it. Get items, turn the items into materials, or just get the materials, and then use those materials to change one affix or all affixes. If they make it one at a time, it's nice. If they add another option to change all of them, if you're unhappy with either, that's also gonna be nice. And we need more ways to spend our essence. Right now the only thing we can use essence for is enchanting. And eventually when you spend enough time playing the game, you're gonna have much more essence than you need. And it's just gonna be standing there gathering dust. So if we get a system like that post-launch, I would be very happy as a quality of life change. Of course, I'd much rather see the developers focus on making new content instead of working on this. If it was one or the other, I would always pick new content over a system like this one as a priority. Let's say they have to pick, do we work on more endgame modes or do we work on a system like this? I would always vote for working on new endgame content, because the game really needs it. I would say it's probably the most important thing right now for this game, to get more endgame content. Because just this Fazir dungeon, it's not a bad endgame, but it's not my kind of endgame, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of people who are also not gonna enjoy it that much and would want something different. And this is where I think the game needs to kind of improve. I think the main focus after launch should be to add 1 or 2 more endgame modes that are completely different, that are not straight up mapping, rifting like the Fazir dungeon and Mapworks, but something vastly different as an experience. But I think the game is really good in certain aspects, in certain ways. The endgame might be the weak link, but this can always be changed. They can always add more endgame modes with enough time and support from the fans. I mean, how many games launched as polished as this game is? How many games launched with more than one endgame mode on launch? And that is completely different, because this one has actually 2 endgame modes if you count Mapworks as endgame. I don't count them as endgame, but they're super similar. One of them is just a version of the other thing on steroids. So Mapworks, let's say Mapworks is the basic mapping, and then Fazirs is like Mapworks on steroids, but they're basically the same thing. Just the one difference is the different affixes and not being able to resurrect in this one, and losing progress if you die on this one, versus not losing progress on Mapworks. but if they keep adding endgame, this game can be very fun. Especially with the build variety. The build variety is probably one of the biggest pulling points in this game. You can make a lot of weird and fun builds.
You can't cast that here.
I need potions, man. I'm running out of potions so much. I know about Wilson being broken. It's one of my biggest disappointments this year, Wilson. I mean, I'm a supporter from the very early access days on Steam with Wilson when it was called Umbra. As soon as Wilson launched on Steam as early access, I got it, and I was very disappointed when they decided to shift their vision from what they envisioned in the alpha, which was very fun. It was an open world which you can explore and travel freely, to that mobile design where you cannot go back to the zones you've done in the main story in the end game. But Wilson's biggest problem was the management. Someone in the management decided it's gonna be a good idea to launch the game with 2 acts that were never tested. 16 out of 40 total skills that were never tested. What else? What else was never tested? The third passive skill tree row. Out of 3 passive skill tree rows, 2 were tested, the third one wasn't. The third skill tree ring. So you can't launch a game with that much untested footage, untested content, and expect it to do well and not be buggy and glitchy. Torchlight 3 is doing exactly the opposite. Even when we're playing an early access version, they're making a test server, test realm, with a cheat NPC that lets me skip through the levels and boost my hero to level 46 and get some items, just so I can help them test changes to abilities, to items. I mean, who does that? Who else does that on an early access game, making test servers? So not only are you actually playing a test, but you're playing a test of a test. I mean, that's exactly the opposite of what Wilson's devs are doing. So kudos to Extra Games for wanting their game to launch with as much bug fixing and polish as possible, to not launch another broken game like Wilson, for example, did. And they really do care. They really do care about their game. I'm not saying that Wilson's devs don't care about their game, but someone out there was making bad decisions and rushed the game. It would have been much better if they launched with all that stuff being available on a test server, and just launch with the beta content if the other content was not ready. Wilson had a lot of time, yes, they had a lot of time, but again, they had to rework the game from scratch. They scrapped the whole progress of the alpha, made a new alpha. Wilson called the new alpha beta, even though it was still an alpha technically. In fact, in the first version of the beta, it had less content than the alpha, which they scrapped. And again, their biggest mistake was just releasing with too much untested things. It was kind of beyond my reasoning how anyone would think launching a game with that much untested stuff would be fine. Even if they gave the players 2-3 weeks of testing Wilson 1.0 before launch on a test server or a private test server, it would have saved them a lot of headaches. And if they made a stress test day, even 1 or 2 days of stress testing would have been better than Wolsen's launch. And the balancing, don't get me started on the balancing and the broken things in Wolsen. With this game, I think currently balance-wise, it could still use some more, but it's in an okay state. It's in a state that with every class I can find myself a build that I can do endgame with. It may not be meta build, I may not finish all 251 stages of the Fazir dungeon with that build, but I'm still gonna be able to farm myself the best items I can get for my hero and feel well about playing the game.
You're nearly dead.
And I like the build variety. There's definitely a lot of build variety. It may not be there on the surface, so a new player may not realize how much depth this game has. A new player would see, okay, I have 7 skills on one side, 7 skills on the other side, and I've got 5 active and 5 passive relic skills. But then if you add on top of this the tier 1, 2 and 3 bonuses, and if you consider the different relics, that's 25 active skills on the relics and 25 passive skills on the relics, and 14 skills on each class. And each of those skills, the active skills, has 3 tiers of bonuses for level 3, level 6 and level 10 of the skill. And those bonuses are passive skills. They're passive skills that are invisible to the eye until you kind of get deep into the build making. So that's like a ton of extra passive skills. For example, from the relics you get 75 passive skills, 25 active skills, 3 passive skills each from tier 1, 2, 3. And that's a lot. Then if you consider you get 42 passive skills from your regular class, because each skill has tier 1, 2, 3. 7 skills per skill tree, 14 per class, so 14 times 3 passives as well. So consider that, and consider adding the legendary items and the bonuses each legendary item gives you, and the legendarium that allows you to equip 3 legendary items that you're not wearing. And that gives you a nice build depth and variety. It may not be again visible on first glance, and people would say this game's boring, it doesn't have enough skills, but it's not true. It's just not true. Anyone who claims this just hasn't gone deeply into the game. Yeah, it's not Path of Exile, you don't have 900 unique items plus, and you don't have passive skill tree like in Path of Exile, but this game is not trying to be Path of Exile, it just wants to be something that that even a more casual player can enjoy. Although right now it's not really great for casual players if you play on the hardest difficulty, but you've got other difficulties to play on. You don't have to play on the hardest difficulty to get the best gear, which is another pulling point for casual players out there. Again, there's a lot of good things and there's a few bad things that I can list personally for my taste in games. And my taste in games is very different from most other people, so if I'm enjoying this game, it doesn't mean that you're gonna enjoy it. Most likely, many people share different tastes than me. And this game is also developed by a very small studio. This game probably is developed by a studio even smaller than Wolsen Games, than Wolsen Studio. It's like 30-something people. 30-something people, excluding things that they're outsourcing, such as some art and stuff like that. So this is like 30-something people team, and Wolsen had around between 20 and 30, maybe even 30 plus right now with the recent hires. But yeah, again, this game, I can say that this game shouldn't be compared to Wolsen. Comparing this game's launch to Wolsen's launch is reasonable. Both games were in early access for a while, especially Wolfen. It was in early access for a very long time, much more than this game was. Wolfen did not have the backing of a company like Perfect World. This game does have the backing of Perfect World to keep funding while the game was in early access in alpha beta, but Wolfen did have Kickstarter, and I think it made like did it make around $1 million, maybe more, of Kickstarter, or did it make 500,000? I'm pretty sure Wolfen made good money on Kickstarter, more than enough to keep development at least for a year and a half, maybe more. I'm not sure how salaries are in France and how much they have to pay for rent and all of that, but they did get a serious amount of money from Kickstarter. But again, they had to stop and redevelop the game from scratch, and I'm sure they didn't make that decision easily. It was probably a very tough decision to make for the Wolfen devs. But again, the players just didn't deserve a game as broken as they got with Wolfen. I would have been fine if they served me the content from the beta and code it 1.0, and then opened a test server that people can test the new content and give feedback, and then launch that new content after a month. New content such as the skills that were new, the skill tree ring that was new, Act 2 and 3 that was new. So Torchlight 3 is gonna launch with 3 acts. Just like Wolfen, it's gonna launch with one distinct end game activity, just like Wolfen. Because let's be honest, Wolfen might have had 2 or 3 different end games, but they were kind of the same thing, except the bosses. This game also has the boss scrolls, the boss portals. Not scrolls, but portals here. In Wolfen it was scrolls, maps. Here it's you find a beast, you kill the beast, it opens a portal, and you go to a wife-bound dungeon to kill a boss. So it has that thing, although I wouldn't call that end game because you can do it early on. So this game is launching with roughly as much content as Wolfen. The thing is, not everyone likes the art style of the game. I think the biggest downside to this game would be not everyone likes the cartoonish graphics. But that's also a lot of its charm, because this game is not gonna be 18 plus, which means it's marketing to a broader audience. You're gonna have teenagers and even younger people playing that game. And you also have this game launching on multiple platforms. It's launching on PlayStation, on Xbox, and on PC Steam, and Switch is to follow. Crossplay may not be available now, but maybe eventually they might consider enabling crossplay. At least between Xbox and PC, it could be a bit easier to do it. So I think it's pretty fair to compare this game's launch to Wolfen and to say that right now it feels much more polished and much less buggy than Wolfen. It's actually a fact that this game is much more polished and less buggy than Wolfen was when it launched. And I'm right now playing on the test server, which is to be expected to have a little bit more bugs than the actual 1.0. But I'm very biased when it comes to this game, and not because I've received my free key, but because I've played this game since alpha. And I've played this game for so long that I kind of see things differently. So even though I've received a free key to play this game from the devs, I'm not gonna say everything's good. I always say what I think is bad and what I think needs improvement. Because if no one says it to the developers, they're not gonna receive the needed criticism that pushes them to make the game better. Alright, I'm gonna equip this weapon now, and I'm gonna wife bind it.
Your pet has arrived.
Let's do the next map. Any suggestions for the next build? Do you want to see me play something like certain other builds? Ranged Forged maybe, or a Slammer Realmaster, or a different mage, like a Summoner maybe on either of the classes I mentioned, or a Sharpshooter. Maybe you want to see me play Sharpshooter. I'm open to suggestions. So there were 13 people for Wosen. Were they 13 people when the game launched? I'm pretty sure when the game launched there weren't 13 people. If someone has the exact numbers, if 13 really is the correct number for launch day of Wosen, and it still is within the small size of studios. This game right now is still developed by a small team. I consider 30 something people a small team. I consider big teams something with 70, 80, 100, 200 people, like Blizzard and stuff like that. For example, let's take Diablo 4. Most likely there's at least 60, 70 or 80 people working on Diablo 4. I wouldn't be surprised if there's even close to 100 people right now, because they're probably focusing a lot of the development. And it's not just the developers, it's marketing, it's art. It's not just developers that work on a game. So there might be people in Blizzard who are working on multiple games. And those should also be included in that number. So I'm pretty sure Diablo 4 right now is probably the ARPG with the biggest staff working on it. Path of Exile was also developed by a very small team, Grim Dawn also developed by a very small team, which eventually became bigger and bigger. I mean, Grinding Gear games also became bigger and bigger as the game gained popularity. The same goes for Crate Entertainment. And yeah, some of the most played games in this genre have been made by small studios. But if you consider Path of Exile on its launch day, and if you consider Grim Dawn on its launch day, and compare it to this game, then it's a fair comparison. But if you compare this game to Path of Exile in its current shape, and to Grim Dawn in its current shape, it's just not fair for Torchlight to be compared to games that have had years of content updates. After content updates throughout the years. It's really not fair to compare games, other than comparing one launched game to another one a few years ago when it launched in its state back then. But again, I think this game has a lot of good stuff to offer and a lot of stuff that needs improvements. But the core things in the game I really enjoy. And the things that oh shit, I don't have another scroll. So any suggestions? Should I keep playing this hero? Should I switch to another one? Or should I make a new one? I can probably make one more. Melee class, you want melee class, okay. Let's do Slammer, If you want melee, let's do a Slammer build. You want a Bane Slammer? Let's do a Bane Slammer, that's probably the most unexpected build. Normally Bane, people would say, okay, that's Bane Train, obvious choice. Let's do a Bane Slammer maybe. Or if you want, I'm gonna let you pick the relic. Pick the relic yourself. One, two, three, 4 or 5. Feel free to vote in chat on YouTube and Twitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whichever relic you want, I'm gonna do it. 1 is Bane, 2 is Bloodrinker, 3 is Cold Heart, 4 is Electrode, 5 is Flaming Destroyer. There's many ways how this can go with each relic, but since it's melee, I already have ideas. Okay, you want Bloodrinker. I already did a Bloodrinker train build today, so let's do Bloodrinker Slammer. I already have a Bloodrinker Slammer build, but I can make a mix. This time I'm gonna make a hybrid. You want a melee? I can show you a melee hybrid, so it's gonna be different than what I normally do. In fact, I'm gonna do Torque Swing. I normally don't take Torque Swing. This time I'm gonna use Torque Swing. Just for the sake of being different than my Body Slams build. And by the way, Mehdi, I'm not sure whether you know it, but I've got a lot of builds online and on my YouTube channel. You can check on my website. Normally on my website is the more recent information, so even if a build video is made like a week ago, 3 weeks ago, when there's some major changes, I sometimes go back to my builds to update them with that information. I've already reworked, out of 22 builds, I reworked 21 with new skill points. There's one build that I'm still leaving, and I'm gonna rework it soon. The Wingspan Scattershot 2.0 needs a change in the skill point allocation as screenshots. Those builds, from those 22 builds, even that one I mentioned, you're just getting 10 extra skill points that you have to spend slightly differently. But yeah, all those builds should be viable for the launch, for the released version of the game. In some cases, I strongly suggest not trusting the skill point allocation in the videos, if they're like 2, 3, 4 weeks old, and go to the website version, which I normally put in the description and as a comment under the video, and just look at the screenshots at the bottom of the website version, because I've updated those builds last week or 2 weeks ago. I think it was last week. So I'm gonna do a hybrid this time. Earlier I did a train build with the melee, so I was using blades for cutting, and it worked fine, it worked very fine. This time I'm gonna probably do something with Torque Swing, and maybe I'm gonna use Shield Car. So I'm gonna show you the Shield Car hybrid, which can be very good for a melee build. Honestly, Shield Car hybrid can be fun. Shield Car hybrid is a super survivability and a Bloodrinker to top it off. You get so much healing and another damage reduction buff. You can stack a ton of damage reduction that way. Shield Car damage reduction, what's it called? Living Barrier damage reduction, Hammer Spin damage reduction, and Fighter Spirit damage reduction. Of course the limit is 90, you can never go above 90, but you can rotate them. Once one type of damage reduction is down and is over, you can use the other one. And having 3 sources of 50% damage reductions to stack with the 70% Fighter Spirit, that's 3 sources of extra 20% to max it out. So you can always be, permanently at 90%. In fact, you will be permanently at 80%. Just with Shield Car you can be permanently at 80%. With the 10% damage reduction when near your train, and the Fighter Spirit when using melee attacks. And you will be using melee attacks on a hybrid slammer build. It's the overkill tanky build. I actually wanted to make such a build, and eventually after launch I will. We're probably not gonna have access to the test realms all the time. But yeah, that's a nice setup to keep in mind. I wanted to make it and to call it something tanky in the name. I wanted to use something like a tank in the name. Beefcake, Beefcake Railmaster, stacking healing and damage reduction. It's actually a good support class as well, because you can. Oh, finally! Why didn't I get this when I was playing my shield and my train build? So this cheat NPC is only available on the test server, and this cheat NPC just gives you items. You see, every time I click on it, it gives me different items. It changes what I've got, and it deletes items. It never deletes the items in the pet inventory. So if you like certain items that are equipped on you, or that end up being on this inventory, you can chuck them here and know that they're gonna be safe. I really don't need shocking rounds unless making a basic attack build. Probably gonna go for one-handed and shield, and get a shield or an offhand like a focus that gives me chance to slow. Which reminds me, let's keep this for now. Oh, Doom Pipe, nice. See, why didn't I get the Doom Pipe earlier when I was playing with my train build? Mortar Guard, Torque Swing. So yeah, I'm gonna make a Torque Swing build. In fact, I never liked Torque Swing and I still don't like it, but I'm gonna make a build with it. Just for the sake of knowing I've made a build centered around it. So I'm looking for a good one-handed weapon right now. Something with 1400. Okay, this is not too bad. Can I get 1400 one-handed weapon? Okay, let's try a few more times to get a better weapon. 1200, 1000. It's gonna be hard. Probably not gonna. Oh, see now this is what I'm talking about. This is the type of shield I want. Not fan of chance to fear, but it's better than nothing. Now let's try and get some set items. I'm probably gonna have to pick up items from the other Realm Master hero. Let's go. I think I'm gonna do this. Pick items from the other hero. I've got the conductor helmet, and I think I've got the conductor legs, and I'm pretty sure I've got the conductor. I mean, not the conductor, but the cosmic stuff. So I'm gonna max this one out to 8. And then get extra skill points from the set. This one needs to be 4. This one needs to be 8. In fact, I maybe shouldn't have spent too many points on this one. I didn't need it urgently. This one needs to be 4. This one needs to be 1. And maybe 1 point in this. We'll see. I need shield car as I said. I need this one as I said. I think I spent too many points in this. But extra duration is not too bad. Now here I'm gonna go for... what should I go for? I mean, I'm definitely gonna have at least 1 point here. And at least 1 point here, and maybe at least 1 point here. Do I go for drain? Or maybe this time I can try and make a build without drain. A new spinning blade. I've not made a spinning blade build, so maybe that's the perfect time to try it. Just for a change, to see how spinning blade compares to drain. I didn't like it last time I tried it, and I liked drain more. See, I don't need spike drive if I have a weapon or offhand with chance to slow. I'm gonna quickly get rid of some items and then go on my other Realm Master and transfer some gear. Because we're gonna need it. I'm gonna need those set items. The set items to get the +2 skill levels. Getting some powers for the Legendarium. .5, 5.5, 4.4, 5.9. Okay, this one's the weak one. Lantern Flash +2 chance to shock. And this one is Spinning Blade +3, no chance to shock. But crit damage. Does this one have crit damage or anything? Attack speed for basic attacks. Energy cost. Okay. Alright, now we're selecting the character. I'm selecting this one, the Drain Ductor. Drain Ductor that actually wasn't using Drain. Although I had points in it, I forgot to put it in the skill tree here. But yeah, I'm not gonna play this right now. I'm just gonna take the gear off of this guy and transfer it to the other one. Let's do it the easy way. Boom, everything. Anything else I might wanna transfer? Oh, this weapon. I definitely want this weapon. Let's put it in the storage. This one goes here. Let's just put all that gear there. You never know what I'm gonna need. Oh, I forgot to rename this guy. Well, there is no rename button. Really forgot to rename this. But yeah, this is gonna be an interesting hybrid. It's been a long time since I played a hybrid, but in the alpha this was a very strong build. Having shield car and the base car was a very strong setup. I'm probably not gonna use Lantern Flash as an active skill. I don't think I'm gonna have points for it. Okay, let's put the important skills. This one is needed. Probably gonna do this here, and I'm probably gonna... So, this is always here, and this is always here. And spinning blade probably will be here. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this there. Okay, let's put shield car here. Actually, let's do it like that. So I'm not using pound. Not using basic attacks, right? Yeah, I'm not going for basic attacks. Spinning blade might be an overkill and I probably might get rid of it, but let's go ahead and put some things. Shield car endurance bonus was... Wait, shield car doesn't have an endurance bonus, right? Yeah, it doesn't seem to have an endurance bonus, or maybe they removed it. But there is no endurance bonus. Like, look at this. Endurance bonus, car attacks incredibly fast. Endurance bonus, quickly fires 5 slug shots. Endurance bonus. So this one doesn't have an endurance bonus, and... Why? Why does this not have an endurance bonus? When an item like this one exists, like the shield, the shotgunner shield. Okay, let's equip some items quickly. Cooldown. Okay, I'm gonna get this cooldown. Let's see what I need from this one. So I need 3 items. 1, 2, 3. Late track. Wait, did they change build train to late track? Another skill. I'm gonna write this down. So another such bug where instead of build train it says late track. The same way we had poison dart and toxic dart, and that's only for skills with the duration. It seems like the person who was making those didn't type the right names, or maybe there's gonna be new names, and the person who was designing those new affixes just typed the new names of the skills, if there will be new names in 1.0. So instead of build train, it probably is gonna be called late track. Where did I see it? Where was this late track thing? Late track. Where did it go? I'm blind. Oh yeah, it was here. Okay, what else could I get? Three skill levels to pound. Okay, battery RAM. So we get that synergy. Oh, this is nice. This is actually pretty nice. Blockchains, and other good things there for a one-handed build. And that was the one-handed weapon I could try and use. And I think we're done. I don't think there's any other items I want to get. So let's try the one-handed setup first and see which one is better. More blockchains or more defense. We're probably ready. Oh, faster cooldown on this. So let me check now. This is maxed out, and it's 10-second cooldown, so it's not gonna be a main damage skill. What's gonna be my main damage skill now? I don't think I've got one. I don't have main damage skill. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of something. Then what do I get rid of? Probably spinning blade is useless. I'm gonna see how it goes playing with spinning blade as the main damage skill, but I think this build would struggle greatly with its current skill point setup. I'm gonna have to use either pound or basic attacks. This is just a weird combination of things. See, the main problem with this one is I need to use build train on my skill bar. If I didn't need to use build train on my skill bar, problem solved. I can just use shield car without the build train and everything's fine. I can put one more skill in my skill bar. It's really not fair for builds that wanna just use one train car to force them into using the build car on their skill bar. Yeah, it's not gonna work without a damage skill. I definitely don't build energy quick enough to keep using spinning blade all the time. And see, I wish that when this is on cooldown it defaults to auto attack if a skill is on cooldown. So removing this and putting this here and putting this here. Actually, yeah, let's do it like this, and I'm gonna use maybe a basic attack. Or should it be pound? Alright. So they made it a boomerang now. So it does damage twice. Now I need to do certain changes. I'm just wondering what to equip there. I wish there was an item with synergy for... Ah, that's a good idea for Michael to work post-launch when he has time. A legendary item that changes, maybe a legendary hammer, that a rail hammer that changes the behavior or upgrades Torque Swing. Torque Swing doesn't have a legendary item, so it's gonna be a good idea to have one such item. Well, I'm out of options, so maybe... Let's just put Wide World Cave Breaker for now. It's not much, but it's still better than nothing. Of course, this is definitely not the best way to play it. It's just an experiment on my end to see how much tanky a shield car build could be. In fact, I might have forgotten to invest into something very important. For a shield car build, you would probably want tier 2 blasting charge, so you can stack that damage reduction and be permanently at 80%. Rather than 70 with the fighting spirit. Right now my damage reduction is... I don't see it. Why don't I see my damage reduction? 50%, alright. I wasn't fighting, that's why. Wait! They changed something. They changed something. Shield car should give me permanent damage reduction bonus when near your train. This one doesn't show up. It used to show up here. Maybe that's a bug. Oh no, never mind. There it is, minor shield. But it's not showing up on my inventory, so might be broken. Yeah, it could be broken. Before it used to give me 10% damage reduction over here. Where if I use this now, you see I've got 50%. If I use this, I've got 90%, which is the cap. and this one just doesn't seem to work, the 10%. Or maybe it works and it just doesn't show up there, but still, maybe it's broken. I'm gonna report it later when I'm done streaming, to have a look at it to see if it really is giving the 10% damage reduction or not. Because judging by the stats window, it's not giving me that, but maybe it's giving me that and it's just invisible and doesn't show up there. Oh, my pound has been disabled.
You can't use that skill.
It's disabling the SWAT on the skill bar, not the skill itself.
Back here.
I want to test something. Playing with just spinning blade and without the aura buff.
You can't cast that here.
Oh, I can make an Egg of Mayhem build and test it. Should we do that? Test an Egg of Mayhem build without the shield car. Let's remove the shield car. Fuck this hybrid version. I don't like it. I mean, it's okay, but I don't need it. I really don't need that shield car. So and what have we here now? What's missing? I can probably do Lantern Flash, but for now I don't think I need it. Alright, let's do it like that for now.
You can't cast that.
I'm gonna have to respec in the once I'm in the town. I need to get Egg of Mayhem in my Legendarium and use the Egg of Mayhem.
You can't cast that.
But yeah, this endurance bonus spinning blade is an interesting combo that you might wanna use. An interesting synergy, and it's a nice synergy worth exploring on Realm Master, using spinning blade to restore endurance. Can't use my spinning hammer for a while.
You
At least I didn't waste too many points on the train stuff. I'm just, I can use a regular slammer build if I want to and do pound, spike drive, and it could work, but I just wanted something different this time. Because I've already done body slams as a build with those. Come on, come on. Pretty tanky even without the shield car. If you rotate your skills the right way on a blood drinker, you can keep that 90% damage reduction up at all times. See, now I've got the hammer spin damage reduction. Once the hammer spin damage reduction is over, I can press number 4, get my damage reduction from living barrier. And when that is over, I can do another hammer spin one. And I can do another hammer spin one because it's got multiple charges. I still think this skill is super underwhelming. Maxed out seems weak. Seems very weak to me. Maybe because my weapon is weak. Should I try it with this thing on? See how that goes. I mean, until I try this with a properly maxed out build at level 60 or 57 with 60 items, I won't be able to confirm whether the skill really feels weak or not. But for this big cooldown, it doesn't seem to be worth it. Investing 8 points into that one for a skill with 10 seconds cooldown, 9 seconds with the cooldown reduction from, what was it? This one can give you cooldown reduction. It just doesn't justify investing this much into it. See, spike drive is much better in my opinion, because you can use it much more often than 10 seconds with the right way of playing. And this one hits twice only with the endurance bonus. Okay, what were those boots? Arc powered. I could use those. In my legendarium. So Egg of Mayhem, okay, that's what I wanted to grab, an Egg of Mayhem. Bonus damage to basic attacks would actually help me. So I'm probably gonna keep it here, and this one, thinking of sacrificing to get it in the legendarium. But if you're doing basic attack build, you want 4 points here for the 30%. So let's say I go for that one. Changed into... Where did the Egg of Mayhem go? And I'm using this. It actually gives me damage with pound, which is a nice synergy. The arc-powered shoulders, if I had the cosmic ones or something else worth equipping, I probably could change those and put them in the legendarium. Relic energy cost and chance to block. I don't think I can beat this. Yeah, I can't. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of those items and... Oh! This is what I wanted, a Scroll of Wifebound.
Your pet has arrived.
And I'm thinking of... I'm not a big fan of battery ram, it seems underwhelming, that extra damage. So if I'm gonna use basic attacks, might as well use this. For now. Attack speed. I don't think I've got attack speed bonuses. Let's see. Is it just me or is the seismic wave not doing extra damage? Seismic shockwave ready. I'm not seeing that shockwave. Is it because it's a dummy, it's not triggering the shockwave? Or am I just missing something? Okay, now it should trigger a shockwave. Okay, now I saw it. That 14,000 must have been the shockwave. See, it didn't trigger the shockwave. I only get the regular attack. I think there's a bug with this. Either there's a bug with the dummy and the shockwave gets triggered and just doesn't hit. See, this one triggered the shockwave. Trying to find the maximum range. Sometimes with one click it does 2 hits. See, I click once, it hits twice. Why does it hit twice per click when I'm holding shift? See? When I do it like that, it's hitting once. When I do it to the dummy, and it actually is within range. Okay, now it's doing it once. That's fine. There was some weird bug. For each time I click my mouse, it would do 2 hits. So this seismic shockwave supposed to do 400 weapon damage. First of all, it doesn't trigger every time. Second of all, I'm not seeing all that damage. Okay, let's do some damage now. $5,400. 5,400 when I'm hitting with my basic attack for 3.2 thousand. Let's see pounds damage. Pounds damage is 4.6 thousand. This one is pretty decent actually. What about the damage of this thing? That seems pretty strong. Alright, I think this build could be very nice. I need 1 quick minute to go take a piss, so be right back and then we're gonna do some more maps. Enough testing though. Definitely was helpful to test to figure out certain things. I'm probably gonna remove those boots and just go for something else. Okay, be right back for a quick piece. I can run some maps if you're on Twitch. On YouTube you're gonna have to watch the BRB screen, so be right back. Right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Let's go kill some stuff. So it's definitely a different take on the melee slammer than my regular body slams build with the things I normally take, such as spike drive. And I don't even have lantern flash on the skill bar this time. But yeah, after this map I'm doing the boss and then I'm gonna be open to suggestions for other things you might wanna see tested. So if you're planning on playing the game on launch and you just wanna see the combination of quads and sub-quads that you want to test yourself, and if you want it tested to just see how it works or just to give you some ideas of how to build it, let me know and we can test something after the next map, which will be the boss fight. Oh, I forgot to respec. Let's quickly I'm gonna have to restart this map after respecing. Since there is no exiting this map, the weirdest thing about Fazir, which makes no sense, is to not be able to exit the dungeon. You should be able to exit the dungeon to say, I wanna cancel this dungeon and go back to my fort. Well, you can't. I understand not being able to take portals, because you would be able to return if you had the portal. But if you want to cancel it, the only option is to go back to character selection, and that's just one additional loading screen too much, because you don't load into your fort, you load into the town. Okay, so we need to respect some skills, as I said. What's the extra skill points do I get? I don't think I'm getting any other extra. Okay, so I'm thinking of... should I get this damage reduction? Maybe we don't need it yet. So maybe just... maybe get this. Yeah, that would work. If we get this, it would work. I think it would definitely work if we get this one. So let's see, blood drinkers slices to the bone, chance to bleed. I wanna test this one as a basic attack synergy. I tested this already on the train build I made today. So maybe it's nice to test it for this one too. Let's see how that goes. Because I'm using basic attack, might as well invest into that one. Especially when using a rail hammer, I can trigger it. If I was using something that's not a sword or a rail hammer, I wouldn't consider putting the points there. And I equipped Blade of Frenzy, so it's gonna be nice.
You have gained a level.
Okay, let's get some enemies spawned. With spinning blade builds or any other build that's using the mayhem skill, you can activate Dance of Death, Sword Smash, no, Summoning Smash, not Sword Smash, Summoning Smash, and all those other skills such as Cold Front and so on, the big relic activation skills. So if you have something like a skill like Spinning Blade, Venomous Maw, Sword Smash, Chaotic Strikes, all of that really helps you spend energy quicker, and it helps you get this ready to use quicker. Whereas builds that don't use such skills and focus more on the aura, such as what's it called, such as Bloodseekers, those can keep Bloodseekers up for longer, and that means keeping the extra 25% damage buff longer. Which one's more useful? I guess it depends on the way you play, whether you want more burst damage or whether you want constant increased damage. Because burst damage, if you want burst damage, I definitely suggest using the, as I call them, Mayhem skills that go with the Egg of Mayhem. Let's put those boots now. I forgot to put them earlier. But yeah, basic attack builds became a little bit stronger with this build because they increased the damage you get from affixes. The attack speed used to be capped at 50, it's now capped at 60. So a small increase to the casting to attack speed, but it's still a little increase, which still makes you consider when you're playing the electrode investing into both conjure electrode and the what's its name 1000 volt burst, because one of them gives you 25, the other one gives you 50. So unless you're using both, you can't max it other than getting items with attack speed, which are not hard to get. You can probably get 60% attack speed with 2 items. Or maybe 60% was the old limit and I'm just mistaken there. I still think 50 was the old limit, maybe I'm mistaken there, but still the main point is they increase the damage, basic attack damage you can get from affixes. And that is a nice change. It's like almost double to what you could get before. You can get 70+% damage to basic attacks from an item. You can probably get that affix on 2 or 3 different types of items. You could get it from gauntlets, from gloves before, and you could get it from weapons and offhands. You can see this offhand is 78%. And I don't have gauntlets. Maybe they moved it from the gauntlets. This one is 64%. 1 to conductor skill levels. I really don't need this. 3 to pound is actually good for me, because right now my pound is... Wait, I lost my bonuses. Okay, I'm gonna keep duration for blood seekers, and now my pound is 5 bonus level, so it's level 9 at level 4. Because if I'm not playing a conductor build, I really don't need it. The only reason why you might want the conductor helmet is if you're considering investing into mortar car for the cooldown, or flamethrower car for the relic energy recharge, or this one for basic attack. And it's still gonna be better to just get a helmet that gives you plus levels to shocking rounds instead of the +2 from the set. And just using 3 other pieces of the set, such as shoulders, gauntlets, boots, etc. Even though they may not give you the best bonuses for a non-train build. Alright, nice. I'm having all those blades spinning around me. And that proc from the basic attacks. Definitely a cool proc. And very good synergy for melee builds. Okay. Anything else here that I'm missing other than those enemies? Maybe let's fight a little bit more over here, so we can fill up my energy for the boss fight. I wanna burst the boss. I wanna do full relic burst, 100% energy, all in one go on that boss fight. Okay, there's a lot of uniques here. Damn, she's very tanky. How does she die slower than the others that were supposed to be the tanky enemies? Could be because I'm not slowing them, and if I'm not slowing them, they're not taking that extra damage. See, if instead of chance to shock this had chance to slow, it would have been amazing. Bonus damage to rail hammer attacks. I think I'm ready for the boss fight. Let's go. It's a witch boss. Let's do that damage burst, as I said. I didn't do much bursting, actually. Kind of was expecting much better result. But at least the survivability is pretty good. Okay, good. Let's do the boss fight next and see what we're working with afterwards. I'm gonna fill up my energy before the boss fight from the dummy, if it works that way. Physical damage. I'm not gonna get much from it. Chupinsk, hey Chupinsk, you're asking if I have plans to do starter or leveling builds for Torchlight 3. Well, that's really like, I don't know, every build can be okay for leveling. I can probably make a video. That's a good suggestion, and I can probably make such a video for each class, what could be a good build to level up. If you want a certain suggestion, if you want some information about a certain class and relic, how to level it up, I could always give you that information. I can tell you one thing: very good leveling starter build would be spinning blade build. And even better would be Sword Smash. Sword Smash, you get it at level 1, just like Spinning Blade. On the Flaming Destroyer, Sword Smash is super strong. Chaotic Strikes, on the other hand, you get at level 15, I think. Or at 10 on the Electrode, I can't remember. But Chaotic Strikes is another amazing build for leveling up. In fact, when I'm leveling up builds like that, Electrode builds, I normally go for things like this. For Electrode, for example, Railmaster Electrode. Let's see, this one. See, Chaotic Strikes, you get it at level 5, so very good for leveling up early on. You get it at level 5. Ignore this here and here, just consider that part here. Put 1 point into this while leveling up, or 3 points, but I would say 1 point is more than enough. Then maxing out Chaotic Strikes, perfect. This is very good for leveling up. Getting 5 points here, another very good thing and a reason to level up. And this one are also great when you're leveling up. This one, even as 1 point, is super good. And this one is amazing. And every hero has a skill that can give you extra relic energy generation. So if you're using a build like this, and maybe just 1 point here for the extra damage, and you get something like this, and 5 points here, and maybe 4 points into the skill that gives you relic energy generation. In Railmaster it's this one. On other heroes it might be another one. This is a very good setup. Very good setup. On Sharpshooter you would want to use targeted strikes, and targeted strikes goes very well on the Sharpshooter. So it's gonna look something like where is it? Something like this. So you're gonna be using targeted strikes, and then you're gonna be using this, and maybe you can use this while leveling up and then remove it after you're done. But while leveling up I would strongly suggest using this and targeted strikes, and then eventually start putting points into things like that one. This is my electrified build. So yeah, on Railmaster I still think it's pretty good, and not just on Railmaster, just checking the Chaotic Mayhem build. If you check my Chaotic Mayhem build and look at the relic points allocation, this is kind of some ideas. And definitely Chaotic Strikes, Sword Smash, Spinning Blade are good, very good damage early in the level up progress. I can't say exactly the same for Cold Front, not Cold Front, but Frostblast. So the equivalent of those skills on the Cold Heart is not as good, in my opinion, and the same can be said about Venomous Maw. Venomous Maw is good for damage over time, but the direct damage is not that great. It's still okay, it's still good to make a build like that while leveling up, but it's not gonna give you the same results as Sword Smash, Chaotic Strikes, and Spinning Blade. Let's do Shriek Beak. So that's something that at least before making a video I can tell you, and you can consider this. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to charge my relic energy. Well, too late. But thanks for this question. I didn't know people were interested in starter builds. Because this game doesn't have leaks. And this game doesn't need starter builds. It's not like you need to start on one build and then change your build later, although it's perfectly fine. I do it sometimes when leveling up. But there's no rush. Even if it takes you 3-4 hours more to reach max level than another person, you're not competing like Path of Exile. So I was kind of surprised by even someone wondering whether there's starter builds for the game. But yeah, there are ways to make a build that's a little bit more effective for leveling up, and it's gonna be a little bit easier to level up with certain builds, and then later on those builds might not be as good as others, and you might want to switch them over to something else when you have the right items. So that's the good thing about builds like that. They don't require much item investment. They are easy, cheap to make, and you don't require specific legendary items to make them shine. You only require one item, Egg of Mayhem, but even without the Egg of Mayhem, a Sword Smash or a Chaotic Strikes build would still be super strong. It's still gonna be super good build for leveling up. And it's burst damage build. Look at that, I'm now bursting him. Although I kind of wasted that energy because he had an invulnerability phase. But my advice is enjoy your first playthrough. You're only gonna get in every game one first playthrough. Enjoy your time. Don't try to be meta on your first playthrough, and just enjoy the story before it becomes boring on your second, third, fifth, 10th, 20th playthrough. So enjoy it while it lasts, while you're fresh into the game. And maybe worry about whether something is stronger for leveling up on your next playthroughs. Let's see, what's this? Block HP. Okay, do you want to see any other builds? It's time to switch. It's time to switch heroes and builds. I'm gonna quickly just get some materials, because it's good to have those materials later on. So I'm open to suggestions. Name a class, name a subclass, and I can try and make something from it. I'm trying to make builds other than the builds I've got. I've already got 22 builds after the relic subclass changes. And I'm trying to make things that are different from those builds that are on my YouTube channel and on my website. I've already done some things today, some experimentations. So we're gonna experiment some more. Maybe it's time for a sharpshooter. Anyone want to see a specific sharpshooter? Does anyone want to see a summoner build? Alright, I'm wondering, I'm trying to go for some weird designs. Alright. What should I make? Should I try Onslaught Summoner again and revisit it and see how it works? It's been a long time since I played Onslaught Summoner. Onslaught Summoner was my first hero after early access started. Or was it my second? I think maybe my first was Dusk Mage Bane, and then I made this one. I can't remember it. In any case, let's just make this one. Onslaught was very underwhelming, and I haven't played it for a good reason, because it was underwhelming. I want to see if it's still underwhelming. It was a very good synergy, but the damage was terrible. But it was good synergy because Shasta taunts, and you just spam Onslaught wherever the enemies are on top of Shasta.
Doing, rookie? Don't just stand there. The fort is under attack. The Goblin Chieftain Widemoat sent his flunky Yapper to raid the outpost. He's gonna break the gate any moment now. Get up there and lend a hand. I'll catch up.
They kind of nerfed tight grouping. Not sure if it was even needed for them to nerf tight grouping and why they did it.
Level up.
I didn't feel like tight grouping needed a nerf. In fact, if anything, the one strongest skill of the sharpshooter precision was targeted strikes. So if they nerf targeted strikes, I'm not saying I would really like it, but I would have understood it. But nerfing tight grouping, I don't know. It feels much weaker than targeted strikes. Like the effective DPS I'm noticing between targeted strikes and tight grouping when maxed out, and I've tested them when testing certain builds. It seems like tight grouping was like 20% or 25-30% weaker in total DPS wise, spamming just the skill and supporting it with other things. So I'm not sure why they decided to nerf it. It was a weird choice for a skill to nerf when targeted strikes is super overpowered. It has always been since day one of sharpshooter. Maybe not since day one of sharpshooter. I think at first I didn't really like targeted strikes when the sharpshooter first got added into the closed beta. And I think later on they maybe made it stronger. But since day one of early access, it has been super strong. And a very good skill to level up with, because you get it at level 5. So on a sharpshooter, targeted strikes is probably the way to go if you want a starter build. Any relic, if you focus your build on targeted strikes, revolt, and other things such as Royal Shasta tier 2 and Sacrifice to Goose. That's all you need. Sacrifice to Goose tier 1, Shasta tier 2, Ghost Visage tier 1, this one maxed out and this one tier 2. Anything else is just fillers if you want an easy starter build on this class. Of course, the other stuff still helps, but those are the key points on any build, on any relic, I would suggest, if you want an easy playthrough. Right, let's sell our gear.
Potions for your little friend? Oh, is
Alright, level 46.
Moves not an
Gotta love the cheater NPCs. Okay. Am I gonna do a basic attack build? I don't think I'm gonna do a basic attack build. But I could try. I could try using staffing up with a basic bow attack. What else do I need for that build? I don't think yeah, I need some armor. Some set armor. Oh, 9 skills levels. Miasma 2 levels. Might get that. The first weapon to use, we'll see. Kind of weak, but 2 extra levels. Although damage is definitely better than levels. Plus question mark damage to Oil Shasta minion. I have to screen cap this and report it later. Damage with Scout's Bones. So I got 1 item of the set. I need the gauntlets of the set and 1 more thing, whichever after that. Probably helmet. I've got a helmet in the storage, so I can just use that helmet from the storage. I'm still gonna need 1 more item from the set. So there's the shoulders again. Oh wait, I need the drat neckband. Come on game, give me that item. Arc powered legs, and I'm not sure I'm gonna use it, but it's not a bad one, this specific one. And I keep getting bone walkers, but never getting bone raisers. It's as if the bone raiser has been erased from existence in the game. This NPC definitely has some low drop chances for certain items. Health block slow. Knockback slow block.
Life support systems repaired.
Chupinsk, thank you very much, Chupinsk, for the prime sub. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Right in the feels. That's where it struck, indeed. So it might be a little bit boring right now while I'm doing this. So bear with me for a moment to do all this rolling for gear. This is only available on the test server. You cannot do what I'm doing right now on the live server. This is to help people level up certain heroes quicker and be able to give feedback on bugs faster. Okay, we're good. I just got the item I was trying to get, and it was those gauntlets. So this will be a typical summoner. In fact, it's gonna be very similar to my very first summoner build on this quas I made. Similar to the Onslaught summoner, just stronger because more skill points. And of course the relic changes since then. And I'm gonna try and make it different than the targeted strike summoner, which was the infectious one. I'm still gonna use Scout's Bones. Scout's Bones with infectious shooter is just too fun not to use it. So I'm equipping this, and I'm equipping this. Okay. So right now I need to start equipping other good stuff, and this one I really want it. This is flat damage. Flat damage is amazing. One of the best stats you can get on chest and leg armor. Actually, it is the best stat, not one. It is the best stat you can get on blue or green chest and leg armor. Okay, let's first get rid of some items here. So, weapon-wise, this is the best damage. Oh no, this is the best damage I can get. Now, do I have another bomb walker somewhere here, or should I put this one in the storage? This is a bug. Okay, there we go. Invigoration twice. I don't think it stacks. Now there's a few ways how this build can go. I can go offhand, one hand, or I can go two hand. For now, first I'm gonna sort my skills. You want miasma maxed out, because 100% more damage for minions is just too good. I'm gonna keep it at level 8, because I can consider using... where was that item that gives me miasma levels? I think I got rid of it. This one. It's not gonna be worth it. I'm losing a lot of DPS. So max level miasma. At least 1 point here. In fact, let's put 3 points here. Royal Shasta, super important, tier 2 bonus. This one I'm gonna max out. This one I need at least 1 point into. Actually, I'm gonna get 10% cooldown. This one like that. This one I'm gonna max out. Now here, I don't want to go targeted strikes again. I want to test Onslaught, see how it works. So I don't have all the skill points needed for everything I want immediately. That means I'm gonna have to get Spectral Spider maybe later. But for now I'm thinking Puppet Master or Energizer. Which one would be the better option? I got 1 point. Let's save it for now. So first of all, I want this here. I want this here. I want this here. Here I want Miasma Arachnid Assault. Scout Spawns. Revolt. I think that's it for now. I mean, I can probably get 1 point Spectral Spider and put Scout's Bones over here on my basic attack. Or Poison Nova for defense. Let's go summon. Let's go summon all the way. Okay, let's check something quickly. Wait, is it summoning explosive arrows? Yeah. Seems a little bit underwhelming, the damage it's doing. Alright, well, let's test it. I have a bad feeling about Onslaught being strong. I think it's gonna be still weak. But let's put it to a test instead of just guessing. Is it gonna work or not? The thing is, even though Royal Shasta keeps taunting, it's not gonna be always every single enemy around Shasta. In fact, most of the time they're probably not gonna be near Shasta. I need to consider something. Wife bound scroll on this would make it stronger. Can I return? Oh, I can return. So they've allowed us to return. I specifically put Wivebound Scrolls here for that one reason. To Wivebound something and have a good damage at the start. See, better damage. Okay, we are good enough now. So now let's test how it works. So this summon is now even tier 2 already because of the extra skill levels, which is whole 3 skill levels extra. That means I could have removed some points. I could have removed 2 points and just kept it as a 1 pointer to get the queen. And put those points into Arachnid Assault to be able to nuke with it. Wait, where's my goblins? Oh, I'm missing something super important, and that's my goblins. So, screw Arachnid Assault, not Arachnid Assault, screw Spectral Spider. I need my goblins. So, no Spectral Spider. And I messed up here. This is where this goes, and this is where this goes. So they seem to have fixed a lot of things now. Oh, it is still broken. Revolt does not reset the cooldown of Scout's Bones. Well, yeah. I can't wait for the day when they're gonna fix this for Revolt. To reset the cooldown of Scout's Bones. Because look at it, Scout's Bones, Revolt, no, still has a cooldown. And that means I can do 3 times Scout's Bones, which means 3 times in a row at this thing that you're seeing on your screen, by reloading 2 times and using the skill after each reload. I have a ticket, I still have a note ticket about this being broken. So hopefully that ticket gets fixed before launch. I'm gonna try and bump that ticket into the official Discord. I think this deserves to be fixed before launch, because this is such a good skill, and if you have the infectious shooter, it's just such a strong synergy, and this being broken, it just feels wrong when you know that you're losing so much damage by this not resetting the cooldown. But yeah, it looks fun. It looks fun as a build, the Onslaught Summoner 2.0. Onslaught is performing okay. It's not great, but it's fine. Again, until I test it at level 60 with proper items against against level 60 enemies on ridiculous, I can't say for sure, but so far it's doing well. But I don't think it's Onslaught that's doing the damage. I think it's my summons, and I think it's Scout's Bones. Yeah, this is one of my favorite skills. The Infectious Shooter upgraded Scout's Bones. It's just visually one of the best looking things. This and Entropy's upgrade from Molten Reach are my two favorite looking skills in the game. From all the Legendarium boosted skills. Because they're just projectiles in every single direction all the time from those skills. Look at that. Visually very pleasing.
You can't cast that here.
All right. Wait, my miasma is active, but I'm not seeing the visual poison around me. Did they change the effect of the aura? Immortal is saying, I can't believe they think this game is a full game and ready for release. I thought it'll take at least a full year after Steam Early Access. Well, tell me games that launch with more content. Tell me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games that launched with more content. Wolfenstein launched with roughly as much content as this game. How much content did Path of Exile have when it launched? How much content did Grim Dawn have when it launched? Titan Quest, Diablo 3, Diablo 2. Tell me a game that had way more content than this game on its launch day. Chaos Bane had a little bit more content, but it was kind of the same content recycled in a different way when it came to Chaos Bane. So even though it had multiple endgame modes, they felt like the same endgame mode. So a game with 3 acts. Doom Gaming TV, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. I appreciate the follow, dude. So Warhammer Chaos Bane maybe had a little bit more, but again, it was kind of recycled. And 3 acts. You have 3 acts of the story. You have one endgame mode that can keep you busy for a while. You have shit tons of build variety. You can make around 100 builds that can be very different in how you spend the skill points by considering the 20 archetypes of class and subclass. One class and one subclass you can focus on precision, and then you can focus on adventure. So I can make a Bane build where I'm focusing on the precision. I can make a Bane build where I'm focusing on basic attacks. I can make a Bane build where I'm focusing on Arachnid Assault and Spectral Spider and Spiderlings. And then I can make a Bane build where I'm focusing on Royal Shasta, Goblin Legion, Sacrifice to Goose, and maybe even Rizzi's Fate. So the build variety is here. And yeah, I think this game may not be as ready as some of you might expect it to be. I really want more endgame. I really wish there was a second endgame activity to do other than this one and Mapworks, which is basically the same thing in my eyes. In fact, I prefer Mapworks to Fazier's Dungeon, but that doesn't mean the game doesn't have enough to offer. It has almost as much as any other game out there when it launched. In fact, maybe more than most games out there, and it's definitely very polished. There are a few bugs still remaining. Hopefully those get ironed out before the launch, but honestly, people expect too much from games. People have been spoiled by playing games for years and getting constant updates, and now they expect to get the same amount of content in a new game that they get in a game that's been out for 7 or 5 or 4 or 2 or whatever years. I mean, it's definitely true that this game needs more, but for now I can survive with the amount of content they give me, as long as I know there's a content update coming in 3-4 months from now that would give me more endgame. And the developers are already thinking endgame. It has been confirmed that they're already thinking of what new things they can do for the endgame. It's a hot topic over there, so Extra Games knows what we want. And they always listen. I mean, just go on the official Discord and see how much the developers communicate with us there. There aren't that many studios that do this when it comes to communicating with your community, keeping them updated all the time, weekly dev streams, constantly reworking things based on player feedback. The amount of times this game has changed as a result of player feedback is just too high. And that's good thing in my book. Yes, some people don't like some of the changes, me including. There's been many changes that I didn't approve of. But it's not that they're bad changes, it's just changes that I don't like for my casual, filthy casual way of playing the game. I play it casually. I don't play hardcore mode, and I don't like losing progress when I die. If I did, I would play Path of Exile, the best place to get me tilted by losing XP when I die. But in this game, you lose progress when you die in the Fazir dungeon. It's not much, you lose 3 maps of progress at best, 4 maps if you count the boss fight. So, for example, if I die on stage, what is it, 4, 5, 6, 7... so if I die on stage 7, no, on stage 8, I go back to stage 4. It's not much, but it's still 20-30 minutes per map, so you can still lose a few hours of progress. And I don't like this. I don't like losing a few maps of progress and having to redo those maps. I'm not gonna like it ever, so I'm not gonna change my opinion about this. About this not belonging in the endgame of this game. I'm fine with losing my progress because I can't go back to this map because I die and there's no portals to go back to the map. I understand this, I have to start the map over, but going back a few maps just doesn't sit right with me. If I die on stage 8, I wanna be able to go back to stage 8 after I respawn, not going back to stage 4. And the end game is not rewarding at all. You don't get any special rewards by doing the end game. Not a single reward after progressing certain stages. So you're basically pushing for no apparent reason, just for the sake of the challenge, which for some people it might be enough of a reason, but I'm an item whore. I only care about items when I'm doing end game. If I'm not getting rewarded, I just don't feel like my time is valued if I'm not getting wood in my game for my time spent. So for a casual item whore like me, this end game is definitely not the best. But it's not to say it's a bad end game. It's just not the right end game for me. I like end games like the Crucible in Grim Dawn is probably my favorite end game so far I've seen in games. It has a limit, it has checkpoints. You can start from a certain higher checkpoint if you think you're up to the task. Another thing I don't like is the wife bound system. I'm not saying it's a bad system, but I'm saying it could be much better. It could be much better. in the current wife bound system, where I just lost an item where I died. It could be changed to a system with durability, and if you die you lose a certain amount of durability of the item, and then you need certain currencies to repair it, and until you repair it you can't use it, instead of just straight up losing the item. See, now I died on stage 2, I have to go back to stage 1, fighting enemies that are much lower level. Yeah, not much, but one level lower, and if I was a higher level than them, I just have to repeat stuff I've already done. Alright, I'm gonna load in and die again, because I don't like the choices. I'm gonna get them to kill me, so I can get different choices. This is another thing I don't like. I get to pick between 3 maps, but I don't get extra bonuses for selecting one map without seeing the other 3. I think every card you reveal should have an impact, and revealing all 3 cards should probably give you less rewards than only revealing one. So you can get better bonus loot maybe, or bonus buffs by only revealing one card. Kind of like playing poker and blindly betting without seeing your cards. Something like that. So I would like to see some buffs based on how many of the cards you've revealed. Otherwise, don't make me click on every single card. See, this should be a great quality of life change. I'm gonna show you what I mean. See, when I click here, I click on number 1, and then there's 3 cards. Why do I have to click on every single card to reveal it? It's just unnecessarily making the player click 3 times. Instead of me clicking here and those maps automatically revealing themselves. So either make them automatically reveal, or make me get bonuses based on how many of the cards I've revealed. If I only click on one card and select this one card, I should get some bonuses if I don't reveal the others. See, there's many ways this endgame can be improved. As a base it's great. It's your typical rifting system. You have 251 stages, you have checkpoints and things like that. And things get stronger and stronger and stronger, and the champions get more and more champion affixes. So it's good as a system, as a base, but it could be better in many ways. Okay, let's do it. But yeah, again, I'm not saying this game is perfect, but I'm saying it's good enough for a game to launch. Knowing the developers, they're not gonna launch a game and do a cash grab. They're not that type of devs. They could have done the cash grab on early access and just not developed it. They're just not that type of company. I mean, people really care about the game that they're making in this studio. And I'm gonna see how it is 6 months from now. Let's see how much endgame the game will have 6 months from now. Some time ago, Max Schaefer said they have plans for 5 years of content. That was when the game was still Torchlight Frontiers. So they probably referred to 5 years of extra content updates under the form of new frontiers, which now translates under the form of new acts. So if they had ideas for 5 years of content updates back then, it should still be valid now, except instead of getting frontiers, we're getting new acts and new types of content, new types of endgame. And as long as they are creative enough to keep giving us new stuff, I can see people returning after every update to test new things, new items, maybe new heroes eventually, maybe new relics eventually. Although 5 relics is more than enough. I wouldn't mind new classes. I wouldn't mind eventually seeing a new class. Also consider modding. Consider how good this game can become with modding. Offline mode modding. Someone might even make a multiplayer mode. Multiplayer mod. Someone might even make a PvP mod that uses peer-to-peer multiplayer or something like that. With Unreal Engine, there's a lot of possibilities for modding. Because there's a lot of people who know how to use Unreal Engine. And yeah, the offline and online are separate, but that doesn't mean that a certain mod that is made for the offline won't make its way in the online if the developers like the mod. AFK Word says, oh nice, you've been playing it for 5 hours now. Torchlight 3 seems fun. Reminds me of Diablo 3 for Nintendo Switch, just casual fun, but can get real hard if we want to. And you got tired about Path of Exile and you're looking forward to Torchlight 3. And you really like the idea of having a fort and collecting resources during traveling. Looks addictive. By the way, pro tip. Collecting resources while traveling is not the best way to get resources. The best way to get resources is with contracts. Contracts, things like this resource bundle, are gonna give you upgraded tier 2 resources or upgraded tier 3 resources. So I'm gonna try and demonstrate this in a way. So look at this. This gives me 40 wood planks, 40 metal bars, 40 stone blocks. That means I'm getting the equivalent of 80 wood, 80 raw wood, 80, what's its name, this thing, wood blocks. So 40 wood planks is 80 wood blocks, and 40 metal bars is 80, where is it? I don't have it, but ore. Metal or metal nuggets or whatever they're calling it, and 40 stone blocks is 80 stone rocks. So this is much better than going around the map and collecting resources. But if you feel like it, you can collect resources. It's just not the best way to get resources. The best way to get resources is by killing stuff and doing specific types of maps and getting contract levels. Contract levels you get by killing champions and getting fame, and the best place to farm those is the Fazier's Dungeon, the end game, and you have to look for specific map affixes. You're looking for uniques, and then you're looking for infamous, and if you get uniques with infamous, even better. Uniques should be priority over infamous. So the meta way to farm items right now is just to look for infamous unique. And if you wanna abuse it, and if you wanna exploit it, the way the game is designed, you can find a unique infamous map. I don't suggest doing it because it seems like cheating doing it, but I'm gonna tell you how you can do it. It's not an exploit or anything, but it's just abusing the way the system is designed, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, if you go into a unique infamous map and clear out every single champion pack and reach the state where you have to go to the boss, you can just leave the map by Alt and F4 or going back to character selection, and then this map you can redo. You can just keep redoing this map without completing it, without killing the boss. If you find yourself a good infamous unique map. This will be your meta way of getting items. Getting legendary items and blue items. And not just that, you're getting respectacles, you're getting all sorts of stuff from contracts. I mean, I think personally it's not worth it doing it that way because it feels a little bit like cheating, but if someone wants to abuse it, well, that's how it's designed. You're not breaking any rules, you can't get banned or anything for doing that. You're just using the way the system is designed. There might be a flaw in the system, or maybe it's intentionally like that. I mean, it was much worse before. Before they made it like that, if you die in a map or if you disconnect or if you leave that map, you would lose the map as if you died. You could go back a few maps and lose progress. And when the servers were unstable and when there were maps that you couldn't complete due to bugs, it really felt wrong. I don't think there's gonna be many people who are gonna abuse it, but it's good to keep that in mind, that there is a way to get shit tons of contract levels super quickly, which results in shit tons of resources, in shit tons of legendary and blue items. So yeah, there's different ways to make things easier on you. Whether you should do it, it's a matter of how you feel about it ethically. Do you think it's worth doing it or not? But yeah, I think as long as they focus on adding more endgame after launch, there's gonna be a lot of returning players. Yeah, someone might play for a month, for 2 months, then get bored and want more content. That's fine. Someone might spend 100 hours, someone might spend 500 hours before they get bored. Different people get bored differently, so I'm not saying this game is the best game for every player out there. In fact, most people probably won't enjoy it if they're expecting something like Path of Exile and Grim Dawn and Diablo. It's different. It's super different from either game in the genre. And for me that's a good thing, for others it could be a bad thing. But yeah, the build variety is my favorite thing here. I spent hundreds of hours just messing around with different builds, experimenting, changing my skill point allocations and just leveling up new builds. One thing I don't like is leveling up new heroes, requiring you to do the story, because you can't unlock the end game if you don't do the story. And it gets boring once you've leveled up more than 4 or 5 heroes in the game. It becomes boring having to level up new heroes and do Act 1 through Act 3 all over again. But I know there's a lot of people who enjoy constantly starting new heroes. Oh, and there's also stuff for the hardcore players. The wife-bound system right now is very appealing to hardcore players. It may not be appealing to someone like me, in the way the wife-bound system works right now, but hardcore players would love it. Hardcore players are basically getting 20% stat boost on every single item they wife-bound. And the wife-bound, you lose the item if you die, but on hardcore, well, you lose everything when you die, so you don't really care about that. So if you like playing hardcore, this is actually the game has something as a bonus to hardcore players. Extra 25%, extra 20% damage and extra 20% defense and HP. Anything that's not a percent, anything that's a flat stat other than skill levels gets 20% more. So if I take this and wife bind it, boom, 1600 damage. Which is pretty solid. Now I can use an offhand. Okay, let's do the next stage.
Your pet has returned.
Let's do this one. But yeah, I really enjoy the game right now. Even with the things I don't like, the things I do like outweigh the things I don't like. Whereas with some other games, it's vastly different. It's the other way around. Apart from Grim Dawn, which for me is probably the best ARPG right now, if you like what it is. Some people really don't like how outdated Grim Dawn is, but they've updated the engine already recently again, so Grim Dawn really feels great. But if you've played enough and you've gotten bored and you just don't wanna have to start another playthrough on Grim Dawn, just looking for something different, this is still a good game, and this one to try. Grim Dawn with mods, without mods, it feels nice. Some builds are very difficult to get in Grim Dawn. In Grim Dawn, to min-max a certain build, it requires a lot of time. In this game, that's one of the things I like. Min-maxing builds probably takes a lot of time, but you don't need to min-max every single 1% of extra damage you can squeeze or extra defense in the game. You just need specific legendary items for the legendarium, you need specific legendary items to equip, and you need skill points, and that's it. Of course, you can min-max and try and get stronger affixes to squeeze a little bit of extra damage, to get that maxed crit chance, to get that maxed crit damage, to get as much flat damage as you can get, to get damage to a certain skill and that you're spamming as affixes, or to a certain group of skills. Or maybe to get basic attack damage and attack speed if you're using basic attack builds. But yeah, I think if someone is considering buying the game, don't look at the reviews on Steam for the early access. Watch some content. Watch different people playing the game. Don't watch just one person playing the game, because that one person might not play the way you play games. So try and find someone who plays the game the same way you do. Yeah, I think watching people stream or watching YouTube videos of the game is better than reading a review. Of course, reading a review on text might be okay. Video reviews are probably the better option to watch, and I will make one once the game launches. I don't do reviews for games that haven't launched, so early access I was avoiding making a review, but after launch I'm gonna spend some time eventually making a proper detailed review of the pros, cons, and the potential of the game. And the potential is there. It is there. Especially when you consider modding. One of the biggest selling points for PC over console for this game is the modding. Oh, something just happened. Seventh the Monk, pardon me for mistaking your name. Seventh the Monk, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate that on Twitch. And AFK Word says, I think having different games in the genre is a blessing. People keep saying that Path of Exile is better than Diablo 3 in some ways. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I also agree with you there. I also agree it's good to have different games in the genre. And also thank you for the follow, AFK Word. This game is on the other part of the spectrum. You have Path of Exile being grim, you have Grim Dawn being grim and dark, you have Diablo 2 being grim dark, and so does Chaosbane. But then you have Diablo 3, which is kind of in the middle, not too grim, not too dark, but also not too colorful and bright as this game. And then you have games like this one, and like Pagan Offline, because it's no longer Pagan Online. because fucking wargaming ruined such a good potential of a game. See, if Pagan Online wasn't published by Wargaming Inc., the company behind World of Tanks and World of Planes and all those other things, if it didn't have such a greedy publisher and was handled properly, Pagan Online could have been a nice challenger to this game. It's kind of sad how things ended up with Pagan Online, because it had a very good setting, a very good premise, the Eastern European war and mythology. And I resonated with it because when I was little I was reading books with those myths and legends and those characters there. And it resonated well with me as a game. And I think it's something that hasn't been done too much. Apart from The Witcher, I haven't played many other games that include monsters and things from those myths and legends from the Eastern European countries. And it was original and good in that regard. Yes, it was cartoonish like this game, and it definitely was like a direct competitor. If it didn't fail, it would have been a direct competitor to that game. So this game really isn't a direct competitor to Diablo or to Path of Exile. And in fact, it's not even direct competitor to Torchlight 1 and 2. It's very different from them, and some people might not like the difference. I really like the difference this game has to Torchlight 2. And that's the thing, as long as people don't expect this to be like any other game they've played in the genre, they're not gonna be disappointed, because they're not gonna have expectations. If you, for example, let's consider this game is not a Torchlight game. Let's try and imagine this is not a Torchlight game. It's just a new game in the genre that doesn't have Torchlight in its name. If you take Torchlight out of the name of the game and don't compare it to Torchlight 1 and 2, it's not a bad game. It's not a perfect game. It's not a great game, but it's a decent game. And it can be a great game with some more content after launch, and with some mods. When you want variety, as I said, Unreal Engine opens a lot of possibilities for modding, and the Steam Workshop hopefully gets some people working on this. Even if it's a simple mod. Thank you, Blue Troyau, But Royal maybe, but like but in German. But Royal, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. So even if it's a simple mod that lets me level up to max level and be able to get some items to test builds, I would play such a mod for the offline to test my builds. So I don't have to spend 10-12 hours doing the story every time I want to do a new build, a new hero. I would love a mod that lets me level up quicker and skip the story, just like the cheat NPC in the test server. Because the test server won't be available all the time. And believe me, I've spent so much time already leveling new heroes that it just... I'm just burned out. I'm burned out on doing the story. But I'm gonna do it after launch. I'm gonna level up more heroes. I'm gonna do more playthroughs. At least one for every hero. And you know, there's 20 combinations of hero and a relic. And you have 13 hero slots on online and 13 hero slots on offline when you get the slot expansions from the contracts.
You can't cast that spell here.
Oh, he's dodging. Okay. Yeah, they all. Many people want all the content right from the get-go, and that's just not realistic. And thank you, all my HW. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome to you too to the Struck Club. Nice having you here. Let me see if I missed some chat messages now. Seven the Monk says everyone in the RPG gaming scene right now are so gung-ho about the difficulty and variety of a game. And yeah, the design of Torchlight really has its own beauty. I really love the aesthetics. In fact, I've always loved games like that, like Borderlands, like Torchlight, like Fate, that and like Fable, that have this kind of a little bit cartoonish, cell shading kind of a design. Not everyone likes it, but some people appreciate it. It's like art. Some people like one type of art, abstract art and stuff like that, others don't. And Seven the Moon says, I for one am satisfied with Torchlight 3 and can't wait for the possibilities it has. Yeah, you and me, buddy, and hopefully everyone else who's watching. Definitely a lot of possibilities and a lot of things to get excited about. I'm not trying to overhype you. And again, you probably already heard me criticizing some of the things that don't sit well with me, but maybe sit well with other people. Mostly it's the Fazier's dungeon where my criticism goes. Because you know what happened in the alpha? In the alpha, we were playing Mapworks, which was basically you getting a map, a scroll that you open, it gives you a portal, you do that scroll, and you at the end of that you get the boss, you get the wood. And it's basically a map. And we were saying it better not have just Mapworks when it launches. And the developers start developing new endgame, and I'm excited what would that new endgame be. And then this new endgame is just basically a different version of Mapworks. So it's basically just Mapworks, just different. In fact, what they do, they remove the affixes of Mapworks. Mapworks used to have affixes. When you open a scroll, green scroll would be one affix, white scroll would be one affix, blue scroll could be one or two affixes, and I think legendary scroll would be 2 or 3 affixes of the map, back in the day. And now they remove the affixes from Mapworks, so Mapworks is just clean, no affixes experience. And they attached those along other affixes with the Fazier. And it's not bad as a system. The Fazier is your typical rifting system. It has a limit, which I like. I'm not a fan of complete endless modes. I like knowing that there's an end I can reach if I want to. But again, it needs to be more rewarding and it needs to be a little bit more pleasing to do it. And it's not bad, it just can be better. It can be better. I need to remove that one skill point, by the way. I'm gonna do one more map and then I can switch heroes and builds. So I'm open to suggestions. If you wanna see a specific build, do tell me. I don't have room for a new skill in my skill bar unless I remove reload. Because this one and this one are must-have skills and this one is a must-have skill. And since this is a goblin skill, I can't remove the goblins. And Arachnid Assault is too good to get rid of it. And so is Miasma. And since it's a Scout's Bones build, and I've decided to play with Onslaught just as a difference. I'm sick of doing targeted strikes all the time. Explosive Arrow is definitely a good option, and this one is not bad. This one is very specific, very gear specific to get a good scatter shot build. Yeah, let's put the point. I've got 2 points, right? 2 points. More minion damage or more energy generation? Maybe more energy generation for now. Another recipe. Okay. Oh wait, did I open a map? Oh, I opened that port. Oh, let's do that Mapworks. I accidentally must have clicked on the map portal not realizing it. Well, you're gonna see what the map works looks like. If you don't know, if you're new, this is your chance to see the other activity, which is not end game, because this one you can do without completing the story. I think around level 20 is where you're gonna expect to see your first map works to drop from the contracts, or maybe contract level 20. But yeah, open to suggestions. If you want to see a specific hero with a specific relic, now is your chance to tell me, and after this map I can go to character selection and create a new hero with that class, with that relic. And if you want a specific build, backseat gaming is encouraged today. So if you want to test certain builds, I can test them for you. If you haven't bought the game and you're wondering how that build would feel. Keep in mind, if you're considering buying the game, buy it before it launches. If you're considering buying it, if you're sure that you wanna buy it, if you're not on the fence, if you buy it before it launches, you're saving 10 bucks. It could be 10 euro, it could be $10, depends on your region, but the price is going up. The price is going up by $10 and 10 euro based on the region. I mean, maybe it's gonna be a smaller difference for certain countries. Not sure how it is in the Asian countries when it comes to this game. Some people were definitely were able to buy it a little bit cheaper than others in early access. But in general, the price is going up, and it's not a small change. It's 30%, 33% price increase from 30 to 40 bucks. So consider buying it before it launches if you really want to buy it. In fact, if you buy it before the 6th of October, you can start playing 1 week early. Early access players get 1 week head start. So instead of the 13th of October, you can start playing on the 6th of October. So those are things I think that are important to know for players who are considering getting this game. There's gonna be one wipe on the 6th. So 2 days from now, on Tuesday, there's gonna be maintenance including a wipe. So all the progress of early access is getting destroyed. Forts, heroes, pets, everything, you're losing that. And after that wipe, there's no more wipes. Early access or not, after you play it, you're keeping the progress. So that 1 week head start is only for PC. Console players are gonna have to wait for the 13th before they can play. It's pretty standard. I mean, it's the standard thing to do, to have cheaper price on early access and the game to become a little bit more expensive, or a lot more expensive when it launches. It's not something unreasonable. In fact, people who do it the opposite are the few companies. Most companies do it like that. I've heard people saying exactly the opposite of what I'm saying, but my personal experience is, with early access games I've played, I was able to pay less on early access instead of on launch. In fact, I've not played a single game where I had to pay more on early access than on launch. So it's weird when I hear people saying the opposite. But I've heard people say the opposite, or write the opposite more like. So I've read people write the opposite. I normally like playing early access games, so you probably, if you've watched me play recently other games, you might have noticed some of them were early access. But yeah, this build has become much better than on day one. Week 1 of early access, I was playing similar builds. The Onslaught Summoner. Ketchup Admirer, oh nice nickname. I'm a Ketchup Admirer myself as well. So welcome to the Struck Club, nice having you here. Hope you enjoy your stay, and thank you very much. And yeah, 7th, the Monk, the team synergies are a great option. And eventually I'm gonna take it up a notch and make team builds. Have you seen anyone making co-op builds? Builds where you're making 4 builds that are meant to be played together. I'm gonna take up that task eventually after launch and start making co-op builds. Full-fledged 4-man builds. So if you have 4 people in your team, you can try each of you taking one of the rows, and that's gonna be not immediately, because first I want to focus on other things, such as I need to update my beginner's guide, I need to review the game, so that's content you can expect after launch. You've made a 2-man build for Disc Mage and Realm Master. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I mean, the synergies are there. Realm Master with Lantern Flash tier 2, and Disc Mage with Holy Fury and Dark Spears. That way the Realm Master doesn't need chance to slow in its items, and the Realm Master doesn't need Spike Drive if the Disc Mage is the one slowing. The same goes for Rizzi. If you have a Sharpshooter with Rizzi's Fate, that's an extra slowing for the Realm Master to do extra damage. So you can expand this build and add a Sharpshooter with Rizzi. And yeah, things can be done. Things definitely can be done. See, when you said Realm Master and Disc Mage, I immediately knew kind of what you might have done. It's kind of the obvious synergy. When you think Realm Master Disc Mage, you know, okay, Realm Master gets 65% extra damage versus Sword, Blinded and Stunned. So yeah, the Disc Mage has super good slows, Dark Spears, Holy Fury, obvious choice. And you can have the Realm Master using Lantern Flash to burn the enemies, and you can add Forge that does extra damage to burning enemies. The Forge has a passive that gives him 25% extra damage to burning enemies. So you can take the Realm Master's burning from Lantern Flash. You can take probably Sharpshooter burning with, what was it, Explosive Arrow? Yeah, Sharpshooter with Explosive Arrow burning the enemies and combine such Forged. I think the game is ready for full launch. I mean, it's more ready than many other games have been. Many other games launched with much more bugs and much less polish. And some games even launch with a lot less content. I mean, I've seen games launching without endgame. You finish the act and then you're act 1, 2, 3 and whatever many acts you've got, and then you're done. In this game you've got one endgame activity that can keep you busy. You've got plenty of build variety, considering 4 classes, 5 subclasses, even pet skills, although pet skills are okay. Pets need expanding as a system. I gotta admit the pet system is okay, but it really needs more. It needs a DLC eventually, a content update, free content update that expands on the pets. But I'd rather see them focus their attention on endgame in the first big patch that's coming after launch. I would rather see new endgame modes rather than update for the pets. You've got enough legendary items, you've got enough passives. Earlier today I was putting some numbers together, and I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna tell you, to those of you who may not have heard it, you've got on every hero 7 skills on one skill tree, 7 skills on another skill tree. Each of those skills has 3 passives attached to it, so that's 42 passives. 14 skills with 42 passives. Based on how many levels you've got on each skill, you get different passives. Then you've got 5 relics, which are subclasses. Each of those relics has 5 active and 5 passive, which means that's 25 more active and 25 more passives that you can add on top of your class of choice. Each of those active skills has 3 passives. So that's another 25 times 3, so that's a total of 75 more passives that you can add. And on top of that, you've got legendary items. Right now in the game, some of the legendary items have been removed. So right now there's 111 legendary items. Some of those are class specific. For example, the mage has 16, the sharpshooter has 16 class specific items, and so on. So let's say you've got 111 minus 30 roughly items that you can add to any class. And you can equip those items, and you can put 3 of those items in your legendarium, like a Kanai cube. So you can see I'm using this set, and see I'm using those 3 items: hat, shoulders, gauntlets. And I'm completing 3 pieces of the set, which gives me extra skill points to precision skills. It gives me extra additional charge of Ghost Visage with the potion, and this gives me an additional spirit when using Arachnid Assault. But since I've got this set bonus, this allows me to equip the Musketeer Rope and benefit from 2 skill points instead of just 1, because I've already got 3 pieces of the set equipped. If I didn't have 3 pieces of the set equipped and I just had 2 items, I wouldn't be able to get this extra skill point from this one. And see, I've got this that gives me more goblins from the Goblin Legion. I've got this one that gives me Scout's Bones to shoot poison projectiles. So basically this effect here, which looks super cool. All those poison projectiles are from an item. I can still have the 3 bows, but it's not gonna shoot the poison projectiles from the bows without that item. And when I summon my goblins, I get 3 ghost goblin gunners. See, I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 I think goblins, which is 3 goblins, no, 2 goblins, another 3 after using my adventurer bonus, so 5. The goblin brute is 6, and the gunners are 9. Okay, so I got 9 goblins. And then I've got Shasta. I can get another summoner skill if I want to with Rizzi. And I can, if I want to, I can get a lot of spiderlings from Bane, although right now I'm not going for that setup. I think the game is in a good shape. It's in a good shape. It's good enough for a launch. If you're not expecting too much content. If you're expecting too much content, maybe wait. If one endgame content activity to do is okay for you, and you're not gonna get bored quickly, and you just wanna test one class, play for a bit, then test another class, play for a bit. If you like testing different builds, this game can definitely give you a lot of time to play around with certain synergies. So again, the depth of the game, of the build making, is not on the surface. And those numbers I told you earlier, you won't see those. People might open the skill tree, oh, that's 7 skills, okay. Oh, that's another 7 skills, that's only 14 skills per class. Boo, that's not enough. But when you look at the passives, the depth is definitely there. When you look at the relic skills, the depth is there. I mean, I'm making choices. Do I equip this skill? Do I put this skill on my skill bar, or maybe I use this skill? You have to make choices. It's not like you're maxing out everything. You have a total of 70 skill points across 60 levels. And there's a lot of places where you can put your skill points. It's not Path of Exile depth of the build, but it's not also Diablo 3 or Warhammer Chaosbane depth of the builds. You don't have to use all 6 pieces of the set. In fact, most of the times you would be using 3 pieces of the set because certain blue items give you affixes that legendary items don't. See this one? You can get flat damage on a legendary leg. You can get flat damage on legendary chest. But you can get flat damage on blue and green leg and chest items. So yeah, one more of the things to consider. Warchpo and Gary Plays are back. Welcome back. Alright, folks, let's test another thing. I'm letting you decide for me what other hero are we making. I started with just one hero today. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 heroes. Any other class, subclass? If you want to test certain build for yourself, name it. We can put it to a vote. YouTube and Twitch can vote. One for Sharpshooter, 2 for Dusk Mage, 3 for Forged, and 4 for Railmaster. I can give you some time to vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. One is on the left, 4 is on the right. If you don't vote, I can pick something myself. And yeah, any class can get any relic. So basically the relic is subclass. Once you pick it, it's a permanent choice. That gives you 20 archetypes. 20 combinations of all 4 classes with all 5 relics for this class. And between those 20 combinations, you have multiple ways of building. You can build on one skill tree heavily, you can build on the second skill tree heavily, or you can spend most of the skill points into the relics. And that gives you a lot of variety because you can't max out it. People want number 4, okay. So far 2 votes, Railmaster. Okay, now vote for relics. Vote for relics. Let's make him a ginger guy. What relic do we want? Let's just name him. Oops, that's my Bulgarian letters. Sorry. I must have changed my keyboard by accident. So 1 for Bane, 2 for Blood-Drinker. Actually, Blood-Drinker is out of the choice because I already have 2 Blood-Drinkers today. I got a Train and I got a Slammer Blood-Drinker already made today. So Bane, Cold Heart, Electrode, Flaming Destroyer. 1 for Bane, 2 for Cold Heart, 3 for Electrode, 4 for Flaming Destroyer. Keep in mind 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, okay, people are saying 3, so that's Electrode. Okay. Now, do you want Train or do you want Slammer? I can let you decide. 1 would be for Train build. 2 would be for Slammer build, which is AoE close range slams. One person votes for Train. I actually selected Electrode. Did you want Cold Heart? The guys that voted with number 3, did you want Cold Heart or did you want Electrode? Because if you want Cold Heart, I can go and make a new hero quickly. It's no problem for me. Just let me know by you typing 3. Ah, you wanted Electrode, okay. Electrode Train build is actually pretty fun. I've got one on my YouTube channel. To those of you who are watching on Twitch, you might not know it. I'm gonna quickly give you the link. If you're watching on Twitch, that's my YouTube channel. I've got some things there. And I've got builds on my website, and I strongly suggest if you're looking at my builds, check the website versions. some of the website versions are a little bit newer than the videos. So in the videos I might be showing certain things in the skill point allocation, but then there might have been some changes, some nerfs, some buffs, which made me do things differently, and I've updated the screenshots. Each of my builds except the Wingspan Scatter Shot 2.0. Oh, and we got a subscription. Mr. John subscribed to my channel on YouTube. Thank you very much for the YouTube sub. I really appreciate that. So yeah, on my website I update the screenshots every now and then when I think it's needed. And I recently went through all builds except one, which eventually I'm gonna update to change some of the skill point allocations based on nerfs, buffs, changes, and as well those extra 10 skill points. And another YouTube sub from Brian. Thank you, Brian, as well. Really appreciate the help in growing my channel. I normally stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time so that I can have a record of my streams, permanent record on YouTube, because Twitch keeps it for 30 days and after 30 days they're gone unless I download it and then re-upload it to YouTube, and it's not convenient having to download something that I've done and re-upload it. So that's probably the main reason of me doing that. But I know most people watch on Twitch. It's expected. Most people prefer watching on Twitch, but some people watch on YouTube, of course. So I'm covering those. I used to stream on Mixer as well, by the way, but yeah, after Mixer moved to Facebook, I don't want to move to Facebook. Keeping it simple, YouTube and Twitch, good enough for me. Mixer was mostly people from Xbox watching there. So I've got some items I can pick up from my other heroes that I leveled up today. We're doing third Realm Master for the day. I did Blood Drinker Train, I did Blood Drinker Slammer with spinning blade rather than Drain this time. And now I'm doing this, which would be Electrode Train. Should I do the standard one? I'm probably gonna do something different. See, I've got a build already, which I did, which is this Realm Master Zealot Train. So this is the Zealot Train. Wait, this. In fact, I only have two setups for the Zealot Train. This one, the regular setup, and this one with the attack speed. So I'm gonna do something different. In fact, I'm probably gonna go, instead of using shotgun, I'm gonna be using shocking rounds. Or maybe I can use, instead of flamethrower, mortar, but I like flamethrower. I'm gonna be honest, mortar car is not as good as flamethrower car when I test it. It's good, it's decent. Especially when you're leveling up, you get it much earlier. But flamethrower car is just so good with that item, with that shield. And this is why you followed. Passion. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you think so. I really won't be where I am if it wasn't for all the cool people on my channels. Okay, I'm gonna put some items here. I got the two most important things. I already had those, but I got the two most important things for a train build. This one is not bad for a train build. In fact, very good synergy. I'm not gonna do too much. I just need a couple more pieces of the set. I've already got some items. Oh, Blast Breaker, and this is actually a very good thing. Okay, let's try and get a few more. I've got one piece of the set. I can take the other pieces from my other Realm Master. Keep in mind, this thing that I'm doing right now is only doable on the test server. You will not be able to do this on the live server. This is a cheater NPC meant for boosting people playing on the test environment to help with testing stuff without needing to level up quickly. See, it boosted me to level 46. It boosted me to level 46 from level 2. Okay, so now the question is, if you want certain skills used, let me know. Should I go for a basic attack build like the Zealot Train? Or should I go for something that's not focusing on basic attacks and rather on proccing stuff? Oh wait, I had my honey view on. My bad, my bad. And honey view is my image viewer. So I'm gonna do something different. That's why I kept the honey view open earlier, but not now. So basically I'm gonna try and maybe instead of shotgun, max this one out and maybe use this one. And 1, 2, 3 train cars instead of 1, 2, 3. And attack speed here, I'm gonna get this one. And I'm thinking, I mean, those ones I'm not gonna touch. This needs to remain the way it is. I need those 5 points here, very important. This one I'm gonna keep max level. We'll see. For now, this one's probably gonna be level 1 only at first. Let's do it. Most importantly, I need this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 point. Here, I can probably just keep it as 1 point for now and later on level it up. I definitely need 5 points here. And I'm gonna put 1 point here. I'm not gonna hurry into spending all the skill points before setting the items.
You can't use that skill.
The items are an important part of this. I can test the attack speed again, see how it works. Let's see how the basic attacks gonna work. Right now, basic attack builds are a little bit stronger. You get a little bit more damage from affixes when it comes to basic attacks than before this patch. The attack speed seems to be same or not, or maybe just 10%. I can't remember if the limit of attack speed was 60% before or whether it was 50. But the current cap of attack speed is 60. Which you can easily reach. This one gives you 50% attack speed. This one gives you 25. So this one by itself almost caps your attack speed. And I want that duration if I'm going for attack speed. I want 1 point here. I want here some more points. I'm not gonna max it out yet. Again, I wanna first equip some items. This is interesting, bleeding and burning at the same time on a pet. Okay, so as I said, I need to transfer some items. First, I'm equipping this. Equipping this. Lantern Flash, Flamethrower Car. I'm not gonna rely on skill points from my weapon, because the weapon is the thing that's gonna change all the time while I'm leveling up. Additional bolts fired on shock, very good choice for this this kind of setup. And attack speed for basic attacks, another good choice. I don't need this, and well, for now I don't have much choice. I really want to use a shield, but which one? This one's more defense, this one's more block chance. This one's more electric defense. Okay, so quickly need some things from the other hero. Thankfully, I've got those items that I can transfer. Mortar car, 3 levels. Okay. Transferring the gear. Well, now we are ready for stuff. So now the question is, do I wear the shield or do I put it in the legendarium and go for a two-handed setup? These are probably kind of the same thing. This is more endurance regen, this is more energy generation, and I'm gonna go for the energy stuff. This one I don't need. So arc power shoulders, I really love those. Chance to slow shield. I'm gonna consider using the chance to slow shield if I use a one-handed setup. So shocking rounds plus 2 mortar car. I'm gonna go for shocking rounds. Think it's the better choice. I'm gonna keep those with me in case I decide to go that route. And between those two, 17% chance to slow, 2.9 defense. This is 1.6 defense, 19% chance to slow. I think this one might be the better option. Attack speed or crit damage. I'm gonna go for crit damage because it works for everything and it's not HP but defense. And we're probably good to go now. Faster pet cooldown. This one, faster pet cooldown, goes here. And burn duration, poison duration, shock nova. And that's my two-handed weapon that I might use, I might not. And gauntlets. Do I go for the flame burst or do I go for one of those? We'll see. I've got options. I've got options to consider. Okay. Legendarium. Legendarium. I don't have many options, honestly. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get this one into the Legendarium and put it. Although I'm wearing it right now, so let's do it like this. I think that's not bad. If I end up dying a lot, I can switch to a shield setup. And basic attacks with the rail hammer would trigger this thing. I want those proccing as much as I can get them to proc. I want this extra duration. First, let's max out the important things though. Oh, shocking crowns. I haven't tested if they fixed it. How many points left? 3 points. Okay, I'm gonna need to get this leveled up eventually. For the damage reduction for now, I'm gonna be squishy. And we're ready. That's it. For now. And yeah, that's like the Diablo 3 cube. And that's like the Diablo 3 cube. When you find an item, legit finding an item, not getting it from the cheat NPC, you get its power unlocked. For me, I had to dismantle the item to get its power unlocked to use in the Legendarium. Because I got it from the cheater NPC, which is a test realm thing. But normally when you find the item, they changed it to find the power as well. So whatever you get as a drop, you unlock its power over here. And it's like the cube from D3 in the way it works. And you can get 3 things equipped. And that's the beauty of it. You can mix and match certain things, and it's great. It's great how that works. What am I missing? Wait, do I really only have this little amount of skills? I can add another skill later. Maybe, oh, lightning barrier, that's what I'm missing. Okay, later I can add lightning barrier. I want to keep it with just 2 train cars and the base one. Simple. Okay, grid here. And the pet has auras. 1 aura, 2 auras, 3 auras, 4 auras. You can only use 1 aura at a time. And that means when you have 4 people, you're stacking all 4 different auras in the team. And it's nice. While the pet is nearby, everyone would get the aura. Of course, if the pet is back into the town selling, you're not gonna get the aura, but there's things that make the traveling. When you send the pet to the town, there's like 2 minutes of travel time. But with a certain item, you get 90% shorter. So it's like 16 seconds or so. With the token of rapid bartering, which you can equip over here in one of those 2 slots. Token of rapid bartering. And there's an item that resurrects the pet quicker, 90% quicker, the Phoenix token. So there's things to consider if you're relying on the pet a lot. Right, let's add the train into the mix. So this was me doing damage without the train at the start. Yeah, this is kind of strong in the early levels. And Jart 151 YT, welcome to my channel, Jart. Nice having you here. Hi to you. But pets can do certain things that the pets in Torchlight 2 could do. So what you can do with pets is you can give them items and they can go back to the town and sell them. And they have certain skills that they can use. You don't use the skills, they use them themselves. So you have 4 pet skill slots. And you have 4 pet aura skills. You can only have 1 pet aura skill. The rest would be passive or active skills for the pets. They could use some improvements though. The pets could definitely use some improvements. They cannot buy and sell potions for you, but they can sell regular items, and that's good enough. You don't have to go back to the city or to your fort to sell gear. You can just use the pet to do it for you. Saves you time. More time grinding, less time staying in the town. Less time standing in the town, more time grinding, but more time in your inventory. You're gonna be spending more time in the inventory if you pick up every single piece of equipment and give it to the pet to sell, because we don't have an option to hold a certain button and click on an item and the pet picks up the item straight to its inventory. I would really love a quality of life change to, for example, hold control and click an item and then that item goes straight to the pet inventory. So I don't have to open my own inventory and press X to put the item into the pet inventory. Jart151, I don't think I've ever tried speaking Spanish, but hola, ¿cómo te llamas? I know that. Muy importante. I know a few words from watching certain shows on Spanish on Netflix, Narcos and things like that. There was this one with the superhero. I forgot what it was called. That Spanish series on Netflix where that guy was a superhero in his neighborhood. I also know some weird stuff like mucojones grandes and things like that. But that's things that I learned when I was a kid, when people were teaching me. No, it's not a swear word. It's just not something you would want children knowing. But yeah, I definitely haven't studied Spanish. But it's a nice language. I mean, if you know English, Spanish, and Chinese, you know languages that such a big part of the population of the world speaks, and that you're kind of sorted. If you know those three languages, you're kind of sorted. If you go somewhere, chances are people would either know English, or if not, maybe Spanish or Chinese. I mean, think about the certain number of people in the population in the world that speak one of those three languages. Like Latin America, you know Spanish, except for Brazil, which speaks Portuguese. You're kind of sorted knowing Spanish there. English, almost in every country the young people now speak English. Apart from some of the older generations in certain countries that refuse to speak it or never had the chance to learn it. Definitely when I speak Bulgarian, there's not gonna be many people who are gonna understand me. Maybe some people from other Eastern European countries might understand a little bit of what I can say in Bulgarian, but it's not gonna be exactly the same, and they're not gonna understand every word. Macedonians definitely would understand this. Macedonian and Bulgarian are kind of like the same language but different accents, different regional accents, and they're using a different alphabet, and that's kind of it. But they're very similar. If I go to Western Bulgaria, they really speak very close language to the Macedonian there. But it used to be a part of my country. But long ago, Macedonia used to be like a huge thing under the old times. But yeah, for a long time, Macedonia used to be like part of Bulgaria, and I think after World War II, they kind of separated them or something like that. I'm bad at history, so probably not the best person to talk about this, so I'm gonna stop before I say something that's not correct. But yeah. Bonus damage to staff basic attacks, bonus damage to pistol. This shouldn't be a thing. This shouldn't be able to drop. I'm gonna screenshot this to remember. To make it so that an item doesn't drop with bonus damage to different weapon basic attacks. I don't think something like this should be possible in a game. To get 2 affixes, bonus basic attack damage to a different weapon type.
I mean, what could go wrong?
So hopefully they end up coding in a script that prevents this from rolling together. Because it's a waste, it's definitely a waste. You can't use both weapons at the same time. So you're not gonna have use for having both affixes on the same item at the same time. You're from Colombia and you're learning English to go to the USA to study medicine there. Nice. Back in the day when I was playing MMOs, one of my guild officers was from Colombia. And he used to tell us about the Kulu Fest. About the Kulu Fest and things like that. And the Chicascar audio about those chicks that promote certain things, car audio for once. He used to tell us, yeah, he used to be a cool guy, Alex from Colombia. Definitely fun guy. He used to joke to invite me and my real life buddies who were also officers in that guild. He used to joke to invite us to come to Colombia, and that his mate would make us some good food to eat. Yeah, good old times when we used to play MMOs before they all became so pay to win and grindy and boring. He used to tell us that the chicas car audios girls are normally girlfriends of some of the people who work in the drug business, so you should never try to hit on those if you go to Colombia. At least that's what he was telling us about those Kulu Fest promo girls. I guess that's what we were talking, but I'm talking about times when I was a teenager, like 18, 19 years old. So that's the type of stuff we were talking about. It was long ago, more than 10 years ago. Cause I'm 30, what am I? I'm 31, I think I'm 31 now. Yeah, I should be 31. Kind of lost count already. Okay. Oh, my pet's dead. Poor boy. He was too young to get wrecked. Oh, and by the way, this pet, everyone who was an early access adopter of the game on Steam, I think everyone gets this. Or maybe even if you're not early access, I'm not really sure how. Let me check it. Let me double check it for you. I'm gonna share my screen and read the patch notes or the news. Just a second, let me find it and I'm gonna share my screen so we can read about those. Okay, let me see. Pet. Fairy pet for each platform. Okay. I'm gonna share this so you can read it as well. So it's basically, in addition, all versions of the game we will include an exclusive fairy pet for each platform. So everyone who gets the game on launch would get an exclusive pet fairy for each platform. And those pets, I can show you the images. I've got the images from in the game, from the what's it called, from fan kit. Let's call it a fan kit. It is a fan kit that everyone can download. If you want the link, let me know. I can dig up the link. So that's basically the different pet icons. So it's this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, and this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different versions, and you're getting for each platform different version. There's 4 platforms. PC is getting that one, as you can see. Then some of the other platforms are getting the yellow. I think the blue, but I'm not sure if it's this blue or this one. I think it's this one, the teal. And actually, this is the yellow. This one was the green. So the yellow, the teal, the purple, and I think the green are the ones that you can get. So the blue and the gray you have to find, and those drop only after level 60. Those are pets you can get under level 60. I'm not sure if you even saw those. Did you see when I was showing them? Let me check again. You probably couldn't see them because of the Firefox. Yeah, okay, let's show you again. Let's show you again. So it's this one is the purple for PC. This one is the yellow. This one is the teal. And this one is the green. And I think the blue, which is this one, and the gray, which is this one, you would have to farm. I'm gonna try and find the information and dig through it. Let me close this to find you the information about which one goes where for which platform. They shared it somewhere. I can't remember where, but it was shared somewhere. It's probably on the official blog post on the website rather than... Okay, learn more on torchlight3.com. I think it shares the info there. Let's go there. Holfer. I think they're saying it here somewhere. Okay, there we go. Steam is getting the purple, the verdant glitter sprite for Xbox. I think the green one is for Xbox. PlayStation 4 is Azure, which should be the teal, and Ashen for Nintendo Switch. I can guess which one is Ashen. It could be the gray one. It looks like Ashen, and red for Twitch, for Switch. It could be either the yellow one or the green, but gray fits Ashen. Ashen gray makes sense. So for PlayStation it's either this one or this one. And for Xbox it's most likely gonna be that one, because it's the only one that says green. So yeah, that's something that everyone gets that orders the game. It doesn't have to be early access, you get it as a gift. Alright, enough of this, a little bit off topic. I hope I'm not boring you with something that you didn't care about. Let me just remove this. And this one is actually this is actually my favorite, because it really looks like what I wanted to make as an emote, for my Twitch. I designed a certain emote, and I'm bad at drawing. I'm not an artist, but this is what it looked like when I designed that. I'm gonna try and show you. So this is what it looked like. I wanted to make a goat, a chibi goat, but I'm terrible, and it turned out so bad, so terrible. But yeah, this is like one of my Twitch emotes. I probably overdid it with details, and I should have kept it simple. So when they released this one, I really liked it, because it really reminded me of my attempt at trying to make a mascot of my channel. This is what I was imagining a mascot of my channel would look like, not the abomination I managed to draw. Eventually, I'm gonna try and redraw it and make it better soon. But it was just me trying to draw a chibi goat with wood struck eyes. Like shinies. But did everyone see the things that I showed? I think you saw them. Legendary drop. This was a quick map. I'm gonna do another one. But yeah, this game really, I'm so excited that it's finally launching. I'm not gonna play a WOT next week though. I'm not gonna play WOT next week because of Baldur's Gate 3 early access starting the same time. The early launch of Torchlight 3 is, but after the real launch date, the 13th of October, I will be playing a lot of Torchlight 3. If either of you are excited about Baldur's Gate 3, you're gonna have the opportunity to watch me do my first playthrough starting this Tuesday, the 6th of October. Wait, what's giving me levels to shocking rounds? Oh, this one, okay. Okay. That's amazing. So that one skill point I can probably invest into lightning barrier. And now I'm done with having the skills I want. I mean, eventually I could get Conjure Electrode if I wanted to go for the basic attack shocking force stuff. Cause it's gonna go well. Get that triple zap. But I don't have the skill points to go that route for now. So I'm going the proc monster route. Let's do the boss fight. By the way, if you're thinking my damage is super high, keep in mind my weapon is strong and it's wife bound. So if I didn't have this weapon, I could have been struggling, not much, but a little. This Warhammer is just, this Railhammer is super strong. Look at that, it has 2 times flat damage at the bottom. So that's why things might look a little bit too easy right now. It's definitely stronger than the Blood Drinker build I was playing earlier though. But it's Electrode, Electrode is strong. And strong without much investment when you do a proc monster Electrode build. You can see there are shock boats everywhere. A very shocking build. I think this is a very good starting build for someone who wants something that's not that difficult to play. This is not a bad option to do. And I've already got kind of like a version of this build. The Zealot. You can just play it without the attack speed if you want, without the basic attacks. Or you can play it with. And you can play it with Shotgun Car instead of shocking rounds. Which reminds me, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna remove Lightning Strike. Just to test if this procs. So just for a moment there, I need to test this. I like doing things like that for science. Big hugs to Sky. Sky, where are you? I can't find him. Oh, there he is. He's blending with the blue towel on his bed. And Zedicus, you might be able to see Sky soon. You might be able to see Sky soon. I was supposed to order my camera today. I'm gonna order my web camera after my stream today. And it probably can arrive on Monday. We'll see, depending whether it's on stock. The thing that's not in stock is my microphone interface, the Zenix 802 that I ordered. They told me it's gonna take a month and a half, a few days ago. And since it's gonna take that long, I told them to just wait and deliver the microphone together with the interface, because I can't use the microphone without the interface. And I'm not gonna switch my camera on until I get a green screen and some lights. But I might switch it on once just to show you Sky sometime, if someone's interested to see the pet. Okay, where is this? Let's do the berserking. So now I want to do some testing of tier 1 and tier 3 shocking rounds and the endurance bonus of shocking rounds. One of the things wasn't working, the tier 3 or the endurance bonus. I'm not sure which one it was, but one of them wasn't working properly. So see, endurance bonus says while shocking rounds is active, your endurance generates. Oh, did they just change? Oh no, the activation was the problem. Activating this skill makes your chain lightning strike an additional target. And this used to say, I'm gonna open one of my older videos, older build videos. Let's see, older build videos, the Zealot train. So I'm gonna open my Zealot train. You're not gonna see it, but I'm gonna quickly check it, what it said in that video when I was talking about the skills and shocking rounds. Just a moment, I'm skipping through the skills right now. Shocking rounds, come on, get to that point. Okay, I think I found the place where I talk about it. Okay, so it used to say activating this skill makes your basic turret send lightning strikes from above that deal 130% weapon damage. And this is what it used to say. I'm not sure I can show you, but I can print screen it and show you the print screen. So print screen, save. Okay, now I'm gonna show you. So you can see the difference that I'm talking about. See, compare this with this, and you can see what I'm talking about. So activating this skill makes your chain lightning strike an additional target. I guess the other one was too overpowered, and they had to change it. So yeah, something must have happened there. And shocking rounds causes lightning to strike the target for 100% weapon damage. Is the tier 3 bonus, which was the oath bonus, the oath activation bonus. So they moved the activation bonus as a tier 3 bonus and made the activation just add additional target chain lightning. I think that's super underwhelming to have just one additional target as an activation bonus. So basically activating this is okay, it's not that bad for proc monster builds. That means one extra target that has a chance to trigger lightning strike. I'm gonna quickly test it to see if it works. So the endurance bonus, or the tier 3. So which one is the tier 3? I'm not seeing the lightning strike. You see, I'm not seeing a whitening striking. Maybe this little whitening that seems like the Stormblade is the one. Shocking rounds causes lightning to strike the target for 100% weapon damage. I think that's it. See this one, pew pew from above. Yeah, I think that would be it. Okay, it's not bad. Let's go back into this. Those big lightning strikes could be a little bit too much on your eyes. That's one of the things I don't like about Thunderstrike. It's hurting my eyes when I play builds with it. It's such a great build to play on any class, a Thunderstrike build. But my eyes can't handle all this. All the blinking, bright blinking lights. If someone is suffering from epilepsy, that build definitely is not gonna be recommended to play. It's just too much things, too much colors, bright, dark, etc. getting mixed up. But it's definitely a fun build. Regardless whether you play it with a train or without a train, with a Railmaster or with another class, lightning strike based proc monster builds are amazing. You're trying to get as many hits per second as you can. So any other builds you folks wanna see? I'm open to suggestions. You can write the class and subclass in the chat, and I'm gonna consider the next time I switch heroes, maybe after this map, maybe after another map, to play such a class. And such a subclass. It's backseat gaming day. Cats in the internet, win-win. Everybody likes watching them. Yeah, he's definitely, for a cat, which are normally cute. See, that's what I like about this breed of cats. Not just the blue British short hair, but any British short hair, even the ginger or the white or the brown or whatever. They look like little kittens, even when they grow up, because their heads are a little bit bigger than other heads, and it's not like their heads are bigger. It's they have more fluffy cheeks, more fur on the cheeks. So they make them look as if they have bigger heads, although their head's exactly the same. It's just more fur around the cheeks. Super cute animals. My favorite types of animals. Those fluffy ones. It doesn't have to be a cat. I love fluffy animals. It could be a rabbit, it could be a cat, it could be some sort of rodent. As long as it has those fluffy cheeks. There's some nice puppies. There's some nice nice dog breeds that have that same type of fur that looks like a plush toy. I can't remember the name of the breed in English, but there's a couple of dog breeds that look like that. It looks like a plush toy when you look at it. And thankfully today I can stream a little bit longer. My family members went to a different city today as tourists to another city in my country. So it's just me at home, so I don't have to stop streaming early, because we've got some family members visiting from US and Canada, and normally they go to sleep a little bit earlier, and that's why I've been stopping my streams earlier the past few days. But today I can stream a little bit longer.
You can't use that skill.
Because they're out of town. Oh no, my rail hammer. My rail hammer. I ran out of potions. There's not much I can do with the game. This is why I think this stupid potion system needs to be removed and changed to just a simple cooldown. Why should we get potions as drops or buy them from the town? Instead of just swap a cooldown on it, give me affixes that can change the cooldown, and let me unlock different types of potions to put that do different effects. Wait, what else did I lose? Oh yeah, that's the potion slot. Well, I'm not gonna do as much damage now. Still though, I can enchant it and still get a decent amount of damage, maybe even as much. Well, not as much, but getting close there. I don't have all the recipes though. I don't have all the flat damage recipes. Okay, any other classes you wanna see? We've seen a lot of stuff today. Should I try this as a single point for now? We've got room. So let's do a new one. Feel free. Actually, let's do. I'm gonna decide this one because I wanted to try it today. So I'm gonna do Flaming Destroyer Forged. This one I'm gonna do. I wanna do Cannon Flaming Destroyer with Furnace Blast to see how Furnace Blast changed. And I wanna test Furnace Blast and Mountain King Wheel to see if they fixed it. Furnace Blast didn't used to work with Mountain King Wheel. And if it doesn't work with Mountain King Wheel, well, I don't want to use that skill. I only want it if I can use Mountain King Wheel with it. And it's gonna be a decent synergy with the Flaming Destroyer. At least that's how I think. I mean, I have to test it. But I think it's gonna be a very nice, fun synergy. Cannon damage based build with Furnace Blast and the Mountain King Wheel that keeps returning energy, not energy, vent heat. So let's quickly power level this one to 46 from the cheater. And then see how this would play out. I sincerely hope it's been fixed and the Mountain King Wheel actually gives me back my heat. after spending it. As you can see, this one costs 50 heat, and you can get 50 heat back with the Mountain King wheel, and you can just keep spamming this skill. Actually, I need a vent for now. Okay, come on, come on, Goblin Raider.
Thanks for your help, recruit. We couldn't have defeated Yappa without you.
Okay, let's go quickly boost my hero from level 2 to 46. I've got some items I can take from a different forged I leveled today. The Cold Heart Servo forged I was playing today. I was testing Fracking Strike Servo driven combo. It wasn't bad, but the main source was coming from my shield in that setup, so kind of yeah. But again, until a build is at level 16, you properly test it. You can only kind of see glimpses of the build. Not a little glimpse, still a big glimpse. Still a big part of the build is finished by level 46, 7, 8. Especially with those extra skill points they gave us. And now with getting up through, you can get up to 9 skill points from a single item. 9. That's a lot for a single item. Of course, in order to get 9 skill points on an item, you have to sacrifice a lot of flat damage, because that only happens on weapons. So it's not really worth it in most cases. Okay, I'm gunning for the Mountain King wheel. That's all I want to test this build. Mountain King's wheel. Come on, game, give me the Mountain King wheel. What's happening? It kind of got glitched for a moment there. But yeah, this is an obvious synergy. Having Flaming Destroyer and a ranged forged is the more obvious synergy for the class. With extra damage to burning enemies, with the extra things that do fire and burning damage on the barrage tree, such as what's it called? Coal Launch and Furnace Blast. Come on, game, it's just one item I need, just one item. Hey Ritkitu, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. How have you been, dude? Playing anything in particular? No, there is no trade between players to avoid people selling items for your money. But you don't really need trade in this game. I mean, yeah, there's probably gonna be certain items that are strong and very good rote, and you would want to probably give them to a buddy if you don't use them. You need games like, wow, training markets on the item. Well, that's not the game for you. This game, it doesn't have trade because people can abuse it. They can abuse it even if there's auction house. Believe me, people will find a way to sell items for real money even if they add an auction house in the game. They're gonna find some sort of way to bypass the auction house mechanic and somehow make sure that the right person gets the item and you can just get money from the person. I mean, I wouldn't mind trading in the game if it's Diablo 3 style trading, where you can only trade to your party members for a certain amount of time after the item has dropped. I think Diablo 3 trading would fit really well in this game. But again, you're only gonna be able to trade to your teammates if they were when the item dropped, which is fair enough. Honestly, it's not bad it working in such a way, if it does work in such a way. Come on, give me the stupid item I need. And the Mountain King wheel. Come on. It's just that one item I need, and no other item. I can't make this build without this item, because this item is the build. And in fact, if the item doesn't work for that skill, it's gonna be useless. And before it didn't. Before, last time I tested it, it was broken and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't trigger what I wanted it to. But I have to test it to see if they fixed it. You're looking for a good MMORPG? Well, did you play New World? And if yes, what did you think about it? I've watched some content of other people playing New World, and it doesn't seem anything special. Honestly, it really looks like Guild Wars 2 to me. Reskinned Guild Wars 2, that's what it looks like to me. Which is not a bad thing. I mean, I love the combat system in Guild Wars 2. And I like the skill system in New World, and if someone gave me a code to play the game, I would play it, I would stream it, I would make content. But if I have to pay money, well, I can't buy every single game out there, and since it's Baldur's Gate 3 that I have to buy on Tuesday when it releases the early access version of the game, yeah, that's where my money is going on Tuesday. Baldur's Gate 3. But I definitely wouldn't mind playing New World if they give me a key. I've registered and I'm waiting for a key, but I might wait forever and I might never get a key for a New World to test it and play it. But if you can get your hands on it, that's my suggestion, because you said you're looking for an MMO. Wait, what's happening? Did I get disconnected? I think the server... Come on, I can't get that one item. I think something's happening. The cheater NPC stopped working. Is the server down for maintenance? Let's see. I can't play this build without the Mountain King wheel, because again, it's completely different without it. It's that kind of an item that changes. It's a huge game changer. The shocking round screenshot is still up. Okay, thanks for telling me this. I really didn't notice it. I really appreciate you telling me this, Royale. Thank you. I'm playing on a single monitor, so I can't see what you guys are seeing unless I out and tap. My desk is too small, my desk doesn't have room for a second monitor. It barely fits my monitor the way it is right now, because it's a kind of ultra wide monitor. So really appreciate that. Come on, game. I know you wanna give me that item. Come on. Don't make me spend forever rolling for it. I'm gonna do a special move. I call. Let's go back to my fort. Put some items in the storage and come back. Sometimes this really helps to get certain items. They should really make this cheat NPC just allow you to select the items you want. Open up a list of all the legendary items in the game, select the item you want, and give you a randomly wrote version of it once you buy it for 0 gold, buy in brackets. That's the best way to handle cheat NPC for test environments. Let people just get every item they want. Because if I want to test the specific ability of a specific item to see if the skill is still bugged, to know if I need to report it to the devs or not, I can spend 2 hours in this NPC rolling for that item and not get it because RNG hates me. Super tilting. Come on. I think that's definitely, it falls under the category of things that better be fixed before launch. And I think it's just probably a matter of just reworking something in the blueprint. It's either Furnace Blast doesn't have a certain property that allows it to trigger the bow, the wheel, the Mountain King's wheel, or Mountain King's wheel has certain property missing that allows it to trigger. So I don't think it's gonna be a big fix. I think it's gonna be something that's probably gonna take a few minutes of just reworking something in the Unreal Engine, in the blueprints. Oh, I just deleted a nice item. And I want to test it to see if it's fixed or not. Come on, game. Be good to me, be good to me. Do you see, it keeps giving me the same legendary items over and over again. Come on, come on, come on. See, another shoulder. Telling you some items drop so much more often than others. And that's not just from the cheat NPC. The cheat NPC is a perfect representation of how bad the RNG as drops in the game is. You keep getting Sneckoosticks, you keep getting shoulders of the Mountain King set, arc powered shoulders and so on, arc powered threads, fire starters, Stormblades. I just keep see Stormblade, Sneckoostic. As I'm saying, Stormblade, Sneckoostic, and the fire starter. Probably one of the most dropped things in the game, because they drop on every class all the time. And see, when I don't want this item to drop, when I'm testing different builds, it will drop immediately. Probably. Come on. That one item. Powered hatch, seriously. Helmet. Oh, I deleted the wrong one. Well, never mind. Bonus damage to basic task, relic energy, crit chance, crit damage. Crit damage, relic energy, bonus, crit chance. 4.5 versus 6. Okay. Come on, game. Give me that item. Come on. From all the different things, I'm wondering how long it's gonna take me to get this. It's almost tomorrow. It's 11:55 a.m. PM. 11:55 p.m. Almost midnight. I won't have to wait all day. I tried earlier today to get it on the other build I was testing, on the Fracking Strike build, because I really wanted it for the Fracking Strike. But with the Fracking Strike build, I could play even without this, because I know it works on Fracking Strike. I really want to test this Mountain King wheel to see if it works for Furnace Blast. Most likely it doesn't, but I want to confirm for myself. It's gonna take forever. $33, $25. This is just playing the RNG lottery and getting shafted. Come on. Does it even exist as a drop from this NPC? Is what I'm beginning to wonder. I mean, every now and then it's dropping something I haven't seen drop today, such as the Facebreaker, which even on my previous forge didn't drop today. Let's try and get it on this page instead of getting on the other page. Worst experience ever about RNG. But yeah, if it were up to me to design how a cheat NPC works, I would just allow people to select the legendary item they want, just to get a randomly rolled version. Because it's a test environment, we're not competing or anything here. We are testing stuff. It would be even better if I get the item and then it ends up being broken. A broken skill. Because then I can at least report it as being broken and test it. And I would have wasted a little bit of time, or a lot of time, trying to get it, but at least it would be worth it. The items that the guy drops, the exact same drop rates. Basically what this guy does is just generating random wood. So for example 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items times 4, so 20 items here. So getting those 20 items generated anew is equal to getting 20 item drops. Although this guy doesn't seem to drop white items very often. In fact, I think they maybe made it to not drop white items, to only drop... so it's a little bit easier to get items from this guy. But yeah, if a certain item is not dropping as often from that dude, it's probably not gonna get dropped as often from regular means of obtaining gear, such as monster drops or gear bundles. Gear bundles, legendary gear bundles always give you a legendary. But you can open 200 legendary gear bundles and still not get the item you want. This is how bad the RNG is. From 116 items in the game, if I have 200 gear bundles, it's not guaranteeing I'm gonna get the item I want. I could get 40 Sneku sticks and 40 storm blades and 30 fire starters and maybe 5 arc powered shoulders and 5 mountain king shoulders and still not get the mountain king's wheel. It's bad, it's terrible. And the same goes for gambling. You can spend hundreds of thousands, probably even millions of gold coins gambling for a certain weapon type or certain item type and not get the one you want. This is why I think there needs to be ways to bypass the RNG in games. Spend enough time farming, convert your time into an item you want. This is why I like games where they drop tokens and then you can exchange the token for the item you want. There are some very good mods in Grim Dawn that handle gears like that. You farm bosses, they drop boss tokens, and you get enough tokens, you have spent enough time farming, you exchange them for the item you want. This is the... see, that's some time ago I was talking with the Struck Club about... someone said you should design a game. Well, and I said people won't play the game I designed because... the way I like things might seem too easy to others. Instead of items dropping from enemies, I prefer dropping tokens and exchanging the tokens for the items I like. This is my ideal RPG would have that. I won't be getting drops from the enemies as items. I would be getting either crafting materials that let me craft exactly the item I want, or some resource that I can exchange for the item I want. I don't remember the name of the mod that my brother is playing in Grim Dawn, but there's one mod that's doing exactly the same. And it just feels great. It feels great when that's how it works. See, I can spend several more hours here and still not get the Mountain King's Blade. In fact, I don't even know that it can drop from this NPC. For all I know, they might have removed it from its drop rate, from the drop tables of that NPC. Will the game be in a good enough state when it launches? Yeah, I think it's already in a good enough state to play as a launched game. It already has a lot to offer, so I think it's decent enough. I mean, it depends what you're expecting. If you're expecting it to be as good as Path of Exile after years of development and content updates, if you expect it to be as good as Diablo 3 in its current state after years of seasons and patching and balancing, you might be disappointed, but you have one endgame mode, which is not a bad endgame mode. It's fair enough to play it, so it's definitely okay. So that's the only thing that's lacking right now in the game, a variety of endgame. You've only got one mode and that's it. Finally. If you compare this game to others, compare it to other games in their state when they launched. Compare it to Diablo 3 when it launched, when it had the auction house for real money, when it had the bad drop rates that it had back then. Compare it to Warhammer Chaosbane when it launched, to Path of Exile, to Grim Dawn, all of those games on day one of version 1.0. And if you do that comparison, I think it has enough. And give them enough time and they're gonna give you more. We just gotta be patient. Okay, let's get rid of some stuff and finally fix this build. I'm actually excited about testing this build. And before I do anything further, I really want to quickly test. Just a quick test. Before I even waste my time, I want to test if this even works. Slug shot or shotgun? Let's go shotgun first. No, it doesn't work. Fuck. Yep, I'm not getting 50 hit back. Well, that's how it is. I'm gonna check my ticket. Let me quickly check my ticket to see if they archived it or if it's still there. I had a ticket in the note about this. I'm gonna show you. Furnace. Let's see which one was mine. That's not the one. Okay, so do you see what the last update was? This is very odd, we haven't received update. Well, I'm gonna report it. Let's I add this. Hopefully they fix this before the launch. They've got a few days until the 13th. Okay. PTR 98. What was the build version? Just a moment. I need to check the 98373. Okay, 98373. Hopefully this this gets fixed. By the way, if anyone wants to upvote this, I'm gonna give you the link. If you wanna upvote this, I'm gonna send you the link on chat if you wanna get their attention. Although I don't think we can get their attention on this that quickly. But you never know, you never know. The more people upvote this ticket, the better it is. Because this would make that skill I was experimenting with amazing. I'm still gonna play a bit with that build and I'm still gonna make the build, but the thing is it's just not gonna work the way I want it to, and it's just not right. Alright, let's... Fort skills cooldown maybe. Let's do the relic stuff first. Nicholas, welcome back. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. I can't say the game is great, but I can say the game is decent. And decent for me is enough nowadays. I can say there's a lot of potential for this game to become a great game. But right now it's decent. Oh, I can give it. and that's enough. I mean, it's definitely worth playing if you like the genre. Okay, we've got one more skill point left. Where should I put it? Oh no, we don't. So let's sort out the skills. This one goes here. This one goes here. This one goes here. This one is there. This one is here. And am I missing something? 10 skills. Oh no, one is the basic attack. So I'm still missing one skill on the skill bar. Oh, co-launch, but I'm not using co-launch as an active, just as a passive skill. I'm not gonna use the Mega Blaster until it gets changed. It's very underwhelming right now. Okay, so let's do some disenchanting and equip my items, and then we're gonna be good to go. By the way, my pet needs some food. Maybe after a map I can go and give him. He ate earlier when I was streaming. I already fed him, so it's not like he urgently needs food. He's just always hungry. So since this doesn't work, it's getting binned and not gonna be played. Now let's figure out what else I wanna equip. I definitely need a cannon with good damage. And chance to burn would work well for the build. I wouldn't mind the Raging Beater, and the Raging Beater sounds like a masturbation technique. I always say it, it's just a weird name, the Raging Beater. Let's see. Fracking strike, no. Offend call launch. Well, either one is. Yeah, you probably understand what I mean by that. Crit damage. Let's go for the crit damage one. I could have made a swag shot build. Okay, I think we're good for now. I wish I had a. I wish I had a scroll. But let's go. Let's do this. Oh, pet time. I'm gonna go for defense aura. And I forgot, actually I've got the defense aura, okay. I forgot to equip legendarium items, and that's some extra power. Not that I've got many options, honestly. I really don't have many options here. What else can I add there? I can probably add the Raging Beater to vent with ramming robot as well. For now, I'm probably gonna add this. More mobility for a ranged build is not bad. By the way, the Mountain King gauntlets that I'm wearing don't work with what's its name, with Furnace Blast, because you can't vent 75 hit or more. You always vent 50 with that, with one skill cast. I can still vent 100 hit, but I'm gonna have to cast it twice to vent 100, and it's not gonna count for the skill, for the Mountain King's gauntlets skill. So I should probably replace them with regular gauntlets on this build. Okay. It doesn't feel bad playing this build, but I'm relying heavily on the relic to do damage here. By the way, the Forged will be revisited after launch. They will be looking into Forged to see how they can make it feel better, play better. So they're gonna reworking certain things, reworking, rebalancing, things like those. You have to expect those after launch, though. They said that after launch they will be looking into it to see what can be done to that class. Because right now many people who have played it would agree that there's something that feels off when playing it, especially the ranged version, the ranged skill tree, the one this build is based on. If it weren't for my relic, I would be getting wrecked so badly. And I'm even using defense pet aura for extra survivability. Alright, do this, boom. Oh, they survived. Somehow they ended up being out of the range. Let's get this defense. So yeah, there's been a ticket from 5 months ago that just never got looked into about Mountain King wheel not working with Furnace Blast. And believe me, when they fix it, this would be such a fun and strong build. You're just gonna be spamming Furnace Blast. All you're gonna be doing is spamming Furnace Blast and using some other skills to support it, but your main source of damage will be using Furnace Blast to get 50 hit, which is the cost. So the same thing you can do with Fracking Strike. Using one Fracking Strike generates enough hit to use another Fracking Strike. And just spamming Fracking Strike. The same would be achievable with Furnace Blast. And it's definitely a fun build. Don't think it would be a meta build, but it definitely would be a fun one. Endlessly spamming Furnace Blast. There's gonna be much better ways to play, most likely. But again, since Forged is getting reworked and revisited post-launch, I don't expect them to fix this before the launch. Although I'm assuming it's a matter of just linking the blueprint the right way. If it works on one skill, it's just probably about adding that property to this skill. The same property that the fracking strike skill has in its blueprint is probably just needed to be attached to what's its name, Furnace Blast. This is just me guessing, but if it works on one skill and not on the other, that most likely is the case. And it apparently works with Cold Launch and Vortex Bomb too, so the only one that doesn't seem to trigger it is this skill. And my damage is so bad. Okay, got this one. Yeah, it's actually painful to play this one when I'm recording myself playing it later tonight after my stream. I will switch to probably practice for the footage for the video I'm working on. Some of you actually saw the video I'm working on earlier. I played it for a moment. I just need to record myself playing Forged for 2-3 seconds, playing all 4 classes for 2-3 seconds, put that in the same place, and then put some extra gameplay footage for another 10-15 seconds, and then put some Fort footage for another 10-15 seconds at the end. And pick the best footage to shoot that. And I was thinking of Entropy with Molten Reach, but I couldn't get Molten Reach, so I'm gonna have to spend another hour probably on the Gambler NPC, the Cheater NPC later, after my stream is done, to try and get the Molten Reach, so I can record 2 seconds. See the lengths I go to just for 2 seconds of game footage, of the right type of game footage. I really need like 2 seconds of footage of me playing the Dusk Mage with the Molten Reach, just to show that visual thing in the 60-second video. So I go through a lot of lengths just for something like this. But it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna look nice. And I wanted to include this one. I wanted to include footage with Forged using this and Shotgun Blast. Okay, let's go to the next one.
You say that now.
Gearwalkie. So actually I could start playing on the mage in a bit. Or maybe it might be time to end the stream soon. Let's do a few more maps, because it's 27 past midnight and I need to do some editing and exporting. I could do it tomorrow, but I'd rather have the build, not the build, but the video ready for submission to the contest tomorrow. Gonna equip this, and I need an offhand. I want this here. I want this one and maybe this one. Maybe this one. Just trying to find something better to equip in every place. Oh, this is better. More damage. Oh, and more crit chance, but less crit damage. Oh, actually no, more crit damage. Okay. Works for me. This one's definitely great. If I lose some damage, is it worth it to get that relic energy? I get 3 pieces of the set equipped right now, so I think it's worth it with 20% chance. I need offhand. I need an offhand. Let's actually get a shield. Shield is a good idea. More defense, more survivability. Forged is the kind of class that goes well with stacking defense, because your not sonic pulse but power projection gives you defense. I really would have preferred if it didn't give defense but gave damage reduction. That way a ranged forge can also get some damage reduction and survive a little bit easier. And that way the melee forged could be equally tanky as a Realm Master melee, being able to stack 90% damage reduction from his own skills without relying on relic powers. And you do need relic. You do need weapon damage for the relic skills. The relic skills don't use cannon damage, ever. They're always weapon damage. So even though if you're playing a cannon build and your cannon skills, your barrage skills are doing cannon damage, and you want a good cannon, you would still need a good weapon. One-handed, two-handed, whatever main weapon, so that you can do damage with your relic skills. Unless you're not doing any damage with your relic skills, but then what sort of a build doesn't do damage with their relics? I mean, everything on the relic tree kind of one way or another does some damage, except for a few select passives like Energizer. But why would you need Energizer if you're not using your relic energy? And still, any build that doesn't use the big relic thing is losing a lot of DPS. Build that's not using the final relic skill, even if it's 1 point, it's just totally worth using it. Because that's extra DPS every few seconds when you've spent enough energy. That's why you need an energy spender. It's just the way it's designed. At best, if you don't want to use relic skills, you would still have to use at least 2 of them. A relic spender and the big relic skill. So if you want to focus more on the other stuff, you still are better off at least having those two. You have three options for relic spenders. You've got an aura such as Cloak of Flames. You've got the 50% relic cost skill such as Blazing Pure, and you've got the mayhem skill, Sword Smash or whatever else on the other relic that can cost 25 relic energy, but with the 50% energy cost reduction you get it down to 12.5 and you can spam it. Actually, Sword Smash is super overpowered. Even after the nerf, it's strong. I'm not saying the bet overpowered, where it's silly overpowered. It used to be. Nowadays I think it's fine. After the nerf to it, I think it's fine. It's not gonna be silly overpowered. It's gonna be overpowered as a compliment, not as, oh, this is too strong, it needs a nerf. They already nerfed it, so I don't think it needs any more nerfs. When I say something's overpowered, I mean it's strong and worth using. Unless I say it with a different tone and maybe add a swear word before it. Then I definitely would mean it needs a nerf. But yeah, Sword Smash is fine, I think, the way it is. I haven't tested it, but if they reduce the damage it does by 20% total, that seems fair. Because people were getting silly damage, like 2-3 million damage. And you can cast it 5 times. No, actually not 5 times. 12.5. You could cast it 8-9 even more times before you run out of energy. You could probably get, I think once I managed to cast one of those skills 11 times in a row with 100 energy saved up. So it was obviously a bit too much. Although 2-3 million were numbers with people using two-handed weapons or super strong one-handed weapons that were wife bound to get like 10,000 flat damage on a two-handed weapon, for example. You could probably achieve such a number on practice, but not on ridiculous, without having super min-maxed gear. But even then, even if it does on practice 3 million, you're gonna do 70% less damage on ridiculous, and that's still gonna be around what, 900,000 damage. And you can do it 10 times in a row, and there you go, the 9 million within a few seconds damage bursting stuff. So Sword Smash is very good for starters, for people who are new to the game and just want something that's gonna be easy to play. It won't require too much gear investment. I was talking about this earlier when someone asked me. Sword Smash, Chaotic Strikes and Spinning Blade seem like good choices on the Flaming Destroyer, Electrode and Blood Drinker. As things that you can get early on, level 1 or 5 is where you get those skills unlocked. Electrode unlocks Chaotic Strikes at 5, Sword Smash is unlocked at level 1, and Spinning Blade as well at level 1. So very good for WoW leveling up a new hero. It's been a while since I played such a build though. It's not a bad build to play, but it definitely feels a little bit weaker, and I don't think I would have been doing that much damage if it weren't for the Flaming Destroyer. And you can see it might be a ranged build, but I'm still kind of standing close to the enemies because of the nature of certain things, such as Shotgun Blast and Furnace Blast. Furnace Blast with the tier 3 upgrade, it's not bad. You can see the range. Let's see, can I reach that guy? I almost reached him. So it's still not long range, but mid-range for sure. Whereas Shotgun Blast is not even mid-range, it's something between short range and mid-range. Kind of like semi-mid-range. Or semi-short range, I'm not sure what the right term would be. So, if long range refers to slug shot, rapid fire, and coal launch and poison dart, and furnace blast is more of a mid-range, like over here. Shotgun blast is even worse, so you really need to be up close and personal, within tickling range. Aha! That was close. Yeah, that feels great so far. And better than I expected. Still not as good as I would want to be it to be, but better than I expected. And I can put a better cannon. If I had a good blue cannon, I could wife bind it. So this one, for example, if I enchant it, it might end up being stronger. With a scroll of wife bound, but I don't have one. Wait, how many potions have I got left? Oh, this is gonna be tough. My pet wants food. I'm gonna quickly give him food. Give me a moment. Give me like 30 seconds or so. I'm gonna run some ads on Twitch to give my pet some food. So just a moment. Sky? Are you hungry? Oops. Okay. There we go. I hooked him for a moment to not be in the way of the food. That's why you probably could hear him. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Gave him food, he's ready. And Jaws is on the fence. What's the end game? The end game is what I'm running right now. If end game is all you care about in the game, you might be a little bit disappointed from this. Depends what you expect. You have one end game type, and this is kind of the equivalent of rifting. Rifting, mapping, whatever you want to call it. It's similar to Wosen's endgame and similar to Diablo's rifting, but it's with an end, and I actually like it. I like it has an end. So you're basically, I'm gonna show you after I'm done with this one, but you're basically selecting between 3 maps every time you start a new challenge, and you have 251 challenge levels. And every 4 challenge levels there is a boss fight. Once you beat the boss, you unlock the next 4 challenges. So there's 3 challenges, 1, 2 and 3 is the boss, and after the third one it becomes 4, 4, 4, 4, so it keeps splitting them into 4 groups of 4. So you complete level 1, level 2, you beat level 3's boss, then you complete level 4, 5, 6, and then level 7 is the next boss. And so on. You have a checkpoint. Every time you finish a boss, your next stage, which would be the first out of the next 4 challenges, is your checkpoint. And if you die, you go back to the checkpoint. I have a video on YouTube about the Fazier's dungeon, explaining it in detail. You might want to check it. later. I can try and dig the link for you. I can try and grab the link, but I'm gonna try and explain it without you needing to watch the video. But just in case I miss some information, you might want to check that video later. There haven't been major changes to the way it works, so the video is still viable. It's still valid for the current state of the endgame. So just a link to my YouTube channel quickly in case you wanna look up the Fazier's dungeon later. There you go. There might be some people working who might be wondering about this too. To those you watching on YouTube, well, you're already on my channel if you're watching on YouTube, so you can just look up my videos for... I have a playlist which is guides and info vids. Torchlight 3 guides and info vids. In this playlist is where that should be. But you can just look up Fazier in my channel and it should show up. But yeah, I'm gonna explain it after this map, after I beat the boss. Actually, let's skip some of those enemies and just run straight to the boss fight. Then I can quickly explain some of the basic mechanics of this endgame. And thank you, Juice, for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club, it's appreciated. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is stage level, challenge level 2. So it's the second out of 251 challenge levels, and it gets progressively difficult after you reach level 60, because you start at level 46 enemies, then you go to 47, 48, 49 and so on to level 60. And since 60 is the limit, you don't get enemies higher level than 60. But the enemies get extra HP, extra movement speed and extra damage after level 60. So the further you go, the more damage, HP and movement speed the enemies will get. And there will be more affixes. The further you go, the more monster affixes a certain maps would have. In this map, as you can see, every enemy has I think 30% or 40% chance to spawn with the blazing affix, and the blazing affix is those flames you see on the ground. And whenever you're given a set of maps, you can pick between 3. And I'm gonna explain more in a moment. Let's just do this boss fight now, and I can explain about this afterwards. Zig the Defiler, he's getting defiled by the burning flames of the forged flaming destroyer. And yeah, I've played Chronicon. I've definitely played Chronicon. It wasn't my cup of tea because it was all about speedrunning, and you needed a really specifically min-maxed synergized build to even consider doing the hardest content. To even consider playing on the hardest difficulty, you needed to have very min-maxed meta build. And yeah, there was a lot of build variety, but not a lot of the viable builds. You had a lot of viable builds as well, but there were a ton of trash builds in Chronicon. And I'm not a fan if a game has, if it's too easy to make a trash build in a game. I don't really like it, because that means there's very bad balance in a game. If it's too easy to make a trash build. In this game, you have to try very hard to make a trash build. You have to play something like what I'm playing right now to make a trash build. And even that trash build is not gonna be that bad. Because my saving grace of this build right now is the Flaming Destroyer. So the barrage skill tree might be very weak and might feel like trash, but it's not so bad. I'm playing on ridiculous on the hardest difficulty, and I was surviving. I was doing okay. I'm very undergeared. I'm underleveled, yet I was doing okay with a ranged forged build. Of course, thankfully I've got you can see I've got 33 points in Flaming Destroyer. So this is what was kind of letting me survive, but let's quickly tell you about the end game. As I said, just a moment to send the pet to sell some items. Okay, so this is it. You finish the game story and then you unlock this thing, Fazir Shah's dungeon. So as I said, you have 3 stages you can complete. Stage 1, you get 3 maps. And you can see there's red and blue map affixes. So you see the element to expect in the map. But even if this says poison, you should expect other things as well, not just poison. Because there might be a poison enemy, but it might have a lightning or fire affix. Then you have different affixes at the top and at the bottom. You can see Shifting Shackles gives you silence of a certain skill SWAT. So for example, Shifting Shackles every 3 minutes disables, for example, this SWAT or this SWAT or this SWAT. It picks one of your 9 skill bar SWATs and disables it, so you can't use, no matter what skill you put there, you can't use it. Then there's double HP, which is pretty much super easy to understand what it does. Double monster HP. Then there's status immune, it definitely is explained here. And then you have a positive modifier. You select one of the 3. Then once you finish this, you can unlock the next one. Again, you're gonna get a different set of affixes. Then at the end, as I said, there's boss fights. You select the boss fight, you go in, you kill it, and then you unlock the next set of challenges. If you die, you go back to your previous checkpoint. The checkpoint is always the first challenge level of the latest challenge bracket. The first bracket is 3 stages, the next brackets are 4. The first bracket doesn't have a built-in negative modifier, but eventually you get built-in negative modifiers. You start by getting 1. Eventually, once you push a certain stage, you get 2 built-in modifiers each challenge bracket. Then you get 3 built-in modifiers. So it gets progressively stronger. But there is an end. So it's not an endless pointless grind where it's just endless power creep. No, it's not like that. In fact, there is no power creep item wise. Level 60 items, regardless whether you do it in level 100 Fazir or level 20 Fazir dungeon, are always gonna be the same power. So it's not like Wosen, where you have to do hard Fazir stages to get the best items. You can get the best items in the lowest possible difficulty if you want to. You can play on practice instead of on ridiculous, and you can just, as long as the enemy is level 60, it can drop a level 60 item. In fact, the meta way of farming is not farming level 60 enemies. The meta farming in this game is not fighting level 60 enemies, because the best source to get items is not from enemy drops. I'm probably gonna do a video about this, although they might change it, but eventually I'm probably gonna do video about it. I've talked many times how to get items, what the meta way of farming items is, but basically it has to do with a specific combination of negative and positive affix. There's an affix that makes every single champion in the map unique, and there's an affix that makes every fame drop double. So unique enemies in general give you more fame. When you heal a champion, you get fame. On ridiculous, unique enemies give you 150 fame. On practice, they give you 50. No, actually they give you 75. My bad. I think they give you 75. Or maybe it was 50. I'm not sure exactly about the numbers, but it's much less. It's close to 3 times less. So it probably is 50. It most likely is 50. So if you get 50 fame from a unique on practice and 150 fame on ridiculous from a unique, and if you go into a map with double fame that only has uniques, that means every time you encounter a champion pack, it's gonna be a unique enemy, which is gonna give you the most amount of fame, which is more than, I think it's like 3 times the fame, or close to that, close to 3 times the fame of a regular champion, of a purple or... So you've got purple, yellow and green. Green is unique, purple is legendary, and I mean yellow is legendary, purple is elite, and green is unique. And purple gives you the least amount of fame. That's why you want a map with only unique enemies and with double fame. So infamous is the double fame, and uniques, which I think you had here. Uniques is the one that always gives you unique enemies. And basically the best way to farm items is to farm a map that has over here uniques and over here infamous. And it doesn't have to be level 60. Any level is fine. You're not farming items directly, you're farming fame. Fame gives you contract levels, which eventually gives you gear bundles. And this is the meta way of getting items in the game in its current state. It might sound a little bit confusing, but once you kind of figure out how it works, it really is super simple. And contracts is like unlimited battle pass. It's a battle pass that is free for everyone, and it's free forever, so you can just keep running it. Battle passes, contracts, they have 40 levels. Once you reach level 40, it starts a repeatable whoop of 9 levels. So you can see I've unlocked until level 27, then every level there's a new thing to unlock, one-shot rewards, and eventually you reach level 40 and then you start this whoop. Each contract has a slightly different whoop, but every contract has in the whoop a legendary gear bundle, which basically gives you one legendary item. And that's how you get items. Legendary gear bundles and blue gear bundles. That's the best way to get items in the game right now. Farming fame for contract levels in infamous unique maps. And it's definitely strong. Strong, fast way of getting stuff. This is the enchanting, basically RNG. Have I got a Wifebound scroll? No. Okay, I hope this was clear. I hope you understood about the end game from what I explained. And Troy is back and is saying, is shotgun blast any good? Well, it's so-so. It's not bad, but it's not great. You can see the damage shot. I'm gonna show you how much damage shotgun blast does, and then compare it to a relic skill. Wait, why can't I use... Okay, there you go. So let's show you Blazing Pillar. Blazing Pillar, you can see 700, 700, 700. That's max level Blazing Pillar. Now that's shotgun blast, 1000. So if this one does 102% weapon damage and this one does... Wait, why isn't this doing as much damage? This one is supposed to do 196% weapon damage. Maybe it's doing 2 times 700 per second. And it's splitting it into 2 times 100. Because this one is supposed to do 102% weapon damage. Oh, that is chest, my bad. This is doing this damage. So The Blazing Pure is doing damage based on this, and my cannon is much stronger than this. That's why we're seeing different number. I just don't have a good weapon on my main hand, so that's the confusion there. But you kind of get the point. It's not that great, but it's not bad. But again, forged in general, the ranged forged is a little bit weaker. Okay, let's switch to another hero maybe, or should I just stop? I think it's time to stop. It's 1 a.m. 1 in the morning over here, and I've got some things to do. I've got some things to farm. In general, I've got things to get with this build for my video. But thanks Truckwop for watching. There's probably gonna be a little bit more Torchlight tomorrow, so keep it cool until next time, and goodbye from me.